Test 1, 2.
Okay.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, everybody.
Good Monday morning, everybody. Welcome to the Transportation Committee Special Meeting, Agenda 4. At this point, I will ask Chris Z to do a quick roll call.
Happy to do so, Chair. Councillor Bradley,
Here.
Councillor DeRose,
Here.
Councillor Devine,
Here.
Councillor Dudas. I'm sorry, was that? Councillor,
I'm here. I'm just having some computer issues.
thank you. Councillor Gower,
Here.
Councillor Johnson,
Here.
Councillor Lowe,
Here.
Councillor Luloff,
Present.
Councillor Troster,
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
You have quorum, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you very much, Chris. We are on the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Nation. Seeing there's no declarations of interest, we're going to jump right into a very lengthy presentation this morning. And I want to thank our amazing staff and Vivi and our entire crew. They've worked tremendously hard on this presentation. It will be lengthy, so get cozy. But this is a very important document, and we'll turn the floor over to you now.
Good morning, Chair and Councillors. We're very pleased to be here today to present to you Part 1 of the Transportation Master Plan. With me are Jennifer Armstrong, Deborah Lightman, and Zlatko Kristulich, who are the team leads of this update. But they didn't do it alone. We are supported by a huge collaborative team with efforts from many departments across the corporation. It's a culmination of about 2 years of consultation with the public, ward councillors, and external government agencies. What we are seeking your approval today is Part 1 of the TMP update. The focus of the presentation is on the transportation policies, the active transportation network, and the framework for prioritizing of projects, which will set us up for Part 2 of the TMP update, which is still to come. You will see that the TMP is very much aligned with the council approved official plan and climate change master plan. Our presentation is about 40 minutes long because there's a lot of information here that we want to bring to your attention. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jennifer to start the presentation.
So thank you, Vivi. Next slide, please.
Okay. In the presentation today, I'll start by giving you a bit of an introduction to the project. But then the bulk of the presentation will focus on the three areas that we're seeking approval for today: the TMP policies, the active transportation projects, and the prioritization frameworks for the road and transit projects. Next slide, please. So jumping into the introduction, we can go on to the next slide. So the last TMP, our current TMP, was approved in 2013. But since 2013, there's been a lot of change in the transportation system. Line 1 and the construction of our first stage of the O-train network has opened. The second stage is under construction. We have e-scooters operating on the city streets as part of a 5-year provincial pilot project. We have ride-hailing companies like Uber and Lyft that are providing new mobility choices for residents. And those options didn't even exist back in 2013 when the last TMP was approved. Also, since 2013, there's been a growing interest amongst residents in sustainable modes of transportation. The city has been implementing walking and cycling projects throughout the city. And as residents have used and experienced those projects, they're starting to call for them more and more in their own neighborhoods. There's also been a number of new city plans and policies that have been implemented since 2013. So there's an equity and inclusion lens, which informs our planning and decision making. Vivi mentioned the climate change master plan, and that plan calls for a 100% reduction in community greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Transportation represents about 40% of the city's greenhouse gas emissions, and so it has a really significant role to play in achieving those targets. And then there's also the official plan, which was recently approved. One of the 5 big moves in that official plan is to have half of all trips being made by sustainable modes of transportation, so walking, cycling, transit, and carpooling by 2046. The official plan also sets out how the city will grow and develop over time. And there's a projection that there'll be an additional 400,000 residents within the city by 2046. And a lot of that growth will be happening through intensification. And our transportation system needs to be able to accommodate that growth. And then finally, there's the pandemic. It obviously had a very significant impact on travel activity, and it continues to have an impact today. So if we'll go on to the next slide. Just waiting for the English to catch up here. So what is the Transportation Master Plan? It's really a supporting document of the official plan. So the official plan provides sort of the overall vision and direction for how the city will develop to 2046. And the Transportation Master Plan provides those additional details on how to achieve the objectives of the official plan. The TMP includes both policies as well as projects. And those projects are intended to meet the city's mobility needs, but they also are developed with consideration of the city's long-range financial plans and affordability considerations. So next slide, please. So the TMP is actually implemented by service areas and branches throughout the entire city. On the project side, the road and transit and active transportation projects follow a fairly defined process. For larger projects, there would be an environmental assessment. Funding would be identified through the annual budgeting process. There's a design process that's carried out, and then tendering and construction. On the policy side, there's many different ways that those policies can be implemented. It can involve updating design guidelines and standards. It can be implemented through the development review process or as part of other standalone city initiatives. Next slide. So this slide just shows some of the many other plans and policies and programs that the city has to deliver transportation within Ottawa. And I won't list all of these plans and programs, but really the Transportation Master Plan is the umbrella a document, and these other plans and policies and programs take their direction from the TMP. So next slide. I'll just talk a little bit now about how we've gone about updating the TMP. So next slide. So initially, when we started this project, the intent was to complete the TMP in one single phase, but then the pandemic happened. And because of the impact of the pandemic on travel activity, we weren't able to move ahead with some of the critical data collection elements that are needed to support the TMP. And in particular, we had to defer the origin destination travel survey, which is a really important data collection effort for the TMP. And so we broke the TMP into two parts so that we could move ahead with those elements of the TMP that weren't dependent on that household travel survey. And so in part one, we have the TMP policies. We also have the active transportation projects and networks. And those projects really aren't dependent on the OD survey. They're more identified based on gaps in the network and connectivity considerations. And then finally, we have the prioritization frameworks for the road and transit projects. And the intent was to bring forward those prioritization frameworks in part one of the TMP so that we would then be able to apply them in the second part of the TMP. So part two is where we get into more of a focus on the projects, particularly the road and the transit projects. We'll be reviewing travel trends from the household travel survey, preparing travel forecasts, looking at needs and opportunities. This is where we'll be developing mode share targets for different areas of the city, coming up with the recommended road and transit networks, and also preparing investment scenarios and looking at how we would go about implementing those projects. So next slide, please. So this slide just shows the schedule for the project. In terms of part one, we're here today presenting the results of our work. Part two is ongoing. So the origin destination household travel survey was conducted in the fall of last year. And right now we're in the process of cleaning and validating that data. And that analysis work will continue on. We have two phases of engagement planned over the next part of the project. And we anticipate bringing a capital infrastructure plan, part two of the TMP, to be completed in early 2025. So next slide, please. So there has been very significant consultation that has happened over the course of developing the Transportation Master Plan. There has been three phases of public engagement. The first phase, we asked the public for input on the key issues that they thought the TMP should address. And we also were looking for input on the vision and guiding principles for the TMP. Phase two really focused in on three specific areas, missing gaps in the pedestrian and cycling networks, new mobility options, and the needs of vulnerable residents. And then in phase three of the consultation, which took place over a 4-month period ending in roughly the spring of 2022, we posted the draft TMP policy document in its entirety so that residents could download that document and review it and provide us with input. At the same time, we also posted a series of 15 one-pagers so that people could take a look at those one-pagers. They provided a good overview of the themes and policy directions in the larger document. And then for each of those one-pagers, there was a survey that residents could fill in. And as well, there was always the option of providing open-ended feedback through those surveys, as well as to the TMP inbox. So that engagement included residents from across the entire city. It also included external stakeholder groups like the National Capital Commission and the Ontario Ministry of Transportation. And we also consulted extensively with staff in other city departments. And I just actually like to take this moment to acknowledge all of the contributions of residents and staff who participated in our process and provided us with some really great feedback, very thoughtful feedback. And we took all of that information that we received and went through a process of updating the draft policy document to incorporate all of that information. And the document that you're being asked to approve today reflects all of that feedback that we heard, and that was reflected into the document. So next slide, please. So what did we hear through the consultation? We heard that safety was a major concern for residents, particularly people walking and cycling. We heard a lot about transit and the need to provide more frequent service, more reliable service, service that doesn't just serve the downtown, but also works well within communities and between communities, service that operates in the peak periods, but also outside of the peak periods. We heard about equity and the need to make sure that we have a transportation system that's accessible and inclusive. There is a desire to accelerate the transition to complete streets. There's also an interest in promoting sustainable transportation, reducing residents' dependency on private automobiles. We also heard about traffic congestion and the importance of residents being able to access destinations by car within the city. And finally, we heard about climate change and just the importance of the TMP in addressing climate change. So next slide, please. So at this point, I will turn it over to Deb, and she'll speak about the TMP policies that are being proposed.
Thanks, Jennifer. Next slide. We're excited to be bringing forward an updated policy framework to guide city planning on Ottawa's transportation system. We started from the strong policy foundation of the 2013 TMP. So that includes the Complete Streets policy that calls for leveraging planned construction to implement road designs that meet the needs of all users. We're also building on the 2013, emphasizing the importance of coordination between land use and transportation planning, and focusing our investments in transit, walking, and cycling as the first approach to meet travel demand. Also building on the 2013 TMP and emphasizing separation of vulnerable users from traffic. This includes cycle tracks, protected intersections, and Ottawa's first winter cycling network. The TMP policy document also incorporates policy guidance from many other city projects and initiatives that have been approved and completed since the last TMP in 2013. So some of those major new focus areas, the new official plan has a lot of themes that are carried forward by the TMP, including 15-minute neighborhoods and healthy streets. Climate change mitigation and resiliency are important themes in line with the climate change master plan. The equity and inclusion lens, new mobility technologies and services, as well as the impact of the pandemic and how we adapt to change going forward. One change from the 2013 transportation master plan is that this time around, we don't have a separate pedestrian and cycling plan. Active transportation is integrated within our TMP policy document. The policy document, it's long and it's organized into 11 themes. There's 69 policies in total, and we also have 110 actions. And these actions are generally specific projects or initiatives with clear deliverables. And these are really to help us advance and kickstart policy implementation. So a couple examples would be creating an automated vehicle readiness working group within our city and encouraging businesses and community partners to use streets for seasonal patios, parklets, or placemaking activities. The actions span many city departments and service areas, and we worked across city departments to identify these. And some are already underway, while others are expected to be started later in this term of council. I'll also add that it's certainly not a comprehensive list of actions. There are many other actions we will be taking going forward in support of our policy directions. Next slide. The TMP policy document includes a vision statement. In 2046, Ottawa's transportation network will be flexible, safe, dependable, and efficient in meeting the evolving needs of residents and businesses across the city, while enabling the city to meet its climate change goals. The network will provide travel options for people regardless of their income, identity, or ability. Next slide. We also have a set of guiding principles. And both the vision and the guiding principles were developed based on input from our residents and stakeholders, as well as input from the councillor sponsors group. Next slide. So I'll be providing an overview of some of the key policy directions in the TMP policy document today. And the first topic to touch on is sustainability and equity. The TMP calls for, in the TMP part 2, that we will be modeling transportation scenarios that achieve the city's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. And the TMP really focuses on mode shift, although it will incorporate the electric vehicle uptake assumptions in terms of meeting those reduction targets. And it also focuses mainly on infrastructure, but we'll also be looking at the supporting measures such as changes to transit frequencies that were included in Energy Evolution that contribute to that mode shift. On the climate change resiliency side, the policies speak to reducing vulnerability to future climate conditions. Measures include shade corridors, canopy trees, flood risk reduction, stormwater management, and natural systems protection. And again, this aligns with our recent climate vulnerability and risk assessment that came forward. On the equity side, there's an objective to improve access for people who experience transportation-related barriers to social and economic participation. Maybe that's getting to work, going to the grocery store, or getting to a doctor's office. And recognizing that equity-deserving groups are more likely to experience these types of transportation barriers. Finally, the policies align with our official plan in looking at equity priority neighborhoods using the Ottawa Neighborhood Equity Index. And the policies call for accelerating investments in the TMP equity priority neighborhoods where projects have similar technical merit otherwise. Next slide. On the topics of land use and health, there's an emphasis on prioritizing space-efficient modes, walking, cycling, and transit, to meet travel demand. We also talk about designing new communities as 15-minute neighborhoods and a variety of approaches to support the evolution of existing communities to 15-minute neighborhoods. Public health is a topic that we heard quite a bit about through consultation, and so it's something that we strengthened in this updated version of the policy document. So the theme of public health shows up throughout the policy document. And then we also identify specific ways that we'll be advancing and implementing healthy streets. And the most significant of these is through our multimodal level of service guidelines that guide our street designs and that help us to balance the allocation of space in the right of way. And we are currently updating those guidelines. The TMP also speaks to identifying future road network needs to support the city's growth and new development, again, aligned with the official plan and considering our urban expansion areas. And this is again, for the TMP Part 2, where the work will happen there. Next slide. On the theme of walking and cycling, where the TMP reinforces what the official plan said, that sidewalks are required on at least one side of all new local streets, and that dedicated cycling facilities are warranted on new and reconstructed arterial and collector streets. The TMP policies also speak to making it easier to cross the road and investing in neighborhood shortcuts, winter maintenance, and lively, people-friendly streets, again, in support of 15-minute neighborhoods and in creating vibrant streets where local businesses can succeed. We discuss expanding the winter cycling network, and this will include secondary networks outside the downtown to connect to rapid transit stations. And finally, encouraging active trips to school is a major focus area since physical activity is very important to children's health and development. Next slide. On the theme of transit, the TMP emphasizes that we will continue to invest in the rapid transit and transit priority network. It also recognizes the importance of transit frequency and reliability. And this is something we heard a lot about through consultation, and we've strengthened it a lot in this updated version of the policy document. So there's an action that would be kind of taken by transit services to update the transit service planning policies and guidelines, including the fare policies. And this would also include a review of on-demand transit. And recognizing the importance of seeking additional funding from other levels of government for transit infrastructure and service. On the complete street side, there's an action that in the TMP Part 2, we will be exploring opportunities to fund additional complete street projects. And this includes both standalone projects, such as upgrading a road with a rural cross-section to a road with an urban cross-section with sidewalk and cycling facilities and lighting. And it also includes potential improvements at the time of resurfacing to active transportation facilities beyond the curb where we currently wouldn't be able to do so. So funding would be required to kind of do more at the time of resurfacing. There's also a policy on avoiding road widening beyond four mid-block vehicular lanes to foster human-scaled streets where people feel safe and comfortable. Next slide. Safety and efficiency are also important themes. The policies speak to optimizing traffic signal operations, including leveraging intelligent transportation systems. We also talk about in the TMP Part 2, exploring phased implementation of larger road projects and using isolated intersection measures where we can improve mobility sooner and in more locations across the city. Continuing to implement the road safety action plan and safe systems approach is an important policy, and it's again something that's very important to our residents. And finally, we'll be updating our transportation system management strategy and action plan to ensure that our transportation system is dynamic and able to respond to unexpected events, improving performance and adaptability. Next slide. And just a few other key policy directions that we wanted to highlight during this presentation. We speak about working with partners to pursue solutions for inter-provincial goods movement, and that's an NCC-led project that has many steps and a lot of analysis underway. And then the city would update our city truck route network once solutions are in place. We talk about enabling new shared mobility options while supporting city objectives such as accessibility, safety, and equity. Preparing for autonomous vehicle technology is another emphasis area. And then finally, monitoring and responding to changing work arrangements and travel patterns, which again is a major focus of the TMP Part 2. Next slide. The financial implications of TMP policies is something that we thought about at great length and discussed in some detail in the staff report. Many service areas are responsible for implementing the various policies and actions. And most of the policies have limited financial implications or are already funded and can be advanced through annual work plans and budget processes. An example would be reporting to council regularly on the state of the transportation system in conjunction with the official plan. There are some policies that have more significant financial implications, and we've split these into two categories. The first category would be where the budget requirements are to be assessed as part of a business case for a future project separate from the TMP. An example here would be the action to advance shade corridors on existing streets, and this would be part of the tree planting strategy that would come to council in the future. The second category is where budget requirements will be assessed as part of the TMP Part 2. An example here would be the action of looking at standalone complete street projects and whether we can fund them in the TMP Part 2. And finally, we wanted to note that the TMP Capital Infrastructure Plan, which is Part 2, is also accompanied by an update to the long-range financial plans. And so really at that time, looking at affordability will be a major emphasis, and we do expect that to be a challenge. And I'll hand it over to Zlatko.
Thank you, Deborah. Next slide. The active transportation project list that's part of this TMP update was derived through considerable input from residents, from councillors, but also staff with our consultants did a ground-up review of the entire city based on our policy lens to make sure we captured all the required and necessary missing links. The focus of the plan was once again, as in 2013, to tackle missing links and give us an interconnected network. But I would also say rather more focus on the community connectivity in line with our 15-minute neighborhood plans for community destinations, of course, including transit. That is a very long list of projects. We will be doing some bundling during implementation to make implementation as efficient as possible. The projects are included as a list and attachment to this report, but in addition, they are all mapped on Ottawa and publicly available so that people can see what's in their area, but also overlay other networks of interest to understand the plan better. You will also note there's a subcategory called feasibility studies. That is new. We did not have that in 2013. And it's intended to tackle some high demand links for which staff is unsure if we can find a way to implementation. So this gives us a chance to look at them, look at the issues, and hopefully some of them can go forward. But it's important to message that it's not assumed they all will. Next slide. Part of the consultation started by asking our residents to comment on issues that they have for active transportation. That includes things like missing links, places where cut-throughs would be valuable. And we did get excellent representation and feedback from all parts of the city. Staff reviewed this list to look for clusters and made sure that we reviewed that to see if the issues that were raised were in fact, or could be in fact, covered by some of the projects that we proposed. We also had a number of councillor-led multi-ward sessions. So we had a number of councillors with interested residents discussing primarily the cycling network. And in those discussions, it was useful to talk about connections between wards because people will certainly by bike extend out longer distances. The councillors also submitted a list of their priorities for cycling and pedestrian projects, most of which were incorporated in the plan, but at least we could discuss reasons why should any not have been included with the councillor. The list of proposed projects was shared with the public online for almost half a year. And so we received quite a few comments through that period. We reviewed the comments, and as a result, about 14% of the projects were changed in some way. And that's the package that is on the table today for your consideration. Next slide. If you consider our baseline funding for active transportation, it adds up to about $350 million over the 23-year period. That's in constant dollars. However, in past terms of council, we did receive considerable additional funding, both directly from council on new programs or projects, but also from the federal and provincial governments that added up to almost doubled those baseline budgets. Should that occur in this plan period going forward, we would take advantage of that to advance implementation of the plan to the extent possible. In addition, in the next stage of the TMP update, there will be a review of the entire capital budget for transportation. And so that's another opportunity to consider how much of that bigger pie should be spent on active transportation. Next slide. Certainly with a list that is as long as this one in terms of projects over such an extended period, the question will come up, what's coming up first? Staff intends to share the list of projects that will be started on, and mostly I'll be starting with planning, by submitting those as part of our normal budget process later this year and next year in the budget narratives. But in addition, and in parallel to that, in the next phase of the TMP review, staff will put together a list of projects that we expect to have implemented over a 5-year period. And that list will be shared and people will be able to comment on that list, and that will represent the first major step in the plan. In putting that list together, staff will consider, first of all and primarily, any opportunity to blend projects that are already underway with projects that we have in our plan, coordinate as much as possible, because the potential savings for coordination are enormous. And so we can't lose those opportunities, and those will be prioritized. Government funding always comes with deadlines for construction, sometimes fairly aggressive, and as a stipulation of funding. And so, of course, we need to respect those, and that will imply some priority to projects so funded. We do have an equity lens as part of our policy. And so we will then look at making adjustments to ensure we meet the goals of our policy. And that will primarily affect the order of pedestrian projects. And finally, with what flexibility we have left, we do want to bring forward those impactful projects that are going to change parts of the city. And really, we call them breakthrough projects, because we need to get started on mode share as early as we can in the process. Next slide. For the rural areas of the city, AT connectivity is primarily consisting of adding paved shoulders to roads at time of resurfacing. We'll also identify some routes on quieter roads, which we feel could be, do not need paved shoulders, but could be essentially recommended as routes for people to use. The network that you can see and we've consulted on interconnects the villages, but as well connects the villages to the rest of the urban part of Ottawa. Inside the rural villages, the policies for active transportation are exactly the same as they are everywhere else in urban parts of the city. It would be policy driven. But in addition, within this plan, we have identified a number of projects in rural villages. I believe seven of them have projects identified in the project list. We're also very lucky to have 70 kilometers of multi-use pathways on rail corridors in the east, west, and south of the city. The plan does include at least an investigation of improved linkages to those 3 existing rural multi-use pathways. But also there is a project to activate for active transportation use 5 kilometers of a new corridor the city has acquired that runs from Carling Avenue through Canada North. And that has potential to be extended in the future as well. Next. The Crosstown Bikeway Network was introduced in 2013, and it's been successful in terms of developing a minimum grid across the city with as direct as possible connectivity. As you can see, the new network that's been proposed in this plan has greater density, so it's a finer grain mesh. We've also better defined that network in the areas outside the Greenbelt, in the suburban areas, and made small adjustments to the former network based on actual implementation of corridor features for AT. Next slide. Our major structures program in the past period delivered in part some major structures like the Ottawa Crossing, Flora Bridge, and the soon-to-be opened Chief William Commanda Bridge. The focus in this plan will be rather more looking at making upgrades to existing structures which also would dramatically improve connectivity. So funding in the plan will go to 4 overpasses that the MTO intends to reconstruct in terms of the spans over the next 5 or so years. We need to make sure that we have enough room for future AT, and so funds will be set aside for that. And the next opportunity to do that wouldn't be for another 75 years. Beyond that, we have quite a number of feasibility studies on other bridges across the city, and hopefully some of those will prove to be possible to modify and add connectivity that way. Next slide. The pie chart shows the number of kilometers of facilities for cycling in the city. You can see we have about 1,000 kilometers at present. And over the planning period, we expect to increase that about 50%. Now, of the increase, you'll notice that the larger part by far comes from projects outside of this plan. And I think that's a statement to the success of policies in the past that'll be strengthened through this period that ensure when we do major projects like road reconstruction or rail, we incorporate AT components to the extent possible. And so therefore, the projects in this plan are certainly intended to leverage interconnection of these new facilities as much as possible to the existing network. Another new item is that we have added visibility of these projects that are not in our plan, but are in someone else's future plan in the city on Ottawa. And that way it does provide a way for people to get a better view of how this, the long-term interconnectivity is going to play out. Thank you.
Jumping in now to talk about the transit and road project prioritization frameworks. This is the very last section of the presentation, so thank you for hanging in there. Next slide, please. So before I actually talk about the prioritization frameworks themselves, I thought it was worth just illustrating where they fit within the overall process for the next part of the TMP. So we start by looking at the needs in the network. How much is traffic expected to grow by? What needs are there in different parts of the city? And then there's a process of identifying specific projects to address those needs, using the projects identified in the 2013 TMP that have not yet been constructed as a starting point for that. Those projects then get put together to form networks. So we'll have a road network and we'll have a transit network. In developing those networks, the TMP policies emphasize that we will look at sustainable modes of transportation as the priority. So we'll be looking at transit solutions first, but we do also expect that there will be residual travel demand that will need to be met through road expansion and road capacity types of projects. So we will develop those networks. And then there's a process of iteration as we look at how those networks perform in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, modal share, travel time on the network. Once we have a recommended ultimate network, this is where the prioritization frameworks come in that you're being asked to approve today. And those prioritization frameworks, the intent is that we'll look at all of the transit projects and then prioritize which transit projects should be built first. And likewise, with the road projects, which road projects should be constructed first. It's not till we get to the last part of the process where we actually look at the investment scenarios and how much funding gets allocated to those different types of projects. As we develop those investment scenarios, again, we're going to be looking at things like greenhouse gas emissions. Affordability will be a major consideration, equity. And so again, there may be some iteration that happens as part of that process. But at the end of the day, what we're planning to do is to put forward 2 or 3 different investment scenarios One scenario that achieves the city's climate change objectives, another scenario that fits within the city's affordability envelopes for consideration. So if we go on to the next slide, this is the prioritization framework for transit projects. The majority of the prioritization points are assigned for mobility benefits. The first category being ridership growth, 35 points, and then service improvement. And so this really distinguishes between the benefits to existing riders under service improvement versus the amount of growth in ridership that we could expect from the project. Now, there is a little bit of a double counting happening here because the service improvement will also help to grow ridership, but we thought that it was important to shine that light on the benefit that existing riders would have. There's 20 points allocated to city building, looking at things like equity, impacts to natural systems, and how well the project serves major destinations and supports economic development. And then the final 20 points are for cost. And that's not just the cost to build the project, but also the operating and maintenance costs. So if we go on to the next slide, you'll see that it's a similar framework for roads and new road and road widening projects. Mobility benefits of the project receive 55 points, and those include two aspects: access to development. So how well does the project open new lands up for development or support development? And then congestion. Focusing on both the existing congestion that is today, but also how that congestion may change in the future with development and growth in the city. Again, there's a large city building component worth 25 points, which looks at greenhouse gas emissions and induced demand, equity impacts, impacts to natural systems, how well the project supports placemaking and healthy streets, and then as well support for goods movement and economic development. And then again, there's 20 points that are allocated for cost. So next slide, please. So again, just to, that's the prioritization frameworks that would be used to rank the different transit projects against one another and to rank the different road projects against one another. And as I mentioned, the final step of the process is to really go in and develop those investment scenarios. And as we did the public consultation on this, I think there was a bit of a confusion about how those prioritization frameworks would be used. And so we just wanted to clarify it's at the last step of the process where we're looking at how people, the priority put to the different types of projects and the funding allocated to those types of projects, where we'd be looking at comparing transit projects to road projects and active transportation projects and so on. And at that point, we'd be looking at climate change impacts, equity impacts, and affordability. So next slide. So that brings us to the conclusion of the staff presentation, and we'll be happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you for that very thorough presentation. I think we've learned a lot today. At this point, we're going to, my wonderful vice chair is going to move a quick technical amendment. Well, if we can get that on the screen.
Thank you, Chair. You can start reading it out as staff gets it up. So whereas with respect to the report entitled Transportation Master Plan Update Part 1, supporting document 4 has been corrected to address the missing text on page 13, Annex B. Whereas the incorrect final version of supporting document 5 was uploaded as part of the public release of the aforementioned report. Whereas the following revisions are being made within supporting document 3 and where applicable document 5. A, ward numbers have been updated for numerous projects where required. And B, the Trim Road Bridge has been added as a cycling project feasibility study formerly shown as in-process facility. And C, the limits to the Moody Drive cycling project have been extended. And whereas the revised supporting documents 3, 4, and 5 have no impact on the staff recommendations of the staff report, therefore, be it resolved that the Transportation Committee approve that the supporting documents 3, 4, and 5 of the report entitled Transportation Master Plan Update Part 1 be replaced with the revised attached documents 3, 4, and 5 to correct some minor errors and direct the committee coordinator to include the corrected documents when the report rises to City Council.
Great. So on that minor update from staff, is that carried? Thank you.
Carried.
Now we'll go to delegations. Our first delegation will be Ken Holmes and Susan Curvilla. I hope I haven't butchered the name there. Thank you. Good morning, folks, and you're no stranger to this place, Mr. Holmes. We'll just get the presentation that you provided us up on the screen. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ken Holmes, and I'm a member of the city's ambassadors working group. I want to address how the policies in the latest draft of the Transportation Master Plan do not adequately meet the needs and the vision of the residents of rural Ottawa. I'll be joined by Susan Curvilla of the South Nepean Satellite Community Health Centre. Next slide, please. In its first draft, the TMP showed the same lack of vision and commitment to rural transportation that's seen in the official plan. There it states, personal vehicles are recognized as the main form of transportation. This is merely a statement of the status quo and needs a major amendment. The expression of the need for improvements in transportation options in rural Ottawa has seen some improvement since the first draft, but the TMP still lacks vision in the rural area. Next slide, please. This current statement on rural transportation is both too limited in its scope and too weak in its commitment towards progress in transportation alternatives for rural Ottawa. Next slide, please. Like all city initiatives, the development of the TMP needs to be viewed through the city's equity and inclusion lenses. The next 2 slides summarize the points from the rural lens that should apply to transportation. The rural lens recognizes that changes since amalgamation have brought different expectations, challenges, and opportunities to rural Ottawa. There have been changes in the destinations for rural Ottawa residents, and the current OC Transpo routes and stops are limited and the service is less frequent. Next slide, please. Distance and transportation become the biggest barriers to accessing support for the special needs or culturally appropriate services. And rural residents also need to travel long distances to access city services. Next slide, please. The city's vision for rural Ottawa transportation is succinctly stated in the Rural Lens document. This vision should be the foundation of our TMP policy on rural transportation. My colleague, Susan Curvilla, will now speak on the need to improve rural transportation alternatives across all groups that comprise the rural Ottawa population.
Thank you, Ken. Next slide, please. So the current TMP draft misses the opportunity the majority of rural transportation needs, like the impacts on the overall quality of life in rural Ottawa, like socialization to reduce isolation, improved access to services, and participation in arts and culture activities across the city. For youth, a recent rural Ottawa youth mental health survey shows that among the 600 plus respondents, transportation is one of the top barriers to accessing mental health services. For adults, travel to employment could be now rural to rural or rural to suburb.
Next slide, please.
For older adults, daily autonomous travel for social participation has a positive impact on the quality of life and healthier aging in place. And the growing diversity in rural Ottawa means more rural, suburban, or urban travel for social and family connections. Next slide, please. The current survey by the Rural Transportation Solutions, which we are members, shows that almost 65% of some 250 respondents agree that rural Ottawa would benefit from more transportation options. Respondents did consider the increased cost this means, and more prefer that the rider pays a larger share of the costs than the 50-50 split that currently applies in urban Ottawa. Over to Ken.
Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, the Transportation Master Plan should build on and reflect the rural lens. The official plan provides a framework for the city's long-term transportation when it states in its Big Move to Mobility that the majority of transportation should be by sustainable means. This goal needs to be incorporated for rural Ottawa. The vision of the city's rural equity and inclusion lens states, we envision more alternative and affordable transportation options. Our TMP should incorporate that vision. The combination of those two visions should be incorporated into the Master Transportation Plan with a stated policy such as Ottawa's rural equity and inclusion lens identifies many of the needs and challenges of rural residents. The city should seek innovative and affordable transportation solutions for the rural area as part of the official plan Big Move to Mobility. Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Holmes, for your presentation. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ken and Susan. I just had a little question based on what I think I interpreted in one of your slides there. The slide that had the two graphs right beside it. And I believe I think what I saw was that were you basically saying that if rural residents are looking for more affordable transportation modes, and I think you were referring to transit, was your slide saying that most rural residents would agree to pay the higher fare on their own as opposed to having those extra costs covered by taxes? Put your mic.
Other information in that area, but we specifically are trying to survey their general thrust as to how much they can afford in the rural area for a transportation system. And the majority, basically about, the group is divided into three. About 1/3 prefer that the rider pay the full share of transportation. About 1/3 think that about 75% of the transportation cost should be borne by the rider, and the other third suggests that about 50% of the cost would be reasonably borne by the rider.
When I lived in Vancouver, the system was that the further you were traveling from the core, there were rates of fees. So just a follow-up question, and I think I do support that kind of rider fare, but just to follow up to your question there, when you were saying 1/3 said this and 1/3 said that, the people that responded to your survey, are they just generally rural residents or rural residents who are likely to use transit?
General, approximately 65% of them are saying that they strongly agree with the need for improved public transportation. So certainly the audience is very heavily favoring more public transportation.
Great. Thank you very much for your delegation today and coming out. Our next delegation is Neil Servan-Muto. I'm getting better at that one, right? Great. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours, sir.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Neil Servan-Muto. I'm here in my personal capacity. I'm an economist that spent most of my career dealing with public finance. And that's some of the framing that I use to look at these issues. I want to focus my comments today entirely on document 3.1, which is the list of active transportation projects. If I understand correctly, this is proposed as the list of investments that we're going to prioritize over the next 25 years. So if indeed my understanding is correct, 25 years, that's obviously incredibly important for anyone that cares about active transportation. And my point, one of my main points is that this might be a great list, but I really don't have the ability to say whether that's the case or not. And so that leads to the point that I don't think you as councillors have the ability to make an informed and intelligent decision as to whether this is the right list or not. Okay. Now, if I were a councillor, there's three things that I'd be looking for. The first is, with any sort of geospatial information, we want a map. Now, it was mentioned earlier by staff that in theory, a map is available by going into Geo Ottawa. And so I don't think, has anyone in this around this table other than me tried to do that? I went in there. 1, great. 2, okay. 3, okay, great. But I don't know how many of you have the time or the skill, the technical skill, or the ability to actually construct that map, okay? I think it would be the sort of information that you need to make an intelligent decision. I think it's quite easy to produce a ward level map that shows the existing projects plus what's in the pipeline, and then overlaid with what's being proposed. I think that's very easy to provide, and I think that's what you as councillors should be provided with. It's not something your staff should have to go and do for you. Number 2, I'd want to know where are the missing links that will persist to exist, because I think we all understand that like a chain, an active transportation network is as strong as the weakest links. And so every time there's a couple of blocks where there's missing infrastructure, you know that you're going to get a lot of feedback from people that are angry about that and upset about that. And like, why didn't you finish the network? You know, my kids can no longer use this. It's just not safe. I mean, an example that we did in the last term of council was around Montreal Road. We went as, you know, we put in this beautiful complete street along Montreal Road. And then the last 2 blocks, we didn't do anything. We left it without any active transportation infrastructure, as we failed to connect it to all of the pathways along the Rideau River, and then all of the connections into downtown. So that's the sort of example of what I think you as councillors need to be aware of in terms of what is being proposed in this network and where are some of the gaps. And then number 3 is I want to know, how are people moving around the neighborhoods in my ward? So I disagree with the earlier comment from staff that the origin destination survey is not significant to this discussion. We need to know how people are trying to get to their neighborhood grocery store, to how they're trying to get their kids to soccer practices. Maybe they're driving there now. I mean, the point of putting an active transportation is to give people the option to be able to move around the city in different manners, rather than just being forced, in many cases, forced to have to drive everywhere. So we want to give them the option, if they want, to be able to cycle to the soccer field, to be able to cycle to school. And so I think that origin destination survey is really critical to understand how people move around your neighborhood. So the final point I want to make is, we've heard a lot about the consultation process. I appreciate everything that staff have done for consultation, but as a member of the community that cares about these issues, I don't believe that there's been meaningful consultation, okay? There's been a lot of consultation, and in fact, some of the best consultation was with councillors prior to the formal launch of the TMP process, back about 2-3 years ago. Those were good. Those were the only opportunities where people like me had the ability to articulate our concerns, to stand up. You know, we've got consultation process that essentially just allows, you know, online processes allow you to tick boxes and say yes, no. This is the first opportunity anyone has had to actually comment on the final list. This is the first opportunity anyone's had to publicly say, here's the list and here's what I like about it. So if I can just wrap up in my final 6 seconds, I'd just like to say that I don't think that you're quite ready to take this decision. I think that there's missing information that can be provided very easily and very quickly, and we should have that information before we make a final decision on the active transportation projects. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. There's 2 councillors with questions. Councillor Trost.
Hi, Neil. Thanks so much for being here today. And I just want to say, when I was running for council, I met families who bought bike racks for their cars because they didn't feel comfortable cycling with their children to the canal. So they were driving to the canal, even though it was less than a kilometer from their home. And I share the terror as a parent who cycles with a child of those missing links. It really is very scary. And I agree that we need to fix them so that we have an actual network. My question for you is so you're suggesting we take a pause, that we don't immediately approve these projects. What would you like to see happen in terms of further consultation? What are you proposing? And what do you think would be useful?
Great, thanks very much. Look, I would like the opportunity, as I'm sure many other people would be, to actually be able to stand up and say, okay, here's a list of projects you're proposing. How about some other, how about some other links? Like I have not had the opportunity to put up my hand and say, you know what, I think you got proposed projects on streets A, B, and C. What about D, E, and F? There's not been any opportunity in this process to introduce new alternatives like that. So that's something I'd like. But most importantly, I would like meaningful consultation in which the community can actually see who else has ideas, who else cares about this, and have an open and frank discussion about those. I mean, it's not to say that I expect whatever I say to be accepted. I just want to have the opportunity to voice it and to be heard. And I don't think that members of the community have felt like they have been heard on this topic yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great, Councilman Hard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Neil, for your presentation. I wanted to ask, because certainly there's time for councillors later on to ask questions at committee, on the overlays piece that you had mentioned. Have you been able to have a back and forth with city staff on that? Have they mentioned why are they not? Because maybe that's something we can get produced in the near future.
So I have not engaged city staff on that point. As I say, I've jumped into Geo Ottawa myself, as some of the councillors around the table have too. I've tried to create that analysis for myself, but I found it a bit, just too time consuming, too technically challenging. But I think it's something that can be published on a ward by ward basis and can be distributed, obviously to councillors, but to the general public as a whole. And I would like to see that as the basis to come back to Councillor Trotzer's question, I'd like to see that as the basis for consultations, ideally at the ward level. I mean, we did, as was mentioned and as I referred to, consultations happened led by councillors probably about 2 years ago. And not all councillors, but certain councillors led consultations. Those were very good. And I think we need to have another round of those, just to make sure that this is the right set of projects. Because one of the things about the network that we have got in Ottawa, the cycling network, is we've actually got a fairly decent network for commuter cyclists. Okay, so people that want to get downtown for their day job, the network that we have is actually pretty good. I mean, in large part, thanks, we've had the NCC pathways for obviously many years that we've been able to leverage and to work on. But we haven't really done enough yet to build those local networks so that people can safely use a bicycle to get to the grocery store, to get to school, to get to the playing field, whatever they want to get to. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Neil. And I know in between this phase 1 and then the next phase 2, certainly on our side, when we started to get more details about kind of what's in, what's out in the TMP as we move along, that's something on the Capital Ward side anyway, we've been engaging with staff on and want to have a further ward consultation with everybody here. So appreciate your input and obviously active on this file, and thanks for being here. Thanks, Chair.
Great. Councillor Plante.
Oui, allô. Vous avez mentionné qu'on n'est pas prêt pour voter sur le nouveau plan pour la transportation. Est-ce que ça, c'est votre opinion ou c'est un fait?
Well, that's certainly my opinion, that I just don't think that you have the information I don't think you've been provided with the information to make an intelligent decision on it. Now, if you disagree with it, then that's your choice, but.
Mais vous savez que j'ai un mandat pour voter pour. J'ai été élu. C'est notre mandat pour voter pour ces sortes de décisions et ces sortes de documents.
Sure. But the question is, do you have all the information you need to make an informed and intelligent decision? That's where I'm questioning whether you have. It's obvious. I'm not saying it's obviously your mandate to make that decision. But do you have all the information that you need to say whether this is the right list? I mean, we're talking about 25 years. We're talking about establishing a priority list for 25 years. For people in the active transportation community, this is obviously incredibly important, right? These are the projects that we will be doing over the next 25 years, in theory. I mean, of course, I'm not sure that the plan will survive that long, but in theory, this is what we're establishing. And so, do you have everything that you need to be able to make that informed decision?
Moi, je suis de l'opinion que oui, j'ai les informations pour non seulement voter pour le projet, mais pour bien gérer les projets dans mon quartier. Mais je vous laisse avec vos opinions. Merci.
Great. And the final question from Councillor Johnson.
Good morning. Thanks a lot, Neil. Nice to see you. So I just wanted to parse out exactly what actions might be taken based on your delegation. So am I to understand that because I actually have a few questions on public consultation moving forward, because, you know, my background's in civic engagement. So I might disagree with you in the sense that we don't have enough information, given that we have been meeting with staff regularly and there was an extensive consultation process where you could drop pins everywhere you wanted. And I actually found that really interactive and engaging. But moving forward, I think that's where I'd really like to land. So I appreciate what you're saying. Geo-Ottawa can be difficult to use. And I think Teresa, now, pardon me, Teresa, if I put you on, I think you did like a little Geo-Ottawa public meeting, like how to use Geo-Ottawa, and like 2 people came or something. It's on YouTube, and, you know, we can all use it if we want. But anyway, so Geo-Ottawa being a bit like opaque and maybe not, you know, the friendliest way. So what you're suggesting and what we could take forward is maybe more of like a paper PDF version of overlays that people could look at ward by ward. Like you're thinking that might be a useful tool. Can I just get that confirmation that that's the core of your ask?
Yeah, no, yes, thanks for clarifying. So that's exactly right. I mean, what if I look at the consultation process over the last number of years, where I think it's been most effective was with those councillor-led discussions that took place a few years back. Okay, they're very open. It was very much a blank slate in terms of where, you know, what are the priorities that people identify. When we're talking about this sort of analysis, obviously a map is the easiest way for people to visualize this and to understand it. So again, what I would suggest is I would love to see a round of councillor-led discussions to members of the community to come forward and say, look, here is a map that's got the existing infrastructure in there. It's got what is planned, what's in the pipeline right now. And then finally, this is what we're proposing as new investments over the next 25 years. Do you agree? Are there things that are missing? And I just want to reiterate that maybe the list that we've got is already perfect. It could be the case. But as someone that cares about these issues and that follows them very closely, based upon the information that I've been provided as a member of the public, I don't have the ability to make that judgment. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. I think that can be really helpful on a go-forward basis, how each of us may consider consulting with our ward in a more easily accessible way for different members of the public. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for coming out today. Our next delegation is Julian Lamarche.
All right. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes, and I believe your presentation is now up on the screen, so feel free to proceed.
Yes, thank you. I can see it. As on the prior on the point of the prior speaker, I do wonder if some daycares are consulted on this, because I remember a daycare walking their toddlers down on Merivale, the busiest portion, the southern portion of Merivale, where it's absolutely so many cars. I wonder how often daycares are consulted on active transportation. So I would like to speak on the policy point 7.4, mainly on the connection of the missing links. And the missing slide up here is showing in blue is how I would get to the if I had own a car, how I would get to the grocery store by car, and in red is how I would have to get there by bicycle to avoid all the dangerous 4-lane roads that we have of Baseline, Maitland, Clyde, and Merivale. And even the circled intersection there, in the brief time that I've tried this route, I've had, when there are cars lining up coming out of the Merivale Triangle, the cars have always turned left right in front of me, even though I had the priority. So I've given up on the Merivale Triangle, and now I'm going to College Square. And you may say, oh, that's fine now. He has access to groceries. He doesn't need a bike lane. But what if I do need access to a store here on Merivale, in the Merivale Triangle? Or what if I do need access to the stores all on the east side of Merivale? I can't easily get there. So we do really need to prioritize connections. And also there's a hook there. The little hook on the left is a weird 4-way intersection where the cross streets don't quite actually align, and I have to pull off an illegal maneuver of mounting the sidewalk in order to complete that crossing of Maitland. And you know, if ever one of the owners, the household owners, decide to park his car wrongly, or not clear his driveway of snow, then I couldn't pull off the maneuver, or perhaps I wouldn't be able if I had a cargo bike. So doing the missing connections is really important. To the north end of here is the experimental farm pathway. Into the south is the Nepean Trail, which are also, if we can connect those two parts, it would be really essential. And I know I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, but Mr. Zlatko is aware of this missing link. And I do find that his consultations have been really useful. And to the point of the prior speaker, I can go all the way to Ottawa East. 80% or 90% of that is bike paths and bike lanes, but I can't even get to the closest grocery store to myself in a safe manner. On a Sunday, going to the Carlingwood shopping mall from where I am, it's 42 minutes by bus, it's 39 minutes by walking, and it's a 10-minute bike ride. But it would involve going over Maitland on a 4-lane road with my kid, and I'm not gonna do that. So again, doing those missing links is really important, and that brings up to my last point. If you're not going to put a moratorium on road widening, which is this so frustrating because we're widening roads whereas I can't even get to my local grocery store safely. If you aren't going to put a moratorium on road widening, then can we at least make it a policy that when we build these dangerous 4-lane roads, that we are automatically putting in cycling infrastructure and safe pedestrian infrastructure that is slightly away from these 4-lane roads? Because otherwise, you're building prisons for carless households. You're building prisons. It is, or at least heaving our mobility to get around this city, if you are widening roads without creating other safe ways to get around. And I'm not talking about just a sidewalk, because I've driven on Carling, and fortunately I was driving slowly, but I remember there was a family up on the sidewalk with a few kids, and one of the kids wandered into the street. And poor lady, she was very busy, she wasn't watching, I think, or maybe the kid was behind, but had it been a faster driver or closer driver, I don't know what would happen to that kid. So we need a safe place for active transportation. Isn't just a sidewalk that is next to the 4-lane roads. Thank you for listening.
Great, thank you for your delegation. Councillor Johnson.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lemarche, pour votre passion et votre délégation. J'aimerais bien comprendre un petit peu plus à propos de votre utilisation de Maitland, parce que je crois que ça, c'est un sujet important à ce moment quand nous avons le MTO qui remplace les SPAN et nous avons besoin de articuler avec le MTO ce qu'on a besoin pour la transport active. Alors, est-ce que vous pouvez décrire pour moi comment on peut imaginer Maitland pour quelqu'un qui n'utilise pas une auto? Quelles sont les infrastructures que vous voulez voir? C'est quoi votre vision?
Ah ben, décidément, ça serait de l'infrastructure de vélo, des voies séparées pour le vélo, pour aller au moins au-dessus du pont. Ça, c'est nécessaire. Je crois qu'il faut aussi faire attention pour le design parce que là, si on descend d'une côte puis on rentre en conflit avec les voitures qui sortent de l'autoroute. Je sais aussi que cette intersection a été un problème pour les étudiants qui se rendent à l'école. Il y avait quelqu'un qui s'est plaint que sa fille s'est fait presque frapper par une voiture qui tournait à gauche pour rentrer dans l'autoroute, je crois. Donc, ça serait aussi des continuous sidewalks pour les entrées et les sorties de ces autoroutes. Et oui, tous les ponts au-dessus de les autoroutes, c'est des barrières au transport actif. Ça divise nos communautés. C'est quoi? C'est Maitland, Woodruff, Pinecrest, c'est toutes des barrières à notre déplacement, au déplacement actif. Et comme j'ai dit, c'est 10 minutes par vélo, mais je peux pas le faire. Je peux pas le faire avec un enfant. Et donc, c'est tout en ce moment, ces ponts-là sont des barrières à notre déplacement. Merci heureusement qu'il y a Woodward pour aller en dessous de la 417, mais même se rendre là, je dois encore utiliser Maitland pour me rendre là quand je pars moi-même.
Thank you very much. And I'll just make note again for our council colleagues that right now the LRT station at Moody is on the north side of the Queensway, and we have a whole community at Bell's Corners that do not currently have an active transportation link currently funded. It was added in Catherine Kitz's fabulous technical amendment, and so it's in there, but we are going to have to figure out how to pay for it. And otherwise, we will have whole communities of people that may choose not to use this LRT that we're building on the north side. So that north-south connection will be essential. Thank you. Oops.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Julia. And again, I think to really understand the need for better active transportation, I recommend that anyone cycle with a child on the back of your bike or dragging behind you in a trailer, because yes, it really can be terrifying. I'm just curious, if you can't safely bike to the grocery store, how are you getting your groceries now?
Well, we're going to College Square. So we are actually getting, which is further away, we are getting our groceries. We're fortunate we have that choice. But as I mentioned, what if I needed to get to a store that was in that triangle or on the east side of Merivale? I can't really, maybe I can do a detour via Cordova, but then Cordova is not accessible in the winter. I can't go through the park. But I can't get to that triangle. There's no way I can get to that triangle safely.
So does your family own a car, or are you completely using bicycles and public transit?
We are completely carless, and before, and everybody's complaining how life is expensive. So if anybody's rolling her eyes and saying, "Oh, that's irresponsible," but it's, we're fortunate enough that we don't need a car to get. And if we do want to go this route, that is more. If the city does want to increase active transportation, we need to close this link. And of course, getting people, keeping people in cars is not a fiscally responsible choice for either for our wallets or for public treasury.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much. And I think, we'll probably hear more from Councillor Devine and Kavanaugh, but I've learned a lot from my councillors colleagues from older suburbs, aka outer urban wards, and it is a real problem. There's some mention of a retrofit program in the master plan, but it's unclear to me how it'll be funded. And right now, we're getting some of those infrastructure improvements downtown because we have sewers that were built in 1900. So when they rip those up, they're able to put in the active transportation facilities. But there's just such a demand that, we can't just be waiting 100 years for sewers to be replaced to make those streets safer. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. And Julien, thank you for your presentation. I don't have a question for you, just as much as a comment of that. I very much appreciate that you're bringing that perspective to it. And I think that what you have brought is reinforcing the need for greater civic engagement over the next few years as we prioritize projects. You zeroed in on the Merivale Triangle, which is right at the heart of my ward. And currently, the Merivale Triangle is largely just a commercial and retail area, but with the projects that are slated, the development projects that are slated for the Merivale project right now, and which will be constructed within the next 2-3 years, you're looking at easily 2,000 more units being added into a very small footprint. And so any kinds of safety issues that you have at the moment are only going to be exacerbated over the next few years. So I very much look forward to the opportunity to please continue sending your concerns and ideas, Julianne, and with staff that will make sure that we can prioritize safety issues in that area and any other area where there's such large amounts of development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Julianne. I actually, when I first moved to Ottawa and lived with 2 children under 3, I had no car and I lived in that area. So I really understand what you're doing. And I have a bike trailer, which I still have. It's falling apart, but I still have it. And frankly, I use sidewalks a lot of times because I had no choice just to get across the street to the store. This is part of the passion I have for wanting to change things because not everybody lives downtown, and we need to have those networks everywhere. So I appreciate your delegation, and I think it adds to the conversation big time. This is what we're looking for. This is what we're trying to change. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. And seeing no further questions, thank you for your delegation today. Next up, we have William Van Geest, and we do have a presentation. William, you're no stranger to this place. The timer is on the screen and your presentation should be up momentarily. Oh, no presentation. Sorry, looking at my wrong sheet.
Right. That was a surprise to me. I was looking forward to
please proceed.
Karaoke. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee, for the opportunity to address you. I'm doing so on behalf of Ecology Ottawa. It's been a tough few days for people walking and biking in Ottawa. Last Wednesday, a driver hit 2 people in Manotick, killing one and seriously injuring the other. On Saturday, a driver hit a person biking on Kinburn Side Road who had to be airlifted to the hospital. Yesterday, a driver hit a man in Westboro, sending him to the ICU, and I realized I missed one on Friday, actually. A driver hit someone biking at Island Park in Iona on Friday. This leads us to wonder, why is safety nowhere to be found in the TMP's cross-cutting policies? Is anything more important than preventing people from harm? Certainly, experience with Ottawa's transportation systems gives the impression that traffic flow, and specifically car traffic, is the priority, and injury and death is simply the cost of doing business. How can the City of Ottawa seek to become, I'm quoting here, North America's most livable mid-sized city, yet still tolerate people being seriously injured and killed on our roads? Other North American cities have eliminated serious injuries and death. How is Vision Zero not our first cross-cutting policy? Prioritizing safety is important not only to prevent people from being killed, but also to induce people to travel by more sustainable modes. Why? Because the most sustainable modes, that is, walking, rolling, and biking, are also the most vulnerable. People know how safe certain trips are by these modes, and they simply won't take trips that are too dangerous. This is, of course, another reason why an ecology organization like ours advocates for Vision Zero and active transportation generally. Emissions from transportation compose 42% of all greenhouse gas emissions in our city. The quickest and best way to meet our climate targets of eliminating greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 is to make it safe and comfortable for people to walk, roll, and bike in our city. To do this, we must not only accommodate sustainable modes, but prioritize them. In what follows, I'll make a few suggestions to that end. The list is that I've got is extensive. This is a mere selection. First, the city should impose a blanket 30-kilometer-an-hour speed limit in all residential areas. As I mentioned earlier, it's automobile speed that kills people. A blanket limit would also simplify things. No one need guess what the limit is in a given neighborhood. Second, we need to investigate all collisions that involve serious injury or death and act on any recommendations that such an investigation produces. Third, we need to improve our intersections, which we know are high conflict for people walking and biking. Protected intersections are an important step in the right direction, but too frequently, we widen roadways at intersections. Policy 9.5 states that, I'm quoting, the city will avoid widening streets beyond 4 mid-block general purpose lanes. 4 should be the maximum of any type of lane, general purpose, turning, or otherwise. 4 lanes are already perilous for able-bodied people walking, rolling, and biking. How much more for people with mobility challenges? And when there are even more lanes than 4. Again, many will simply avoid the intersection outright. We must also ban right turns on red in the downtown core, inner urban, outer urban transects, as well as in villages. Doing so eliminates a substantial proportion of possible conflicts at intersections. Slip lanes must be banned and removed across the city. Slip lanes prioritize vehicle speed over safety, and they take up precious urban space. Shockingly, the TMP contains no mention of slip lanes. The city considers on-street car parking a traffic calming measure, but parking blocks people from seeing car traffic and vice versa. Imagine, for example, a child passing between cars. And it also poses the risk of dooring for people biking. Why are we prioritizing the storage of private property over the safety of everyone outside of cars? The space currently used for car parking could be used for so much else, whether biking facilities, trees, or patios. I want to strongly encourage the city to employ tactical urbanism, that is, quick, inexpensive modifications to the transportation network. The urgency of Vision Zero and the climate emergency demands urgent action. Yet, the flexibility of these interventions also permits modification as necessary. There's much more, of course, I could say about the TMP, but it looks like I'm running out of time. So I thank you once again.
Great, thank you for coming out today. Oh, Councillor Troster.
Hi, William. Nice to hear from you again. I just have a question because I know you're also involved with Bike Ottawa. I know the city has its own list of dangerous intersections, sort of, list of shame of the worst ones that are priorities. Do you or Bike Ottawa or Ecology Ottawa, do you maintain your own list? Do you have some suggestions of some key areas that you don't see addressed in the list of proposed projects?
Right. I think the real priority is those 30 high volume intersections in the report. I think it's 2021. From my standpoint, I think I would just start with the ones that are very inexpensive and go through the list. Some of them are a matter of a couple $100,000. There's no reason I can tell why we wouldn't just knock off some of that low-hanging fruit and work our way through those. I know some of them occur in renewals that are being scheduled as well, so those will be taken care of that way. But yeah, some of the intersections on that list are really low-hanging fruit, I think.
Thank you. And I think also your presentation points to an issue that I'm going to ask staff about, which is when we have arterials like Kent Street in Centertown that are essentially a 4-lane highway through our downtown. It's not up for renewal anytime soon. There have been accidents and people hit. There's 2 schools on either side of it. And right now there is no existing program where I can implement any changes on Kent Street. And it needs to be made into a complete street, and it's wide, and we know that it needs to be. But whether it's through temporary or permanent traffic calming doesn't count because it's an arterial. And a complete renewal is not in the future because it's a relatively new, you know, the sewers are relatively new. So it puts us in a really tough spot. And that's going to be one of my questions to staff on what our options are for funding those kinds of projects. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. If I may speak to Kent, I actually live about 15, maybe 20 paces from Kent. So I know it pretty intimately. You know, Kent and a couple of the other one-ways through the downtown, whether it be Metcalfe or Lyon, or O'Connor, of course, has the bikeway. They would really benefit not only people trying to get around, but the communities that live around these arterials to be calmed. You know, a great way would be to restore two-way use of them rather than the one-way, which of course the city has been talking since 1972, as I recall, about doing that from Metcalfe and turning it into a great boulevard. But you know, other options exist. You know, beyond adding active transportation and protected bike lanes, as was done on Bay, which is obviously a great improvement. Timing the signals there, the traffic speeds on Kent are I mean, absolutely outrageous. That's a simple problem to solve, especially on a one-way. Just time the signals so that you can't actually drive past the posted speed limit. So, you know, at the moment, yeah, Kent is completely hostile, and there's tons of people walking around. Even hijinks is around the corner from me. There's always people. You know, the sidewalk space is completely inadequate. We just haven't made the space for people there, and we haven't made an environment that's safe for people to be in.
Yeah, something I found really interesting were the equity considerations that were written into the TMP. So congratulations to staff on that. And specifically this concept of mobility poverty, which is actually not a term that I'd ever heard before. And knowing that hijinks is on Kent, and when I door knocked, it's a lot of Ottawa community housing and CCOC housing there. So you have folks, you're more likely to have families living there, low income folks, then they don't have a safe place to cross the street. So, and they have a lot of pollution and a lot of car traffic right in front of them. So we call it an arterial, but it's also very much a residential street. So thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation and your participation.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Plante.
C'était juste un commentaire, William. Je voulais juste remercier toi et ton groupe. Je lis souvent vos infolettres et vous êtes souvent en communication avec mon bureau et j'apprécie beaucoup le travail que Ecology Ottawa fait dans la communauté. Merci.
Merci à vous, conseillère.
Merci, and thank you very much for your delegation today. Next up, we have Cassie Smith with a presentation. We'll load that up right now. Hi, Cassie. You got 5 minutes. The virtual floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for having me here today. So my name is Cassie Smith, and I'm speaking today on behalf of School Streets Ottawa. School Streets Ottawa is a coalition of local volunteers, along with supporting organizations who are advocating for kids to have healthy and safe ways to travel around the city with a focus on trips to and from the school. Next slide, please. We are pleased to see that the draft Transportation Master Plan includes many policies that support our goals and recognize the ways that children have unique transportation needs. We are particularly interested in the suggestion of piloting school streets. This is an initiative that we feel is central to safe and active school transportation. A school street is a temporary, exclusive walking and cycling corridor established during pickup and drop-off times to allow children use of the road on the immediate approach to a school. These can be set up with temporary barricades and volunteers, or more permanent installations like those pictured here. Next slide. School streets have immense benefits for children. These are spaces where kids are safe from the threat of motor vehicles, which as of 2019 was the leading cause of child death in Canada. They reduce air pollution, which children are particularly vulnerable to, by 40 to 60%. They reduce noise pollution, an often under-examined health impact. They also increase healthy physical activity. Currently in Canada, only 28% of children get the recommended 60 minutes of activity per day. And school streets have been shown to provide social connection and greater independence. And all of these benefits translate to better learning conditions for children. And there are also benefits to the entire community. School streets lead to fewer car trips. Data from one school in the UK showed that a school street led to a decrease of 96,000 car trips per year. With fewer car trips, there is less congestion and pollution. And as kids learn these habits, it can lead to better health and climate outcomes for decades to come. Next slide. It is no surprise that with all of these benefits, school street initiatives have been implemented and accelerated in cities around the world, including many of our peer communities in Canada, such as Vancouver, Montreal, Kingston, Mississauga, Hamilton, and Markham. Next slide. You may have noticed that these benefits completely align with all the priorities of the TMP to meet diverse mobility needs, to promote better public health, to improve safety, to reduce automobile dependence, to integrate transportation and land use, and to protect the environment. We believe that there is nowhere that these priorities are more important than at our schools. Here's one in Ottawa: benefiting our youngest and most vulnerable residents and leading the next generation to be able to live in alignment with the guiding principles of this plan. Next slide. So what I don't understand is why, with this long list of benefits, proof from other cities, and complete alignment with TMP priorities, Ottawa is only considering a pilot in a plan that is meant to outline the next decade or more in the city. Policy 11.2, prioritize active school trips, includes programs and collaborations that can be pursued to encourage active trips to school. This is not prioritizing active school trips. Prioritizing means putting first. To put kids first would require much more than possibly pursuing programs or pilots. When School Streets Ottawa conducted a survey before last fall's election, a majority of the council members who won the election, including many of you here today, told us that you supported a citywide funded pilot. We need your help to make this happen. Next slide. Schools and the trips that students take to get to them touch the entire city. They are not limited to the block surrounding a school. So in addition to suggesting a stronger pursuit of school streets, we want to acknowledge some important measures, timelines, and funding we feel are missing in this plan from the perspective of safe and active travel for children. Next slide. For example, we would like to see a true Vision Zero strategy, retrofits for existing neighborhoods without sidewalks, immediate action on speed limits, low speed design, and traffic calming, intuitive and automatic green lights for people walking and biking near schools, reliable and frequent transit that enables parents, guardians, and older students to leave the car at home as they make walking and biking to school part of their daily trips, and many of the other issues addressed by previous delegates today. To reiterate, it is reassuring to see thoughtful consideration and inclusion of children in schools in this plan. However, we believe the city can and should act more decisively on these important measures. Next slide. School Streets Ottawa regularly hears from parents who want their kids to be able to travel to school safely. Now is the time to make a clear commitment to a School Streets program and other enhancements that will make Ottawa a safer and more enjoyable place for kids and their families to live. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your presentation, right down to the final 4 seconds. Great job. Councillor Kavanagh and Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, Cassie, for the presentation. I was a school board trustee for 8 years. And one of the things I always wanted that I was promoting was walking to school. And even though to have a walking school bus where there was an alternative to taking a bus, especially when there's a busy street involved. So I like the idea. But one of the issues I have, and especially as a city councillor, is the fact that it's parents dropping off kids that tend to be one of the biggest hazards. And so the idea of blocking off in front of the school is not a bad idea. I think right now is that it's a walk-a-block program, and the schools are promoting that, encouraging parents to walk a block to drop their children off. So I think there's a education process too for the parents to understand the safety issues as well. I don't know where that fits in. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, well, some of the pilots that have taken place in other Ontario cities, they've looked at the impact to traffic, and they find that traffic in the area, like in the complete area around the schools, decreases. More of the families are choosing to walk and bike when they see others doing it, when they feel safe doing it, when all of the missing links and other connections across the city enable them to do it. I think it would be valuable for the city to talk to parents and understand why they feel like they need to drive their car. I spoke with a fellow parent at a school, at my school, my kids' school, and they drove their kid to school because to get to Carleton University, which is about a 1 kilometer from the school, would take an hour and a half by transit with the RT or with the route 2 detour. So that's why people are choosing to drive, because our city has made it so that that is the best option.
Okay. Well, anyway, so there's lots of education process in it as well, but I'm very enthusiastic about it. My own kids walked. Yeah, at first they had to go to a school with taking a bus. That's a big factor too. It's actually cost saving if kids could walk, but it's not always straightforward. But I appreciate it, and I think that just blocking in front of the school whenever possible is not a bad idea. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Cassie, thank you for your presentation. I kind of love the fact that this is what you do with your time. I know that the issue of school safety, dropping kids off, picking them up takes up easily a quarter of the casework in my ward. I know that with regards, and I'm a little bit familiar with the school streets program. I know that one concern in my ward is that so many of the schools are on either on arterial roads or on main corridors, which makes it a really problem to close it off. But on the issue of your delegation here today and how it pertains to Transportation Master Plan update, and you had mentioned that the goals and mission of School Streets Ottawa is aligned with much of what the TMP update is looking to see. But in the aims of supporting what it is that you are trying to advance, can you identify in the Transportation Master Plan update what are the gaps that you are seeing that you would like to see changes on, or what are the kinds of initiatives that could be reflected in the TMP update that could help satisfy your mission?
Yeah, I think primarily that would be seeking to commit to a pilot, commit to funding for school streets. It has been, as I said, proven in other places like Ottawa, not just in Paris and the Netherlands, in Kingston, in Markham, in places that have a similar built environment. And just also thinking about children and all of these policies. I noted, I think in four of the previous delegations, that children were raised as one of these issues that is a barrier for many people, or a concern in how they choose their transportation. I think that needs to be more widely reflected and addressed in the TMP.
Thank you.
Councillor Paul.
Oui, bonjour. J'aimerais juste savoir si c'est possible que vous communiquiez avec mon bureau après aujourd'hui parce qu'on a un enjeu avec un tri des bois à Vanier et j'aimerais que vous fassiez cette même présentation avec les parents là-bas.
Je pense que vous répétez un peu lentement.
Yeah, no problem. I was just wondering, is it possible I can reach out to you after today so we can have a chat about Tri des Bois, which is a school in Vanier? There's a lot of similar issues, and I think this presentation would be super beneficial for the parents in that area. Thank you.
Please, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much, Cassie, for coming out today. Seeing no further questions, we'll move on to the next delegation. We're almost at the halfway mark of delegations, folks. Patrick Monroe. And there's a video to go along with the deputation today.
Hello. You don't have to watch the video today. It's just for your record keeping, and watch at a later date. So,
and we've logged that correspondence as well. Excellent. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee. Hello, my name is Patrick. I do have some links to community associations within Ottawa, but today I'm here representing myself. I moved to Ottawa 7 years ago for school, and I stayed for the community and the love of the city. When I move around by active transportation, I see children playing in the streets. I hear old folks out for a stroll chatting with each other and dogs getting tangled in their leashes. I smell poutine and beaver tails. These are all experiences that are hard to capture when you are in an automobile, and is really best experienced on foot or on bike. I was actually debating canceling my delegation today. I have work obligations. I had another appointment that I had to cancel. And frankly, speaking to council for the first time is not the easiest thing. But something happened to me yesterday that forced my hand and drew me in here today. That was, I was hit by a car on my bike yesterday, and it was a very traumatic experience. The driver had little concern for my well-being or that of my puppy who was in the rear basket at the time. This happened when I was at the Sharrow section in front of the Rideau Center, the newly implemented bike infrastructure, and somebody decided it was best to race past me going up to a red light and clip my handlebars. And thankfully, I managed to stay upright. But if it was an inch or two the other way, or I was a less skilled cyclist, I definitely certainly could have gone down. It scares me because, you know, these people, like, I could easily not be here today. I could, you know, someone would have to call my mother and tell her that she lost her son, in addition to other family members that we've lost in the past. You'd have to call my partner, the love of my life, and tell her that she no longer will be able to be with her partner. So intentional or not, the point of my delegation is that road violence is a fact and it's prevalent on our streets. You know, I'm fortunate to own a car, so I have the choice to choose multiple options, but many people do not. And I know that there are good drivers out there, but people make mistakes. And it's the job of this committee to ensure that those mistakes are not fatal. Okay, so how can we accomplish this? I have three main points that I'm going to discuss on what I would suggest for the transportation master plan. The first of which is to use quick implementation active transportation infrastructure. It's really not enough to wait until there's resurfacing done. We have cones, we have paint, we have ballers, we have curbs. These are not overly expensive things. They could be implemented quickly, where council could then take a new design, try it out, get feedback, and see if the community likes it or not. Plus, then you can get infrastructure that fits local context more specifically. My second point to add to the TMP would be like mandatory traffic calming in the downtown. This should be a priority when looking at every street, and it should be the #1 goal. It cannot be traffic flow. It cannot be other metrics you're going to be using. It has to be the people who live and work and enjoy the area have to be kept safe at a primary goal. And my last point of action is to add mandatory levels of funding in the TMP language for percentages of the budget. Perhaps you can take budget from other areas and reallocate it, but I think it's important to have specific percentages and specific targets on what you're going to, the level that we're going to reduce fatal and injury impacts to. So that way, if there is fluctuations in budgets, all modes of transit are impacted equally and one is not impacted at the expense of the other. So, you know, I have lots of ideas of how to improve things that I see in our communities. And if anyone would love to chat with me off the record or, you know, offline, one-on-one, I have full of ideas, but honestly, there's so many to fit into 5 minutes that I need to be concise and I need to give you clear and concrete actions. So in conclusion, to end road violence in our city, whether intentional or not, we must use quick implementation infrastructure to fix missing links. We must experiment with more traffic calming, especially in high conflict areas. And we must set specific targets for funding and incident reduction numbers and metrics in the Transportation Master Plan. The Transportation Master Plan contains some great ambitions, but I want to see more tangible action items and adaptable transportation policies to protect vulnerable road users. I've made a logical appeal to you, and I will now make a bit more of an emotional appeal. What if you were in the situation where you were taken on our roads early? What would you tell your kids? Is it important to inconvenience some others slightly in order to save lives, or was your life less important to save a driver 15 or 20 seconds? It's truly a fundamental issue, and if we want to make cities livable and enjoyable for all, then this is something that has to happen. And I hope over the next 25 years, thanks to city staff and the hard work they've done, that we can pull this off with some good policies today. So thank you very much. I can take your questions now. Est-ce que vous pouvez demander votre question en anglais, s'il vous plaît, parce que je ne comprends pas français bien à le moment. Merci.
Well, thank you for coming out today, and we're all listening. to what you're saying for sure. We have our very professional staff that are highly focused on the road safety action plan as well. And I'm sorry about your harrowing experience, but we're all listening to you today. So thank you. I don't see any questions for this delegation, but you got to start using that hand thing. Councillor Brockington.
Here's my hand. My laptop lost its power, so I'm now offline. Thank you for your presentation. Sorry about your experience yesterday. Very similar to something I was involved in when I was a teenager. If it had been literally inches more, I would have been a hood ornament. But I'm happy you're here today, and I think your presentation was very sound. I think I heard you correctly that you asked for priority to be given to the downtown core, and I may have misheard you in your statement, so I wanted to ask for clarification. But I think that the comment about and these are my words, the low-hanging fruit where we have the high volume or high number intersections where we can make some marginal changes fairly affordable, but can have significant impact, I think is a very important comment to make here today. So I appreciate that. But just on the downtown core, because obviously the TMP touches upon the whole city, urban, suburban, rural, if you could just clarify, that would be great.
Certainly, I'm not necessarily referring to the downtown core. If the high traffic volumes indicate the downtown core, I think, obviously we should prioritize the most amount of people's safety in the least amount of expense. At the same time, we should obviously make cycling safer citywide, or any sort of acts of transportation citywide. Yeah, I just think, like you said, there's low-hanging fruit. If we use quick implementation strategies to try designs, get community feedback, like instead of going through a whole, we need to consult people. Okay, that's of course, but maybe we can consult through experimentation as opposed to people looking at plans and trying to nitpick things, because often when things are implemented, they're not as bad as they seem on paper. And if we can ask people direct feedback from designs, then you can slowly change things over time and tailor solutions to specific communities, as opposed to waiting until we have an opportunity to do something about it. So yeah, the downtown core is definitely, like I live downtown, so it's obviously for me more prevalent, but I think we just need to fix missing links in all aspects of the city just to keep people safe.
Excellent. I'll just finish, Chair, by saying that although I represent an urban ward, we believe that within our residential communities, our infrastructure is actually quite poor. And we look to the downtown core as sort of the area in the city that has significant bike infrastructure. And I'm not saying it's perfect, and I do believe we need to do more in the downtown core, but our deficiencies in residential communities ensure that people can't even commute within the same neighborhood they live in because we don't have that investment. So downtown's important. Residential communities in urban, suburban, and rural areas are important as well. Thank you for your delegations. I appreciate it.
Certainly, yeah. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for coming out. Our next delegation is Alex Cullen. Hi, Alex.
Hello, Tim.
The stick. 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, thank you, committee, for allowing this presentation. I'm here to report on a workshop that was held last Saturday on behalf of both the Federation of Citizens Associations, the City for All Women Initiative, cafes, which are community associations for environmental sustainability, Ecology Ottawa, and the People's Official Plan. This workshop was started when the TMP Phase 1 report, which you're dealing with today, was tabled on March 10. That was a Friday. That was 5 weeks ago. And I am obliged to tell you that the pace of the ability of a community to digest a 157-page report with 75 policy actions, accompanied by another report that has 109 pedestrian projects and 125 cycling projects, and then add on the project prioritization framework, which is going to determine the ranking of projects for the upcoming Transportation Master Plan Capital Project. 5 weeks to allow communities to digest, discuss, come back, and talk to you folks. And today is the day where you're making recommendations on the TMP policy document is insufficient. We don't march to your drummer. These are communities, volunteers, they have lives. They meet, generally speaking, once a month. We try very much to participate. There has been a lot of public input into this document, but we're here to say today with our top 10 recommendations to help improve this document. This document is to affect how people live and travel in their city. So I just want to make you aware that 5 weeks in your world may seem a lot of time. Out in the community world where people have other lives, it's not so much. So just we'll go on to about the workshop. We had 46 people show up, which was great. On a Saturday, we spent all day because this is a large document. We heard presentations on the cross-cutting themes of climate change, inclusivity, equity, and land use. We also had presentations on cycling, on transit, on pedestrian safety, and a separate presentation on the project prioritization framework. Over 100 ideas were produced during that time. And we used an exercise known as Dotocracy to prioritize those particular items. You're not going to hear 100 ideas from me right now. I'm just going to give you the top 10, but we know from the Dotocracy exercise that these are the top concerns. And the number one concern, which coincidentally coincides with what staff have presented to you, the participants very much support expanding sustainable modes of transportation over vehicle use. And one of the tools to help accomplish that is provide a disincentive for parking within our city, make it more costly so that we are using less vehicles and incentivizing people to look at other accessible alternatives. The TMP does talk about intensification around transit areas. We understand that, we support that, but we want to make sure that such intensification includes family housing. It has to be accessible to families. That was an important point that was made at our workshop. I've already talked about the timing of this particular document, but if that came up in our consultation, there must be meaningful public consultation on allocating funding for road, transit, and active transportation projects. So that policy, the project prioritization framework, was a new document. We have not seen that before. You can't shift between transit and road building. We want to have more priority on transit, but certainly the ability for us to comment on those scores. This is it. And it would have been useful to have some more public consultation on that. We do believe, or our participants believe, that we should be promoting other forms of active transportation, the rolling transportation, such as e-scooters and bike sharing. There was a specific comment made about distribution centers, that they should be outside the urban area because 18-wheeler trucks belong outside the urban area. And on complete streets, and I know I'm running out of time, so you're not going to get the top 10, but this is an important issue. Complete streets are favored by our communities, but it's not sufficient to allow them to be built through the retrofitting program. It'll be our great-grandchildren who'll be able to see great complete streets if you follow simply the retrofitting model. You need to devote more resources for that. I could speak much longer on these topics, but 100 ideas. This is the workshop that we came up with, and this is the presentation we're making. I will make sure these comments are forwarded to staff and to yourselves, because I know you're going to make a final decision on the 26th with respect to the TMP. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Perfect timing. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Alex. So I was wondering, with respect to the framework scoring, you touched on that as one of your top 10, but could you expand on what the group was thinking about when they were looking at those frameworks and the scoring criteria? Did anything come up for reflection there?
Yeah, well, besides the fact that we would like to have more time to see, the document was tabled March 10. So unless you went to the website, your communities out there, your neighborhoods out there aren't aware that this document is there and that these are the scores being presented. So that's item 1. But item 2 is you have a scoring system for roads and road widening and a scoring system for transit. So how does transit and road widening balance with each other? Which has the greater priority? Because they're in separate silos. So there needs to be a conversation about what is more important. Can we avoid a road widening by having a transit lane? And you don't have that discussion, that ability to evaluate those projects within the current framework.
Thanks for that, Alex. I do have a couple of questions about how those two relate to each other. There's some other pieces in the document that says there might be a priority, but I would agree that the framework makes it appear like the two are independent from each other. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Just to quickly, I was going to ask what Councillor Johnson asked there. So Alex, I very much appreciate that your group, which is an important group that, met to discuss this for so long. All I really wanted to ask, and I think you mentioned it, have you forwarded to us your top 10 list? Do we have that as a supporting document?
No, because it just happened Saturday, right? And all of us have lives. You will get not only the top 10 list, you'll get all 100 ideas. They are ranked. So you'll be able to see what's more important, what's less important. You will not escape.
All right. Thank you very much, Alex.
Great. And thank you very much again for being so accommodating, Alex. I appreciate it. A great presentation. Now, next, we have John Verbas.
Greetings, everyone. I'm here today. I'm a board member of Action Sandy Hill, responsible for transportation issues for Sandy Hill. But I'm also a co-chair of the FCA Transportation Committee along with Alex. And I'm glad that he was able to present the FCA today because I had to keep my powder dry for some Sandy Hill particular issues. And so I have two very specific things I wanted to ask you today if I could have your help with. And one is on a project in the active transportation plan. And the other one is with one of the policies in the policy document on inter-provincial goods movement. So just very briefly on the active transportation plan, the Cummings Bridge, which is the link between Rideau Street and Montreal Road across the Rideau River, does not appear as a project in that plan. And right now it's a very scary link to try to cycle over. And I'm just finding it very difficult to wrap my mind around the fact that 25 years from now, it will be just as bad as it is today. And I talk to many, many people who cycle in the area, and often they're younger couples. And the couples will say, well, if it's the guy and he's on his own, he'll bike across that bridge. But if they're biking somewhere as a couple, the woman will refuse to go with him. So, and then I'd also like to point out that that bridge really is connecting equity priority neighborhoods. So it's an opportunity to see if the policies that you mentioned in the document have real bite in terms of whether this project can get prioritized or not. So more importantly, what I wanted to talk today about is the downtown truck problem. And I've been involved in this project on this for many, many years. I've been involved in all of the major studies. And there is a couple of really positive changes in the policy document, I think, this time around. One is that it acknowledges that the reason why we have this truck problem in downtown Ottawa is because we don't have any adequate interconnection between the 417 in Ontario and the 5 and the 50 in Quebec. And so we have to force all the traffic over downtown streets. And I think it's important to make that point because that helps to keep our minds open in terms to what might be the best way to solve the problem. But the one thing that I really would like your help with is there's one policy, it really makes me squeamish. It says, the city will review the removal of Rideau Street and King Edward from the city's truck route network once a suitable, safe, and efficient alternative is implemented. And what's scary about that is we really need to know before we make any decision about building some major new piece of infrastructure, how the trucks are going to end up flowing. We can't just try to get a project built and afterwards see what we can do with the trucks. And so, and I say this because I've been involved in all the studies up till now, and I know how complex a problem it is, no matter what you do in terms of how the trucks are going to move around. And so what I'm really asking for is if we could have an action added to the policy document that would read somewhere along the lines of produce a plan for how interprovincial trucks will cross the Ottawa River prior to finalization of a decision on any future hard infrastructure project. I feel like if we don't have that, honestly, I feel as a downtown resident that's been suffering with the drug problem for 50 years, that we might get sold down the river, right? We've finally figure out to build something somewhere. Then we look at how the trucks will change their movement. And we find out, well, we got maybe half the trucks out of downtown and there's still another half still there. And after spending a couple of $1 billion in an infrastructure project, if we don't really solve the problem, to me, that would be a colossal waste of money.
Great. Thank you for your delegation. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, John. I know you have been involved in this file. So if it's okay with the chair, I have a couple questions for you, and then I have some questions for city staff. Is that all right?
If we can hold the questions to city staff after the delegations,
sure.
Just make notes of them and ask afterwards. But certainly if you have questions to the delegation, feel free.
C'est beau, merci.
Merci.
So, John, can you just maybe give a bit of the historic involvement you've had with this file? I believe you are the brain trust, both in Sandy Hill and Lower Town on this file. So I'll let you go ahead and give a bit of your.
Well, I first got involved when the major NCC study happened in 2007 to 2013 of where to build a new bridge. And I participated in all the technical discussions there. And then after that, basically blew up and ended up in a no decision. I was involved in the 2016 downtown truck tunnel study. I was involved in the NCC's recent interprovincial, long-term interprovincial crossings studies. And I've met with all of the MPs, MPPs, mayors that have been around for the last 10 years.
Thank you. Could you elaborate on your concerns about the difficulty of shifting the trucks from King Edward to a new bridge in the east?
Sure. Like when we started to press the consultants in the study in 2007 and 2013 on this, they said, well, even if we had a new bridge in the east end, more than half the trucks would still find it better to go through the downtown. So, of course, that worried a lot of people who live downtown. And then some people said, well, we could introduce, well, actually, there's quite a bit of confusion about whether the city can even ban trucks from the downtown. We can remove the downtown streets from the truck route network, but this doesn't necessarily mean that a truck could never go down the street. So it wasn't at all clear that we have the means at our disposal to force the trucks to use the new bridge, the half of them that would prefer not to. But it was even then said, even if we could do that, a whole pile of those trucks would, rather than go to the new bridge, because we banned them from the downtown, they'd rather go to the Chaudière Bridge. So what are we going to do then? Are we going to ban all the trucks from the Chaudière Bridge as well and have 100% of interprovincial trucks in the region have to go around a detour that they prefer not to make on an East End bridge? All I'm saying is it's a really complicated nut to crack. And that's why I'm uncomfortable with the language that says, we'll think about it after we build something new. We need to be very clear on how the trucks are going to flow as part of the decision-making criteria of whatever project we're going to end up with. And I would feel a lot more comfortable if we had something in the TMP policy document that spoke to that. And maybe could I also add that we also could say, well, the decision about what we're going to build as a solution to this problem kind of rests with upper level government. It's not really in our hands, which is true to some extent. But I also not super confident that those upper level governments have 100% our interests at heart in terms of the downtown truck problem. I think it's Ottawa residents and you guys in Ottawa City Council who have to take the lead in making sure that anything that gets proposed is going to lead to an adequate solution to the truck problem. And that's why I think it has to be in our TMP document. to give ourselves that action.
I just have one last question. Could you just maybe elaborate a bit more on the whole trifecta, federal, provincial, municipal? I know it's a bit complicated at this point.
It's super complicated, right? I think that was basically my last point, right? Is that it's easy for us to say, well, it's kind of out of our hands. The federal government wants to drive something forward here. And while that's true, I think we have to realize that they don't necessarily have eliminating the trucks from downtown Ottawa as a top reason for whatever this project they're going to come up with. And that's why I think, you know, we can't just be a passive participant at their table. I think we have to take a very active role in saying this problem, whatever you propose, you have to explain to us how what you're going to do is going to solve this problem.
So I have one last question. I was just wondering if you could just talk about the effects of having this truck route as a downtown resident. How has it impacted you, your family, your friends, et cetera?
Well, I'm very often crossing the truck route, and it really is. I know a lot of people probably aren't down at Rideau and King Edward very often, and you know the high level number is that there's 2,500 trucks a day. Sometimes it's hard to wrap your brain around what that's really like. But during the mid mornings and the mid afternoons when the truck traffic peaks, because they try to avoid the rush hours, it's 200 trucks an hour. That's a truck every 18 seconds. And more than half of them are tractor trailers. So it literally is a constant parade of trucks. And it really just feels like a ground zero when you're down there.
Merci beaucoup.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Florence. Thanks for coming out today, John. Great presentation. And I think we all feel some level of frustration. Well, we've worked together for over 13 years on this, and it is frustrating for sure. But thank you for coming out. Next up, we have Eileen McGregor. Oh, I see you online there. Great. And if you just click the unmute, there you go. And
there I am. Okay.
Perfect.
Hey.
You're good to go.
Okay. I'd like to, I've been a cycling and pedestrian advocate since the late 80s. And I'm really interested in this, particularly since I worked on the very first cycling plan for the city of Ottawa. And, you know, and have looked at many, many TMPs in the past. I've read the whole document, and there are good things in this document, particularly the climate change related sections. And I'm pleased that someone's finally going to be looking at improving the Hartwell Lock crossing. And I'm also happen to be one of the people for whom this document supposedly is really, really important. I'm a senior, I'm a woman, and I'm also afflicted by arthritis, so I'm also disabled. So I appreciate that. That's very good. But that's about the last good thing I'm going to say about this plan, because I don't think there's been proper consultation on this plan. I think that there's a lot of things that are just, what the heck did that come from? It just sort of showed up a few weeks ago, and I haven't seen this before. I've taken part in every single one of the consultations about this plan that showed up on the Engage Ottawa thing, and I haven't seen a lot of this stuff. And yet you're expecting people to suddenly take it. I think I agree with Neil, who spoke earlier, that you're not really ready to approve the list of projects here, because there hasn't really been meaningful consultation on the active transportation projects. Many of them, I went and took part, for example, in all the pin things here and tell us there where there are important things and comment on stuff. But when you actually were asked to comment on all the possible active transportation plans, you could only comment on 5 projects in each category, which wasn't nearly enough. If you didn't like something, well, maybe I better not comment on this because this one's even more important. So stuff probably got through that people didn't like because they couldn't comment on things. So I think, again, that there's really a lot of concern there. I was also flabbergasted. This is the first time I've ever seen this, to see the presentation today to say that there's not going to be a separate pedestrian or cycling plan. When was this decided? I know nothing about this. I've been waiting for those plans to come forward to actually bring in more comments on that. And instead, what we have are sections in the TMP that are very, very, well, high level, just to be polite about them. There's a lot of things that aren't included in there. For example, just basic things like the level of maintenance on our city sidewalks. We have so many city sidewalks and crosswalks which are really badly cracked, dangerous. You could easily stumble there. And there's hardly any mention in the pedestrian section about fixing those darn sidewalks. And yet that surely is more important to people than anything else about the danger of actually walking on those sidewalks. There's been a sidewalk in my area that hasn't been fixed for 2 years, and it's like this. The difference in the size of the concrete, it's up like this. This is ridiculous. And yet we're not even talking about that. I'm worried also that we're talking here about protected intersections and raised cycle tracks being the preferred facility type. That's actually in the document here. And yet I have really serious concerns about these. I think that the raised cycle tracks are inefficient, uncomfortable, dangerous, especially on hills, and they're dangerous to pedestrians. And yet we're just saying, okay, we're going to put these through as the way we're going to put most of our new cycling facilities through. And there's been no consultation with the actual public about whether those are actually a good design. We have, for example, 2 proposals in section 3.1 for raised cycle tracks on Meadowlands and on La Perriere and Clyde. And I've ridden those roads over and over again. And I can tell you that La Perriere, Clyde don't need them. And Meadowlands, with the hills on Meadowlands, it would be actually actively dangerous to put raised cycle tracks there. And I can go into more details about why. But to do those, I just don't think this is right. I think you really need to go through and don't approve these things today. I think you should receive document 3.1 and not approve it. And you should return the TMP policies to staff to incorporate many of the suggestions, not just made by me, but made by other people, including Mr. Cullen's proposals, to incorporate those suggestions. I think that you have not had nearly enough consultation on such an important document. It's not ready for prime time, and it's time to think about making sure that this actually works. You don't need to improve it with less than 5 weeks of actual time for people to even see this document. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation today. I don't see any questions, so thank you for coming out. Next up, we have Paul Joannis. Hi, Paul. You have
Good
5
morning, Chair, committee members. I'm here today representing myself, actually, although I was at the workshop that Alex talked about earlier today. And of course, I'm associated with the FCA and the Green Space Alliance and the People's Official Plan. And all my comments today will be addressing document 4, so the prioritization document that's in front of you. And my main message right now will be not to approve this document today. It needs more time for debate, for consideration, for consultation with maybe some outside expertise regarding this type of prioritization framework. I believe this approach isn't right if we want to, not only if we want to build transportation infrastructure, but in particular, if we want to build this infrastructure in a way that achieves an overarching objective for this TMP. And the overarching objective for this TMP, which is recognized up front, is its contribution to the greenhouse gas emission reductions that the city must achieve over the next 25 years. This is really the TMP for the climate emergency. And so the framework for prioritization has to take that into account. More importantly, the official plan we advocated for, and for in large part, I think we were able to establish that the official plan has as a central organizing framework climate change and the reaction to climate change and what we need to do, and that has to filter down and be translated in the TMP as well. It was very positive, and I'm very happy to see that there is modeling of the various transportation ultimate networks from the point of view of greenhouse gas emissions in the plan. It's something that the city can do, the city will do, but it's not something that is used enough in the actual methodology for prioritization of the projects. So basically, there's two issues with the methodology that's proposed, that's in front of you right now. The first one is that it's a little bit backwards. And I think the staff presentation earlier did mention the confusion about how the framework was supposed to work as to what was being prioritized when. But basically, it presents to you a process where you start with assessing the needs, determining the needs, then you rate the projects, and then iteratively, then you come up with the ultimate network. So really, it gives the projects as a given. This is a list of things that has been accumulating, not just the last TMP, but from a long time ago. For example, the Alta Vista Transportation Corridor is still in there. It's not the list of projects that is necessarily the list of projects that's going to move you more closely to the overarching objective of this TMP. Really, it should be assess the needs, formulate the ultimate network you need to meet those needs, then assess the projects. So flip that around, I think, at the basic methodology level for this. In terms of the evaluation of the projects themselves, it's a very fragmented list. It really fragments the scoring. Like, it's a pretty complex scoring. In both the cases of transit and road infrastructure, there's a few factors that are rated most, that have the most weight, and then other factors. Although in the presentation they were shown as a group, but they're really individual factors. Each have a low weight. So greenhouse gas emissions has a low weight compared to the other big two. Equity has a low weight compared to the other two. So the 3 or 4 minor factors in a way in terms of weights are in there. I think really all of those factors are important. The problem that you're trying to solve here is an optimization problem. You're trying to get the best possible outcome for all of those factors. They're all important at the same time. What this methodology does is provides a cover for the decisions that will be made. It provides a rationale. It's sort of like, well, the numbers made us do it kind of thing. It has its use, I guess, in that way, but the outcomes are unpredictable. You don't really know. It's almost like when you're rating urban expansion areas, you don't really know how that's going to come out in the end because it's a machine. You turn the crank and something comes out. So it's kind of unpredictable in terms of outcomes, and it doesn't necessarily move you in the direction of your overarching objective. So the basic message here is to rethink that and to change that order and rate your projects according to how closely they bring you to your overarching objective. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any questions from colleagues. So thank you very much, Mr. Jonas. We'll move on to our next delegation, which is Chris Greenshields. See you on the screen. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the Vanier Community Association, the VCA. In April 2022, the VCA provided detailed comments on the draft TMP update, Part 1. The VCA was supportive of the policies outlined in the draft, made many suggestions concerning key themes. But considering now the staff report to committee and the continuing aspirational character of the document, we agree with comments already made by previous speakers about the need for an action-oriented approach with concrete and specific proposals for the implementation of these policies. We look at these policies very much with an eye to our neighborhood, Vanier, designated as part of the interurban transit, 3 traditional main streets, several minor corridors, a parkway designated under the official plan as a scenic entry route, and a location at the heart of the Center East Road network with considerable dependence on public transit and active transportation among its population of 18,000 residents. Montreal Road Revitalization Project is nearing completion. And as already suggested by a previous speaker, we are continuing to work with city staff to achieve its objectives as a complete street. We have found that the achievement of a complete street model has involved many compromises given the limitations of the Montreal Road right-of-way. And there have been many lessons moving forward, particularly in terms of the official plan and this document's policies to promote the reduction of car use in favor of public transit and active transportation. As part of the approval of the new official plan, Council directed staff to review the Vanier Parkway as part of the Transportation Master Plan update, and we look forward to working with the city on this important project. Staff have explained with respect to the Vanier Parkway that Phase 5 engagement on the draft capital infrastructure plan, including results of the review of the Vanier Parkway, is expected to occur in 2024. We note also staff indication that in the interim, the city will continue to leverage any planned road reconstruction to improve pedestrian and cycling facilities on the parkway and surrounding streets. In the VCA's review, road modification agreements, and this also could apply to the Marival Triangle, for example, related to new developments with respect to the Vanier Parkway, Montreal Road, Beechwood, MacArthur, and elsewhere in Vanier also remain key to ensure improved safe pedestrian and cycling infrastructure. We are encouraged that the Montreal Road District Secondary Plan directions concerning the Parkway MacArthur intersection with a view to its redevelopment as a protected intersection will be followed up with a design study this year. During the last term of council, councillors for Ward 12 and 13 also both called for Beechwood and MacArthur to be redeveloped as complete streets. The VCA continues to press the city on traffic calming and safe cycling infrastructure. And this speaks particularly to policy 7.4. We welcome the recommendations concerning such infrastructure projects contained in the active transportation project, including the feasibility study to build a cycling pedestrian underpass at Cummings Bridge. The VCA has also for some time recommended, as already raised by our colleagues from Sandy Hill, that traffic calming measures be taken with respect to Cummings Bridge, both to improve safety on the bridge and its east end at the site of Vanier's planned new gateway and its new artwork. But this is a very highly vulnerable corner with regular vehicle crashes by vehicles descending the bridge. The VCA continues to urge city staff to realign the traffic lanes on the Cummings Bridge and reduce them to 3 to permit a westbound cycling lane to conform with the lane configuration of Montreal Road east of the Parkway and to connect to the new cycling lane on Montreal Road as part of the Montreal Road Revitalization Project. Speeds need to be reduced on Cummings and speed warning signaling should be resumed. Thank you. Merci.
Thanks so much, Chris. Councillor Plant.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Hi, Chris. I just wanted to ask you very quickly if you could talk about the reduction to 30 kilometers an hour in the Vanier area and how this has impacted the streets that you were saying still need to be traffic calmed. Was that helpful?
Oh, very much. It was actually a much faster transformation than we were originally led to believe. And so we're very much encouraged. But of course, our neighborhood is a very densely populated neighborhood. It's going through major intensification, another 7,000 residents in the next few years. So the limits of the 30-kilometer approach does not help us a lot on our many other major roads, which are now targeted under the new major and minor corridors for intensification. So we have been arguing for Montreal Road to its speed limit to be lowered. It's a bit of a racetrack. We have been arguing for the reduction of speed limits from 60 to the Vanier Parkway. Indeed, part of it has now been turned into a very dangerous truck route segment at the most vulnerable areas of passenger and cycling use. And in terms of other streets, it's also been a bit uncoordinated because we're surrounded by another ward, Ward 13, which chose to go 40 kilometers. And indeed, in the initial stage, parts of Vanier, which had otherwise been planned for 30, became 40 all of a sudden. So that's been worked out, and we continue to work with the city on the kinds of road modifications that are needed to actually create the conditions that will support 30 kilometer an hour use, i.e. more friction along those roads. And we haven't had a lot of support in some cases for road modification agreements that would help change that street environment that are part of the 30 kilometer toolbox that the city has put in place.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Chris, for coming out today. I appreciate your delegation. And our final delegation is Miranda Gray.
Good morning, Chair. So I'm Miranda Gray. I live in the East End, but I try and take a citywide view when I comment at council. So there has been great work by staff and by dedicated parties across the city on this plan, but it is not, in my opinion, ready for the motion that you have before you. So my first ask would be that you serrate the motion. I certainly believe that the frameworks and the prioritization section is not ready to go to council yet, but document 1 could be ready to go. My feeling is that the problem with a master transportation plan is it's an uneasy mix between vision, goals, strategies, tactics, and priorities. And that makes it tricky to assess all at one level. I agree with many of the strategies that are along here, but the problem is until I know what the council's strategic priorities are, it's hard for me to believe that the money is going to come to implement these things. The other part that I'm highly worried about is how much feedback the Transportation Committee and Council will get on the Transportation Master Plan's implementation over the 25-year period of its lifespan. Earlier, we heard Councillor Cavanaugh speak about how when she was raising young children near the Maryville Triangle, it was unsafe to cycle. You had a delegate speak to that this morning, and it's quite possible in 25 years, we'll still have someone speaking to that, because we're never going to have enough money to do everything we want to do. So I like that there's a framework to set up priorities, but we need more discussion on that. And from my point of view, I need staff to provide some scenarios of different weighting categories to explain how they got to the weighting they have here. So I'm looking for something like CRA, where they say, these are the facts, here's what you put in your tax form to get the right amounts out. I need something like a worksheet that helps me see if we change the weight of this factor, how it changes the priority on multiple projects. For example, we talk a lot about a bridge, and we won't get really great discussion until there's a location, because then you'll get the people that don't want it or do want it in one place. But I do know that the cost of having it at King Edward as one of our major bridges is basically one person dies every 18 months. They'll be hit or clipped by an 18-wheeler in that section, and they'll be dead. And we as a city have decided that one death every 18 months isn't enough to move us. And that's been true for the almost 30 years I've lived in Ottawa. And that will probably be true for another 30 years if we don't start factoring in deaths and serious injuries into our waiting category. Yes, the bridge is a complicated one because it's tried 3 levels of government at least, probably 6. So it's complicated, but because something's complicated doesn't mean we could ignore it. On a more simple example, we know that there's a sidewalk deficiency, but I'm not sure if you're aware of how long something added as a sidewalk deficiency to the list, how many years it would be till it would get to the top of the list. And that's the kind of information both the Transportation Committee and the Council need to have in front of them when they're making priorities at budget time. So I need some of that stuff to come in here. So it's not just a document that sits on our shelves for 25 years. I also don't say anything in here about when it automatically comes up for review. And again, lots of things are going to change in 25 years. We can't do what we did with our last one, which is keep pushing off the review for a perfect situation. Originally, it was till LRT was out, then it was COVID was involved, LRT was delayed. Yeah, things haven't recovered after COVID. There's never going to be a perfect time to review it, but almost likely to mandate when it has to be done. But I don't quite want to do it every 3 years, but I'm not sure even once a council term is enough. But we're looking at 6 council terms being impacted by what you have here. So I need you to make sure that someone will look at it because none of you will still be here in 6 terms. Thank you for your time this morning.
Great. Thank you for your delegation. I don't see any hands up, but thank you, Miranda, for coming out and speaking with us today. Moving on to the next portion of the meeting, we do have, I believe it's a few motions that are being moved on behalf of Councillor Johnson for Councillor Kavanaugh. We've worked with staff on these. So as we read each one, I'll just want to confirm with staff we're good with it. And then we'll proceed to questions to staff about all motions, all things TMP, and we'll proceed through the rest of the meeting. Thank you. So if we can get the first motion up onto the screen. And Councillor Johnson, please go ahead.
Thank you. So on behalf of Councillor Kavanaugh, I'm reading off the screen. So now I can't see the bottom, Chris, if you can scroll down. Thank you so much. Okay, so whereas the Transportation Master Plan TMP Policy 85 expand the catchment of rapid transit through improved walking and cycling connections to stations is meant to provide comfortable access to stations by foot or bike in less than 10 minutes with low stress routes. Whereas the TMP Policy 6.2 improve and expand the pedestrian network states sidewalks are critical to pedestrian comfort, safety, and accessibility. And whereas the City of Ottawa has invested billions of dollars in an LRT line and expansion. And whereas access and connectivity to LRT stations is considered paramount to encourage multimodal trips based on sustainable transportation. And whereas the TMP states new active transportation shortcuts and infrastructure upgrades will be identified and pursued to increase the number of destinations reachable by walking and cycling from rapid transit stations. Therefore, be it resolved that the following language be added to Policy 8.5. There will be a designated walk route to LRT stations, including sidewalks on at least one side of local streets and on both sides of the street for arterials, major collectors, and collectors.
Great. And staff, quick comment on that?
Yes, that motion is workable.
Great, thank you. And we'll move on to the next motion.
Whereas the TMP outlines priority equity neighborhoods in Annex A. And whereas the TMP Policy 2.4 accelerate investments that benefit priority neighborhood states that the TMP will pursue a more equitable transportation system and combat mobility poverty through investment in streets, sidewalks, the public realm, and other transportation improvements in the neighborhoods with strong equity concerns. And whereas TMP Policy 7.1 prioritizes the creation of safe, comfortable, direct connected routes, and whereas the TMP priority equity neighborhoods are flagged in the official plan objective for 15-minute neighborhoods. And whereas residents in priority neighborhoods are less likely to own and drive cars and rely on transit, walking, and biking to reach their destinations. And whereas Carling Avenue is a high volume road with many amenities that residents require safe access to reach. whereas Carling Avenue is specifically mentioned in the TMP as a high volume road that creates barriers to walkability and bikeability. And whereas Carling Avenue is a major arterial connecting many priority neighborhoods, including Bayshore, Britannia Woods, Michelle Heights, Eva Taylor Court, Winthrop Court, and Regina Towers to amenities. And whereas Carling Avenue is designated to be a major transit priority corridor and as such will need separated bike lanes to ensure the safety of people on bicycles. Whereas Carling Avenue's reconstruction, whereas Carling Avenue's reconstruction to ultimately include segregated cycling facilities will likely be implemented in phases due to its significant length. Thank you. Different land context, varying redevelopment opportunities along the corridor, and that interim measures for cycling improvements could be part of the toolbox. Therefore, be it resolved that consideration be given to prioritizing active transportation improvements for sections of Carling Avenue that connect equity priority neighborhoods.
Great. And quick comment from staff on that one?
Yes, we can work with that as well.
Great. Thank you. On to the next one. Teresa is really loading us up here today. This is good.
She's paying attention. Whereas the Transportation Master Plan Policy 6-6 delivers supportive winter maintenance and asset renewal and policy states year-round maintenance of pedestrian facilities is a key factor, in encouraging more walking in Ottawa. And whereas Policy 7-8 enable winter cycling states, significant winter cycling mode shares can be achieved where safe, comfortable cycling facilities are properly maintained and kept clear of ice and snow. And whereas Ottawa has seen significant growth in winter cycling trips over the past 10 years, and whereas the National Capital Commission Pathway Network forms a critical part of the City of Ottawa's active transportation network, and whereas winter maintaining the NCC multi-use pathways supports Policy 6-6 and promotes active commuting all year long, and whereas the TMP emphasizes the importance of active transportation connections to LRT stations and other key employment nodes such as the Department of National Defense, and whereas the NCC has previously given permission and provided funds to the city for winter clearing in areas of the city, for example, the Queen Elizabeth multi-use pathway, the Colonel By multi-use pathway. And whereas more recently, the NCC committed to providing permission to winter maintain the connection on Regina Street to the new Lincoln Field station. Therefore, be it resolved that city staff continue to work with the NCC and other stakeholders to improve and expand the winter cycling network where practical, including inter-provincial crossings, and in particular connections that facilitate access to rapid transit.
Comment from staff?
Yes, I've checked this with my colleagues in Public Works, and it is a doable motion.
Okay, great. And last but not least.
Whereas active transportation bridges provide comfortable and convenient connections for people walking, rolling, and biking. And whereas active transportation bridges should not be considered add-on, but an important part of the active transportation network. And whereas active transportation bridges help bring communities together and offer residents connections to new neighborhoods, LRT stations, and amenities. And whereas Policy 5-3 encourage sustainable transportation through community planning and design, state secondary plans and community design plans will identify off-road pathways in areas of new and major redevelopment. Whereas Policy 5-3 also states secondary plan and community design plans will identify active transportation bridges that shorten trip distances. There it be resolved that proposed project O-Train crossing at Highway 417 in Document 3, staff undertake a feasibility study to provide a connection between the communities of Whitehaven and Queensway Terrace North and consider the possible reuse of the pedestrian bridge at the formal Queensway Transitway station for this purpose in consultation with MTO and NCC as appropriate.
Staff.
Yes, Chair, that's workable as well. And may I point out that the title of this motion seems to be similar. It's exactly the same as the one that we previously read. So maybe so that there isn't confusion, that we just speak to this as the Queensway Transitway Station and connection to communities.
Great. Yeah, and we can work out those little hiccups between now and council, I assume. So as long as you're amenable to that. That sounds great. I'll look at the deputy city clerk if we have to change the title on anything, or is this satisfactory?
I believe we actually have, we might have a version control issue, but yes, we'll correct the title to make it distinct from the other, and it does not form part of the motion itself, so we can do that at any time.
Okay, wonderful. Now we're on to the fun stuff. Questions from, first of all, committee members, and then non-committee members. And all of you can always go back on the board, but we will impose the 5-minute rule at a time just to keep it equitable, so everyone gets a turn. So, Councillor Lulov.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. And thanks to Councillor Kitts for her technical motion. Once you get over the mislabeling of the projects in the active transportation list, Ward 1 has 6 projects representing 0.026% of active transportation projects over the next 25 years. That's pretty disappointing. The best solution to congestion in the East End right now is a Brian Coburn-Walkley bus rapid transit corridor, but we don't see that mentioned on the list. And one would expect that in the next 25 years, we'd end up with an active transportation corridor from Cumberland Village to Orleans, but it's notably absent. I also worry about all these projects on the list for new sidewalks. I love sidewalks. We use them all the time. It's the safest way to kind of get around some of the busy streets that we've got in our neighborhoods. Many of the suburban and inner suburban, as Lane likes to call them, areas don't have any sidewalks at all in our neighborhoods. So I'm super glad to see that we're going to be looking at adding these retroactively. But right now, we don't take care of the ones that we have because the renewal criteria is so strict that utterly destroyed infrastructure in rural villages is left to rot. And the first sidewalks that we put in as part of this plan will need a renewal by the end of the 25-year period. So I really worry about that. The document prioritizes certain neighborhoods for investment to enhance active transportation, which I'm really glad that it does, because for the most part, these neighborhoods are built for lower car usage and have amenities within a walkable distance. Why not make it easier for these residents? I think that's a really wonderful thing. But it prioritizes no meaningful investment in active transportation in areas of the city that are not walkable, like suburban and rural transects. So we want to encourage active transportation in car-dependent neighborhoods, but we're not going to invest in it in this plan, which continues this friction between the downtown core and then the outer suburban and rural areas. So this means that those who are dependent on a car today are going to continue to be throughout the life of this plan. So if you want suburbanites and those in rural villages to bike to transit or walk to transit or take transit, you need to make it more convenient for them than driving. So this plan doesn't do that. So is there time to refine this list to ensure that there's more equitable prioritization and that we're able to achieve some of the goals that the official plan lays out, like to reduce car dependency in suburban transects and the rural transects?
Through the chair, our prioritization strategy was based on the overall goals of moving modal share and addressing, for example, in the case of sidewalks, connectivity to schools and other problem spots. So broadly, if you look at the suburban neighborhoods, they do not have as much activity as older neighborhoods do in terms of reconstruction. And so that does mean that we don't see as much of the change in those areas, particularly for projects outside of our plan. So in terms of your point about equity being seen as perhaps the same investment in each ward, this was not a criteria that we had per se. We certainly understand and have covered projects all across the city. But we were not attempting to balance investment equally across wards in terms of the financial aspect of it.
Yeah, no, and I don't want to engage in an argument, but I mean, sure, you're not going to see the kind of walking activity that you see anywhere else if we don't provide the facilities for them to walk, right? You're not going to see that kind of demand for active transportation in an area where infrastructure doesn't exist. So, I mean, it would be nice to continue to have this conversation to see what we can do to increase the ability of suburban residents to be able to engage in active transportation, because they're going to drive if there's not a sidewalk for them to use, right? Sorry, Vivi, go ahead.
Councillor, our TMP is to be a living document. So we'll be reviewing it every 5 years. That's the plan. And as needs come up, we will start making a list of these things so that we're not static, and that we are, and one of our directions here is to be flexible. So if we see that there are, or if we hear from councillors, because you know your communities best, where the routes need to be, then we would certainly consider those and see how they fit into our plan for investments as well.
Okay. I think if you spent a considerable amount of time over the course of the last 5 years talking about ensuring that we've got active transportation corridors, especially to, our new LRT stations in the east. So I think I'm hoping that, between now and when this document is finalized, we'll be able to kind of see some of that come to fruition. So it makes we can't say that we want people to bike to transit if we don't provide them with the space to bike to transit. I think that's my point. I didn't like the inference earlier today that we heard that Geo Ottawa is difficult to use. I don't find it difficult to use at all. I think it's a really wonderful tool, and that people can't find a map of these existing connections. If it's all right with you, Chair, can staff provide a clean map, including NCC pathways, so that we can give residents a clearer picture of the totality of the active transportation network within the city limits, along with the proposed enhancements as an overlay in preparation for discussions on refining this list? I think that I don't think we give ourselves a really clear picture. We don't give residents a really clear picture of how much active transportation infrastructure that we actually have in the city if we don't include those NCC pathways. Like think of the kilometers and kilometers of pathway that we have along SGM, that we have along the Ottawa River pathway, that we have along the canal, through many of our wards. I think that kind of having that, whether it's in a different color or not, so that we don't upset our, very sensitive federal partners, so that we show the totality of that active transportation network.
Councillor, on Geo Ottawa, the NCC pathways are there.
They are indeed.
Yes, and I'm happy to say that you can also see the active transportation network by ward on Geo Ottawa. And there are different layers, existing, under construction, and as well as planned. And there have been some councillors who reached out to us and asked for maps for their wards, and we have done that as well.
Okay, great. My specific question is, when it comes to this TMP and the proposed list, can we have like a clean, PDF map of what exists now, and then an overlay to show what's proposed, just to make it very easy for people who perhaps aren't as technically inclined as you and I are?
That is possible, but I think we'll look at the technology, because sometimes and the accessibility as well of how we present this information. It may have to be very large so that you can make out the little missing gaps. We'll see what we can do. We'll take that away.
Doesn't it can be digital, something that we can send
digital,
into
okay.
and whatnot, so just to make it easier for people to be able to see.
Sure.
All right, I'll hold my comments at that, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Lulov. Committee member Dudas.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try my video, but if I freeze, I apologize. I'll go off again. I've been excited about the Transportation Master Plan refresh since last term when we were supposed to initiate it. And I know that we got, sidetracked because of COVID and the inability to do the origin destination studies. I did see this particular report and document and what we're being asked to approve here. And I have to say that I'm a little bit confused by what's being noted in it, because I was part of some of these consultations where people were involved in putting the pins in. I've been, we've been speaking back and forth, staff and I, in regards to some of these very key features in Orleans West Innes and throughout the East End in particular that are missing, that we'd like to see. But before us today is a document in particular, that lists a bit of a mishmash of high priority or smaller priority projects that will be included, but there's a whole bevy of other projects that are not reflected in these documents, but you can find them on the active transportation layer on Geo Ottawa. So I guess, and I'll give you the example, Saint Joseph. It's an incredibly integral part of the East End transportation network, part of the Orleans Corridor study. So my question to staff is, where are all these pieces? It kind of leads into what Councillor Luloff was mentioning, is we have so much going on, but you're asking us to approve what's in front of us today. And I'm seeing that more than half of the projects that are going on in my ward are not there. So can you explain what that means?
Chair, I think part of the question that has been asked and by more than one councillor is to get a full view of everything that's underway. And it is true that, for example, there may be a pathway that's being constructed by Stage 2 right now that isn't open. And in the past, you would not have been able to see that in an integrated way on Geo Ottawa. However, we have added that right now so that if the layers were to be turned on for the existing facilities, which can include the NCC, as well as all the projects we proposed, as well as what's called the in-process layer, then that should have the totality of all the projects that we have visibility on, over roughly a 10-year period. So that should capture all projects. Now, the in-process layer is relatively new, so there may be elements that we'll have to chase down different departments to add to it. But I do believe that that's certainly the intent and hopefully covers most of the desire for clarity on that question.
So I harken back to a comment, or maybe two of the delegates had made about, the vision is essential, but it's the nuts and bolts of it that I really want to dig into, that I know that our community really wants to understand. We've been consulted, but I'm not seeing that there. And I do appreciate, Slacko, that you're saying there's different layers and we can dig into it. But the fact is that when I'm looking at my ward, which, very similar to Councillor Lulas, I think we've got 6. We had to fix the ward designations because of the ward boundary change. I think we've got 6, and some of them are such tiny little sections of missing gaps that, to be frank, I'm sure I can find it in my TTCs, but I'm being facetious. But I'm trying to figure out where is the Orleans Boulevard cycling project from I know you mentioned it from Boye, but from Innis to the river. I see it in the crosstown network and the map, but it's nowhere to be funded. And that's going to take years of work to do. So I'm pointing out one. I mentioned another one, Jeanne d'Arc North between Voyager and Paddler. We've got on the Geo Ottawa layer, it speaks about segregated cycling facilities, but I don't see it in what you're asking me to approve here. So I feel like I'm being asked to approve a document that's only half baked and then go back and try to sell it to my community that it's okay. Everything we talked about is still coming. It's going to be flexible. I don't like flexibility in some respects, particularly when we're trying to put dollar amounts to this. And I would almost rather be really upfront and honest with folks and say, listen, we've got major projects. Each ward has these significant projects that we need to finish. It's going to cost us much money. We budgeted it out with the long-range financial plan. Everything else we're going to have to fight tooth and nail to get from either grants through the feds or the province or different ways of doing it. But these are the ones you can count on. And I'd almost rather be able to go back and justify that to my community than say, we've got kind of a mishmash of stuff. I approved it. It's okay. But now we gotta figure out where we're going to fund it. So I'm kind of laying this before staff. I'm having a very difficult time approving at least document 3 in this report because, frankly, I'm just not seeing my community reflected in it.
Councillor, it's the projects haven't been identified for the roads and transit, but definitely as part of this Part 1 TMP. The active transportation network is there before you. And those were developed based on all that consultation and with discussions with each ward councillor. So if you see a project that's not there, perhaps that's then, these motions come forward and we start adding them in. In terms of the funding, that will be part of the part 2 of the TMP, because we have to know what's the different scenarios, what we're going to create the networks for the roads and transit as well. Well, the active transportation is there, and then we'll know how much to invest or where should investments be in which programs. It's going to be a very iterative process, as Jennifer had shown in one of her slides. That's why it's going to take us a while until early 2025 before we can bring that back to you. So then, and before we bring it back to Transportation Committee, there is going to be public consultation, and we will review with each ward counselor as well to look at what's in the ward, what's coming down the pipe for the next 5 years, that kind of thing. And then you'll see all of that. But right now, it's just there isn't any priority scheduling yet. But is the network there? Does it reflect what your residents and what you have said to us? I believe we've captured everything, and where for pieces where we're not so sure that can be done, they'd be listed as feasibility studies so that we can investigate further.
I'm going to pass it off to my colleagues to see there's a long list behind me. But before I do that, I represent a suburban community that has aging infrastructure, and every single project requires extensive amounts of money. We can't rely on development to redo roads, but we need to start seeing those improvements, because people in suburbs cycle. We walk, we have MUPs. We want to get to downtown, but we can't. We'd love to access amazing facilities in other areas of our city, but we can't get there if we can't connect to them safely. So I really do want to make sure that that's reflected in the TMP. And I also want to just quickly mention that I heard the Inter-provincial bridge brought up by 2 of our delegations. And I do want to stress that, while that is solely a federal project at this point, and they have completely kept us in the dark in respect to where they're at with that, and I understand it's a longer process, I do want to make absolutely sure that the city by no means is providing any money or any intentions for infrastructure connections to that bridge, wherever it may end up. Because at this point, I know my community and I stand firmly against it being in the East End, because I do not think it is the solution to what is ultimately a citywide problem. And if the feds are going to build a bridge, then they need to take that into account, that shifting it from one community to another is not going to address the truck or heavy traffic issues that we're facing in the core. So I'm just I'll pass it on to you, Chair.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Committee Member Drews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity today at the committee to discuss this, the massive transportation for our resident and community. But first, I want to congratulate staff. It's really, the document is well explained, and there is a lots of detail in the whole document. And I know some of the highlighted stuff, especially that councillor-driven project, to see them in these documents. I have a few questions and a couple comments, but I probably ask questions concerning first. So we have in our rural community right now, and these are community-driven projects. I know Zlatko's on the call, and I appreciate all the work him and his team did help us throughout the year to making sure cycling is safer. In the rural area, there is challenges. We heard from Councillor Lulav and Councillor Dudas and a few other councillors that'll be talking how it's challenging in the rural area to especially have an active transportation from cycling. But what happened in the last 6-7 years, communities taking it in their hand, and they're building loops. And then in my ward alone, I have right now the Greeley Loop, which is Zlatko has been amazing helping us with this, and the Metcalf Community Association now working on another loop and called the Metcalf Loop. And what those loop does, connect the community together, because to give the kids a safer way to be able to cycle either from school or from park to park, because most of you know that Greeley, I always call it the village that was built by OMB. It was never built by our city staff, and none of the subdivisions were approved. So they were not considering those network. And now those are completed, and it didn't cost. We didn't go through the city. Like some of those initiatives, they were donation. Some of them, they were we connected safe and less traffic route between connectivity. So really, they are already existing. And Metcalf is in the work right now. They applying to some grant through the city. So they're doing all these initiatives on their own. Now, my question, will those loops will be recognized as part of our cycling network in the rural area in the future development and in the future approving of those subdivisions, to making sure there will be priority to connect to those network that the resident and that the community has been really taking pride and building those network?
Chair, the questions that were asked by Councillor Jarouche, first of all, yes, we are familiar with the Greeley Loop, and I believe my colleagues in traffic services did assist with some of the signage around those routes. Within our plan, we do see a need for showing some of these neighborhood routes on the mapping. In addition, there may be certain specific things, as you mentioned, there's been a lot of initiative by the community where there can be some assistance provided through missing links and so on. So those small components can be connected. And so from that point of view, we are supportive and have certainly some of those tools that would be used to support the projects you mentioned.
Thank you, so Zlatko. Do we need a direction to staff to making sure to include those loops or those neighborhood connectivity in that master plan or in this document that we are working on? Or it's something staff has been already recognizing those work without me putting direction to staff or something like that. So I don't want to miss an opportunity. Like I know, Zlatko, you've been great helping us, my community, with both loop. I just want to make sure that they are included in our cycling network.
Chair, I might suggest that we also have an action within the next stage of the TMP to look at what would be greenway links and so on across the city. And that might be the most appropriate place to consider including and hopefully even providing some more guidance where possible on initiatives such as the ones you've mentioned.
Thank you. And I'm very happy with that. If the chair agree on that, Mr. Chair, those are very important loops in the community, and really we're not adding any cost. But in the future, we keep talking about rural connectivity and active transportation, but we need to give them that tools for us to be able. And my last question and my last comment will be, I am in full support of connecting villages in rural area. Really. The roadway are 80 kilometers. And if you look at, there is so many people want an opportunity to find a job in Foodland, Greeley, or go to Metcalf, or from Metcalf to Osgood, not using the car. So I'm hoping I'm in full support on helping and working the community to finding those and meaning that we need to connect those villages together. And on top of that, also I know Zlatko and I work on the project, and it is in the TMP, connecting Kempville actually to the Osgood link that we have, the Osgood pathway, that we invest some money in it in the future. So we have so many opportunity, and I'm so happy to see some of them included, Mr. Chair. But I do have a direction if you need me to prepare it and send it to you, and maybe we can include it in between now and council, or you can accept it as a direction now. So whatever you want, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. We're just reviewing it now, and maybe Vivi, you can comment on it.
Just give us a moment to chat because I just want to make sure. that Zlatko sees it. So just 1 second.
I can go back. I can give somebody else and I come back if you want, Mr. Chair, for the time perspective.
We just need a little bit of time to figure out.
Yeah, no problem.
And I'll give you a quick message when we have discovery on how that should be placed. And thank you very much, Councillor Giroux.
Thank you.
Committee Member Bradley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff, for your presentation today. First, I just want to thank my colleague, Councillor Luloff, for clarifying that we're able to look into getting a clean map for some of the proposed transportation projects that are before us today. I think that the earlier delegate, Neil, made a great suggestion and great points around whether our residents have a full understanding of what's being proposed. I also appreciated hearing that there'll be some flexibility and an opportunity to refine this list as it's proposed. I know I've already had some residents reach out questioning the need for certain projects and the absence of others. So I like that this is a living document. In terms of questions, first, I just wanted to turn to a motion from my colleague, Councillor Johnson, on behalf of Councillor Kavanagh. So this is the one active transportation improvements on Carling Ave. So just a quick question. I appreciate and support the intent behind this motion. I have a portion of Bank Street in Gloucester Southgate Ward that also connects many priority neighborhoods and would love to see more enhanced cycling and pedestrian facilities in that section. So I'm just trying to understand, does this motion give higher priority to Carling, or is it just that as opportunities present themselves along Carling that you'll prioritize those sections that connect priority neighborhoods?
The latter, Councillor.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. The next question I have, so there was some earlier slides in the presentation that talked about focusing on modal shift and a desire to improve pedestrian and cycling infrastructure as projects present themselves. So I just want to understand how this will fit or how it will change existing programs. So one that we've referenced before and I spoke with staff about is I think it's called the Network Optimization Program. And this is the program that optimizes intersections for vehicle movements. So in my community, there is a program right now for Bank Street and Hunt Club, and I've been working with staff on this to see if we can make some changes. But essentially, the program proposes adding a slip lane to facilitate movement of vehicles through that intersection more efficiently. As part of the program, there's also going to be some enhancements to cycling and pedestrian infrastructure, but only where the slip lane is being proposed. And so I've met with staff on site on this project, and we are looking to see if we can enhance the intersection more holistically for pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, not just where we're touching it to add a lane. So what I'm trying to understand is that if we are really trying to enhance pedestrian and cycling infrastructure across the city, how will the policies that are being proposed today affect programs like that in order to ensure that we're not just, it's not an afterthought of we're adding it where we're expanding the road, but that we're looking at that intersection to ensure that it operates efficiently and safely for all modes of transportation.
Chair. Councillor, I'm familiar with that, and I think we've discussed it before. I think this has been an issue of scoping of a project, and the fund that was assigned to that intersection, they may not have the funds to do the other corners. So this is why staff were proposing that to you. It's just where there are changes being made. But I think that discussions are still continuing. So I'm going to leave it to staff to see if they can find more dollars for you to see if that can be done.
I appreciate that. And yeah, staff have been great on this particular project. I guess I'm trying to think more broadly about the policy that informs this program and that ultimately where the funds go. And so if the policy for this particular program is to prioritize vehicle movements more efficiently to extend that life of the road so that we're not, widening all of Hunt Club Road in this intersection, could the policy not be changed so that when we're prioritizing movements, not just for cars, but for all modes, in which case we would be scoping out the project adequately so that we're touching all corners of the intersection?
Yeah. For each project, it's not just one policy that applies. So you'll see multiple other policies that will speak to the other modes that staff or whoever's working on a road project would have to roll in. So that one specifically is probably just about I'll turn it over to Deb to see if she can respond to the policy about the optimization.
So it does speak to multimodal safety and efficiency, and it is a draft document. And so our previous programs. There's some that we might want to go back and take a look at in the next kind of set of projects that are addressed by the network modification program. They would take a look at their existing way of prioritizing projects and scoping them and funding them and see whether there would be changes to align with our new policies. And that's, I think, a good example of where we might redefine some aspects of that existing program to better align with our policies. I also wanted to add that your question also speaks to a kind of a problem we encounter frequently of we're doing a project that has a set scope and a set budget, and it's very difficult to do the things that seem like they should be good ideas to do at the same time if it doesn't fit within the existing kind of program and funding structure. And so one of those actions about in the TMP part 2, kind of setting up a pool of funding that we could use to do more of what makes sense at the time, but that doesn't fit within the existing scope. And this often happens on asset management projects, for example, where road resurfacing really usually has to stick within the curb to curb. We do recognize that there are places where we should try to find the funding to do more. And so that's something that one of those things to be tackled in the TMP part 2 and the funding plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because in communities like Gloucester Southgate, the outer urban transect, it is really difficult to get funding for road modification. So when we are touching an intersection, whether it's for network optimization or another program, if we can sort of scope out a little larger just to make sure that we can get that added benefit, that would be appreciated. My next question, I'm not entirely sure if this is the right place for it, but I'll ask it and we'll see what happens. I'm wondering, how does the signalization of intersections fit into the TMP policies? Is it part of that at all, or is that a completely separate program? And I could maybe elaborate more if needed on why I'm asking that question in this context.
We do have a number of policies that set out kind of objectives and guiding principles across all aspects of our transportation system. And there are a couple that do speak to signal related questions about timings and making it easier to cross the road. For example, there's some discussion of some of the approaches we can take at signalized intersections to reduce pedestrian delays, while also recognizing that there's a lot of different factors that go into those signal timings. So we do discuss in a couple of the policies at a high level some of the objectives we're trying to achieve, but Phil may have more to add.
Well, maybe I'll elaborate more about why I'm asking, and then you can see where it fits. But I have a recent project that I was made aware of a signalizing of an intersection at Hawthorne and Davidson. So it's a busy intersection where people are traveling. Their desire line is to go north on Hawthorne to access the 417 interchange. But Davidson Road is not really the road that we want to incentivize people to use who are coming from the south and going north. They're supposed to take Conroy and then head over to Leitrim. That's the eastern road they're supposed to take, but it kind of does a dip that goes south. So it's sort of counterintuitive to some extent. And traffic is like water. It follows the course of least resistance. So they're coming up Davidson and shortcutting through there to access Hawthorne. And in terms of a TMP policy, I'm thinking, well, if we signalize that intersection, I appreciate that there's a safety concern there, but then we're just creating that desire line that people are going to come up and they're going to use Davidson because they're going to feel safer. And so even more people are going to come up and use that road when we really want to, that's not the network we're trying to create. So I'm just wondering, is there a policy piece here where we perhaps look at, yes, there's a safety piece, and I appreciate that. But if we don't want to incentivize that road, because now we're going to have to make upgrades to Davidson at some point when more people come up there, and that's, the Pine Grove trails are all in there. We're going to have to acquire more land. It's not really what we're trying to achieve. So why would we, from a policy perspective, why would we signalize an intersection and create a desire line that is counter to what we're trying to achieve in our transportation master plan?
So through you, Chair, I think the policies speak to as well impacts of traffic in residential neighborhoods. So within the policy document, there's often many policies that come into play, and so there's policies related to safety and efficiency. There's also policies related to making sure that neighborhoods are safe and comfortable for residents and controlling traffic impacts. And so in those sorts of situations, it's you look at all of the policies that apply in that context, and then it is very much a context specific determination that would be made, balancing these different objectives that the city has.
Okay, great. Maybe I'll take this one offline and speak more specifically about it. It just kind of surprised me because no one in my community has asked for the signalization. I know there are so many other intersections that we would benefit from, and this one's also quite expensive because we have to expropriate some land as well. So I'll take that one offline.
And Committee Bradley, if I can get you to, well, you're never mind then.
Not done, but I mean,
You'll come back on.
telling me
Yeah.
I'll get back on the list. Thank
Great.
you.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. I too will probably need more than one round. So Chris, you can cut me off. I do have a lot of questions. And I'm truly disappointed to say that I have concerns about what's in front of us. I think unlike the delegation who said that we don't have the information, I think we do have the information. I think there's a lot of information here. And we've had plenty of access to staff and we've had briefings. But the concern from my perspective is that the devil is really in the details. And it wasn't until my team and I read all 157 pages of the document into last week and up to and including over the weekend with a lens of, will the projects that are important to my community get realized, that multiple red flags emerged. As I said, I have lots of questions. I apologize. I'll start with some clarification on the presentation and what some of the delegations raised. So as noted, the origin destination study was a significant reason why the TMP was stalled during the pandemic. And I know you said it wasn't needed for part one. So I was hoping you could just unpack that a little bit.
Sure. So the origin destination survey basically provides us with information on how residents are traveling today. So what are their origins and destinations, what modes are used, the time of the trips, the purpose for the trips. It also tells us a little bit about their the characteristics of the people that are making those trips. So the size of their household and where they might work and so on. So from a policy perspective, that information sort of on the detailed of existing trip patterns isn't something that is taken into, I mean, it's accounted for, but not the nuances of it. Really, that's where we come into the next part where we're updating our transportation models and using those models to predict for future travel activity. So they're less, it doesn't inform the policies in the same way that it informs the project side of things. And likewise with the prioritization frameworks, the purpose of those is to really identify the values of the community and the importance placed on different elements of how you might prioritize what gets built first. And so again, information on detailed origin destination patterns really doesn't play into sort of those community values that would be used for prioritizing projects.
Okay, so it was what we're seeing, the policy is a values-based policy and not necessarily how people are moving and what the needs might arise from that information.
So the policy document is really, it takes its direction from the official plan, and the official plan, one of its big moves is that 50% of trips by 2046 would be made by sustainable modes. It also is taking direction from the climate change master plan, which calls for that 100% reduction in GHG emissions. So those are some of the overarching policies and plans that the TMP is taking direction from, in addition to all of the consultation that was carried out.
Okay, I'll circle back to that later. In the As We Heard It report, you noted that sustainable transportation was a major theme, unsurprisingly, but also that traffic congestion and the ability to travel by car was also something you heard. So how did you reconcile that?
I think as you'll see, there's a clear policy direction that space efficient modes of transportation, so transit, walking, cycling, would be given priority in development of the future networks. And so what that means is when we look to develop the future networks and we look at where the demands are and the origin destination patterns in the city, we'll look for transit solutions first. But we do know that there is a very significant amount of growth that's projected through the official plan. 400,000 new residents is a very significant. I was looking, it's approximately equal to the current populations of our suburban communities that exist today. So the plan prioritizes sustainable modes in that those are the options we look at first. But then for residual demands, we do expect that there will be road widening projects. And that's why there is a prioritization framework for transit projects, but there is also a prioritization framework for road and road widening projects, because we expect there to be both types of projects carried forward in the second part of the TMP.
Okay, so would you say that movement by private vehicle is no longer the main priority for the transportation master plan, or is that unfair to say?
I'd say, because again, the target being 50% of trips being made by sustainable modes, we still have 50% of trips that are made by people that are driving. So I think there's a balance that we're trying to achieve here through policies that help us to achieve those official plan targets. They are aggressive targets, given where we are today. So certainly pushing us to meet those targets, but also a recognition that people still continue to drive, and there's a need to accommodate vehicular mobility, particularly in growth areas of the city where there may not even be road connections that exist today.
Okay. I think my concern in the scoring and that prioritization framework is that projects that are related to growth or congestion will stall in a bit of a purgatory, because they will score high when it comes to growth and congestion, and they will score very low on those remaining 45 points. So I feel like it's going to be difficult for those to advance. Am I understanding that correctly?
So the frameworks are going to be applied against similar types of projects. So all of the projects that for the road projects in particular, they're all going to be road widening projects. So they'll be in different parts of the city and they'll be serving different communities. But in general, they're all going to be projects that add road capacity and either improve access or address congestion. They wouldn't be part of that list if they didn't have a very important mobility benefit to be provided to the city. And so you know, they'll all be designed as complete streets. They'll have their active transportation, but it's not a matter of like congestion projects would be scored low, because all of the projects are either going to be congestion projects or access to those new community lands.
Okay, I think that's important clarification. Thank you. I did have the same concern as Ecology Ottawa regarding safety. And my read of the draft is that we are counting mainly on modal shift to address road safety. But I'm wondering if in part 2, will we explore speed mitigation through permanent traffic calming as a means to improve safety, or is that not fit here?
I'll start, and then maybe Deb may wish to jump in. But I think there's a clear policy direction to improve road safety, primarily through the Road Safety Action Plan. And so the details of sort of how that would play out would be through that process. But safety is certainly one of the key elements. And I think it comes through in that, but also in a number of the other policies that speak to you know, addressing gaps in the walking and cycling network and making it safer to cross the road. But Deb,
I'll just add that it is a guiding principle, and we really hold those to be very significant. And although it is not in itself a theme, that's sort of more a document organization question. I did a quick search, and the word safer safety shows up in the TMP policies about 370 times. So it does really span all of the policies, many of the actions. Four of the policies are specifically focused on safety. 6-8, 7-10, 9-6, and 9-10 have safety in their title. When one of those being that we have as a city a strategic road safety action plan that really takes a deep dive on what it takes to reduce fatal and major injury collisions. So we didn't want to replace or compete with that very, very good work that was recently approved by council.
Okay. In the document, there's 38 areas called priority equity neighborhoods based on the neighborhood equity index and mobility poverty. There are no priority equity neighborhoods east of Blair and Innes. and of course I was looking specifically at my ward, but parts of Orleans South and Navan score almost identical to other priority neighborhoods such as Cummings, Searville on the NEI. So I was hoping you could speak to why that's the case.
Sure, I can speak to that. And I will say that we worked with our colleagues at the Social Planning Council who owned the NEI, as well as Ottawa Public Health and some of the planners in thinking about how we can apply the Ottawa Neighborhood Equity Index work by Social Planning Council to our work on infrastructure. And so if you read the details of Annex A, what we were getting at with those equity priority neighborhoods is the 4 categories of the Neighborhood Equity Index that are not kind of infrastructure focused. So I think it was social well-being, culture and belonging, economic health, something about economic development and community health. And so it was a kind of new calculation and a new metric that yielded scores that are, so it's based on the NEI, but it's not exactly the NEI. It's a portion of the NEI that we felt was relevant for the TMP.
Okay, thank you. On that, I'll just note, and I can leave this with you and we can chat about it later, but under the NEI, under physical environment, there are incredibly low scores in my ward, and that has 6 indicators: walkability, transit options, green space, and commute time over 45 minutes. So I think that's an important sort of signal as it relates to the TMP. But we can chat about that, as I said, offline. But I was wondering if we've developed performance indicators so that staff can measure the effectiveness of efforts to improve equity in the transportation network. Is that something that can be created or reviewed periodically?
So one of the actions in the TMP policy document is to develop a framework for measuring equity going forward, and sort of building off of some of the work that we've done already as part of the TMP. As part of our second phase of engagement, we consulted on some maps that were used to identify locations where there were mobility challenges for different equity deserving groups. In the next part of the TMP, we'll be looking at equity as part of our prioritization, and particularly for transit projects, the accessibility for residents in equity neighborhoods. And that would sort of be the starting point for developing a future framework for monitoring and reporting on transportation equity.
Okay, no, that's good news. Thank you. How am I doing on my time here? 30 seconds. Okay, I'll leave it there. I'll come back on the board. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Chair. I actually think what we have in front of us is quite good. So, Chair, I'd like to thank staff for the work on this. So, I think the most important policy piece will do this council, and it actually spans 2 terms of council as well, which makes the consultation and the process a bit more difficult. I know my community has been very involved in providing feedback. The active transportation missing links consultation, Chair, last term was probably the most feedback we've ever had on city policy. And I was glad to see, looking through the as we heard it, that K2S was in the top 3 of response codes everywhere. K2S, the S stands for Stittsville. So thank you to residents in my ward who've been involved. I think the policy document in particular, it's comprehensive, it's clear, and it's jargon-free, and sets out a really clear vision of where transportation policy and planning and integration execution needs to happen. And also, in particular, the transit policy, I think, really supports what OC Transpo has been leading and pushing us for. So that's good. If I had any quibble, is that I still think there's a lot of language that is, well, should versus must, or we should continue to explore, or to the extent possible. And I wish in our policy that we were more explicit and more definitive. On the other hand, I think there's a bit of hedging because we do have to be flexible There is not a one-size-fits-all solution in transportation planning. And I think it recognizes some of the big challenges we have budget-wise, which I'm going to get to, and political and culturally. It's one thing to have a great master plan, but if there's not the political support and resident support, then we may not actually achieve it. And it still is not a huge political win in a lot of our wards to say you may need to drive your car less. Like, that's still a very controversial and difficult thing to say. And even on the campaign trail, I was hearing from people who told me, I won't vote for you because you put too much emphasis on cycling safety in our ward, which I don't understand, but it's out there. The point of this TMP is to make walking and cycling more attractive than driving for short trips. And it's to make transit more attractive than driving for long trips. And what's laid out in the policy, how do we measure that? We look at that policy, and I think the policies support that. The challenge is around funding. So I have a few questions about funding. Earlier, staff had mentioned $350 million over 23 years, which I think is about 15 million per year. Just want to make sure that's based on kind of historical investments we've made over the past few terms of council. Is that right?
That's correct. We have 3 programs for active transportation, the primary programs, and that is the funding level that we have been receiving in recent years for those programs.
And does that include the extra top up we've had through provincial or federal grants for active transportation?
No, that isn't included primarily because we cannot predict how it will evolve in the future. It depends entirely on programs that are initiated from those levels of government.
Okay, and then so it would stand then if we want to proceed faster, if we want to shift people out of cars and into transit or bikes or any other sustainable mode, we need to, as councils, this term of council or next term, provide more funding. I think that's clear. The other question I had was around tactical urbanism, which is called out once specifically. So this would be quick things, pilot projects or temporary measures to improve pedestrian and cycling safety or even prioritize transit. I was hoping staff could just give a sense beyond that, how does the policy in front of us support those kind of lower cost, quick to implement solutions?
Through you, Chair, there are quite a few policies that do support the use of low-cost measures to expand our networks faster. For example, in policy 7-1, we speak to the importance of improving safety relative to existing conditions, that what we implement doesn't have to be perfect. We're trying to move the needle. There's also in policy 7-3, a specific discussion of using cost-effective measures to be able to do more of a project, to extend a project length cost effectively. So making efficient use of our available resources. And then in policy 7-4, we speak to using pilots to test out whether our solutions that meet the needs of vulnerable road users are viable and can ideally eventually be implemented in their permanent form. Low cost tactical improvements are something we already do as a city in quite a few locations. So our policies do support this.
Chair, that's important because as budget pressures increase and the need certainly increases, I think having that flexibility and the openness to creative solutions will be important. I had a technical question. There's a term, Action 94A is adopt a target volume to capacity ratio of 1.0 for vehicular traffic. What does that mean?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the way that we measure performance, or one of the ways that we measure the performance of the road network in particular, is we look at the volume of traffic and compare that to the capacity. So that creates a volume to capacity ratio. And when the volume is less than capacity, then we would not see congestion on the network. And when the volume exceeds the capacity, that's when we would start to have traffic queues forming and extensive delays. And so in the previous TMP, the policy was to have a volume to capacity ratio of 0.9. So having volume approaching the threshold of the capacity, but not exceeding it. In the new TMP, we're proposing a threshold of 1. So basically, we would not recommend widening projects until the volume is equal to the capacity of the roadway. And the intent is to be able to use our road networks as efficiently as we possibly can, and also to support our investment in transit infrastructure.
So you're sort of tolerating a little bit more congestion before there'd be a need to upgrade a road, basically.
Yes, at a threshold of about 0.9, you would start to see localized congestion happening where maybe at an intersection, a queue would form for one cycle length, but then it would dissipate. And so as you get closer to 1, and then as you exceed 1, what happens is the queues just continue that's where you get the extensive queuing starting to happen and those really long backups. When it's less than 1, there is some congestion, but it sort of comes and flows, and the impacts are not as significant.
Okay, thank you. So I guess wrapping everything up, we have till 2046. That's our goal, to have the majority of trips in the city through sustainable transportation modes. So that's 23 years. I think it's hard to say whether or not we'll reach that, but I think the policies in front of us set us certainly in the right direction. And if we want it to happen faster, then it's up to us to fund it. So thank you, Chair.
Terrific points, Councillor. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. First question, where does the TMP end and where does transit planning begin? Because we have a lot of transit related policies in the TMP that might be great in terms of policy, but when it comes to actually trying to implement it to promote usage and to get people use it, there seems to be a discrepancy there. So I'm curious where that boundary is.
So our TMP will be focusing on the infrastructure. So it's the network, what has to be built to address growth. And we have policies there to encourage more frequent service in some areas. And that is how my colleagues in transit services will use these policies. And then they have their own parameters that they have to work within, the budget and so on, and to implement these things. But this TMP is not just for our department in planning, it's for the whole of corporation that is involved in mobility.
Okay. And do you ever consult with transit planning? Because sometimes we build infrastructure like the Chapman Mills Busway, for example, or the Nepean Woods Park and Ride. There's also Chapel Hill Park and Ride, which are relatively speaking underused. And like, is there relatively? So is there any sort of discussion when this document's being created, when the network's being created, with them about any medium, long-term plans that OC staff might have?
Oh, absolutely, because this the policies themselves, like I mentioned at the beginning, was a collaborative effort of all staff across multiple departments. And then the part 2 we would expect the same thing. And especially for when we're dealing with networks, because some roads will have transit priority, others will not. And then we just don't want overlapping of different types all in one road, because there could be conflict in trying to fit everything into the right of way. So yes, we are going to do the checks and balances and consult with our colleagues who deliver the service side of things, whereas we're looking at the infrastructure side.
Understood. So I guess slightly further to that, when will the park and ride strategy be completed? Expected to be completed?
So the park and ride strategy is being completed as part of the next phase of the transportation master plan, and there will be recommendations regarding park and ride lots brought forward as part of the consultation, most likely when the road projects and transit projects are brought forward.
Okay. I'm going to shift a little bit now and talk about the culverts that are adjacent to new subdivisions. For example, when Finley Creek went all the way to Albion Road, well, Finley Creek did go all the way to Albion Road. There is a very large culvert between the very western crescents that come off Willowmere, I think it's called. So the residents who are like 60 to 100 meters away from a bus stop on Albion Road can't actually access that bus stop, right? So are there any things in the TMP, are there any policies in the TMP that kind of speak to that? I think 6-5 is the closest it gets, like talking about community shortcuts. Are there any things that we can address in the short term to kind of close these gaps that these culverts create? Because otherwise like for example, like residents on Bunchbury Way, they have to walk 700 meters to a bus stop when a bus stop is actually 60 meters beside their house. The other example being Stratford and Fraser Fields, where they waited 10 years to access a bus stop 60 meters from their house as well.
I will note that we have a proposed active transportation project from Bunchbury Way to the intersection of Albie and Quinn to facilitate connections to the new LRT station. And that was one that a bunch of residents dropped pins on our map and identified the concern. And so that led to identifying that project there.
Okay, and then so that was a very specific example, but in terms of the bigger picture, like is that consideration given in the report plan?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that there's some discussion in the report about transportation impact studies and studies that get done as new communities are designed. And I think those are the sorts of issues that those types of studies would be looking at as well, is the connectivity to and through the community to sort of the broader network and connectivity by walking and cycling. So the policies more focus on those study aspects that would happen as part of the development review and community planning process.
Okay, and then in 11-3, I believe the item is in encouraging City of Ottawa employees to use alternate modes of transportation to get to work, especially when a lot of these people work off hours where transit might not be available just yet. I want to note a very relatively successful example that OC Transpo uses, and that is actually that's the work bus program. They have buses that run practically as shuttles overnight, typically overnight. Actually, they're all overnight. To get people from their closest bus stop to an OC Transpo garage. And I think that's actually a great idea to try to implement or try to work out with other city departments to implement, because that's one way, especially if there are set shifts, that's one way we can probably try to address that. How am I on time?
Chair.
3 minutes, wow. Okay. All right, so I'll move to something else. And Prince of Wales, I noticed that between the 2013 network and the current network, the section of Prince of Wales between Deakin and, well, south of Deakin through the Greenbelt has been removed. May I ask why?
We still will be pursuing any roads that are being resurfaced or arterials will get facilities depending on what work's done on the road. So in terms of the crosstown bikeway, I guess the difference or the distinction is in some cases, we may not have a path to bring a long road segment up to the highest standard we'd like, which is not to preclude continuous improvements on the cycling facilities on that road, much of which is a paved shoulder condition.
Okay, because I think that'd be a great opportunity for just to promote some active transportation in and out of Barrhaven, because that's a diagonal route and it is a lot faster than going up Woodruff. And with some of the proposed shoulder lanes south of the Jock River in the rural areas on the map, I think it's a good consideration. It's a consideration we should give some serious thought to. Stumbling on a lot of words here. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Hi, thank you very much. So I want to very much extend my thanks to staff, to Vivi, who I was speaking to on the phone while I was doing dishes, juggling children. We had a conference call yesterday. I'm really interested in making sure I understand this document for my residents, and I'm really encouraged by the guiding principles of this document. I'm also encouraged by the discussion around the table that we're more interested in speaking about really specific applications for our ward than discussing whether or not those guiding principles are appropriate. I think that's a really great starting point. And we do have the opportunity in phase 2 to get a lot more detail, which I know people are hungry for. I just wanted to offer a moment for clarification when it comes to reducing car dependency, because I know we heard a couple colleagues sort of express concern about what that might mean for proposed projects in their ward. And I just want to make sure I understand, we will have mode share targets that are unique to particular geographical areas. Is that right? We'll have a an overarching mode share target, but it will fall out differently depending on where in the city you live. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. We will be setting mode share. We have the overarching official plan objective, which is the 50% sustainable mode share by 2046. But then we know there's actually areas of the city that are already exceeding that target. And then there'll be other communities, more suburban and rural communities where, they will probably not meet the 50%. But overall, the target is for 50%.
Great. So I think when we see those targets come through in phase 2, we can reflect on some of the comments that came through council colleagues, both with respect to, road supports, but also active transportation investments in those wards, and see how they measure up with those mode share targets that we're after. So I'm really looking forward to that conversation around the table. I do have a series of questions that I've broken out by theme. So I think I will build on a couple of the questions that Councillor Gower put forward. So with respect to funding the plan, as you mentioned, we see in several places in the TMP that estimated costs are greater than the funding identified in the city's long-range financial plan, and that you're going to build out these scenarios that will look at affordability. I'd like to understand from finance what finance might need from this council in order to, or what kind of funding sources finance will be considering to ensure that we maximize our return on investment through our city budget in 2024.
Councillor, I'm not sure if we have someone from finance here, but we can take your question away, share with our colleagues, and perhaps get back to you on that.
Okay, that would be tremendous. I'm not in the room, so I'm a bit embarrassed now, but there you have it. So it would be great to understand what the implications would be. I'm looking forward to understanding the scenarios and sort of hedging on affordability with many of our other targets. I think that's going to be a tension that we'll have to wrestle through. So otherwise, I'm really interested in, what development charge funding. You were talking about creating some differences in investment, and I saw GOBA was talking about it in their correspondence as well. I was hoping you might be able to expand or clarify for me what it might look like to create an intended increase in investment from DCs for sustainable transportation projects. Will it be a trade-off with other kinds of DC funded transportation projects, or does it look like an overall increase? I don't know, and I'm on that council sponsor group too, so give me a preview of what we're going to talk about.
Chair, we're not there yet. DC, the DC bylaw review, it's very complicated, so we need the time to go through this, and we did have the Complete Streets program is something new that we're introducing in our TMP as a new program. So we still have to define a source of funding for that. So still steps away from having an answer.
Okay, I know that there are some sections in the TMP policy document that talk about how we're going to need to review DCs and how they currently are inadequate for some of our policy intentions. So I'll look forward to having that conversation as we move forward. So now maybe I'll just change to a bit of curiosities with the partners that are listed in this project. So I was wondering currently, how have we been able to work with the NCC as a partner for our transportation projects? And how could this council help to support that relationship so that we could advance our transportation priorities?
Well, we do work with them. They have different mandates, so they will be looking at projects from their perspective. So we are advancing our projects as council directs us to do. So, it's I guess the project out in the East End, we do work with our East End councillors to help us when we hit a snag. And we're trying to find our way to resolve that one project out there, and that's the Brian Coburn extension. So we do work with council for to help push our projects through when there are hurdles in the way.
Okay, well, please do continue to use us as your supports for that. I'm thinking for my ward, we're going to have ideally this Moody active transportation connection over the bridge, and we have two different governmental bodies that are part of that project. We have the NCC land, which is along Moody, that they have already, I believe, committed or are interested in committing to the project. But then we also have MTO. So similarly, can you give me an understanding of how the MTO is currently working as a partner for the City of Ottawa, and how we might be able to support the work of the city as council colleagues to advance the connections over the highway?
Through the chair, for the comment about the NCC broadly and active transportation, we have regular meetings with the NCC. They invite us in terms of providing input to their strategic plans for their pathway network. And they also provide input on our plans. A number of the projects within this set of active transportation projects do impact the NCC, and all of them have been reviewed with the NCC, so they are familiar with them. Specifically for Moody, the NCC showed a real willingness to help us make a high quality facility. And so we are at the initial stages of what's known as their FLUTA process, but the final approval won't happen until the final project is approved, I believe, by their board of directors. In terms of the MTO, we likewise have been both part of all project consultations, such as the Western Highway replacement projects. So those discussions absolutely happen at a staff level. They're very technical. The city also participates in provincial discussions, for example, on the OTC Active Transportation Committee, where we do request that the MTO consider reviewing its standards for safe design of crossings. And we have submitted many suggestions and comments in that regard. And there have been letters, of course, put forward to the MTO by the chair and others to that end.
Okay, that's wonderful. I know we have a lot of potential for those connections, and we do need to have, the goodwill and relationships with those other levels of government to get them done. And Zlatko, I just want to take the opportunity to really commend you for all of the work that you've done here with this active transportation network. You've been, just a tireless advocate for creating this and doing it right. And you are fearless in your relationships with those other partners. And I really admire everything that you've done to get this project to this place. I guess I'll just have one final question for clarification, and then I'll get off and maybe get back on to everyone's delight. But I just wanted to, we're talking a lot about road widenings, and I think I just want to clarify my understanding of the document. It was my understanding that we would not be taking on any road widening projects unless other avenues had been exhausted. And I remember that language there. And so there's that. And then there's also the part that was coming up with one of the delegations about, the 4-lane mid-block traffic. Does that include turning lanes, or is that lanes that just get you up and down the road? Like, I really would like to understand moving forward how our roads are going to look and how our retrofits might be conceived.
Chair, what's stated in the TMP policy talks about mid-block for the road, maximum 4 lanes going forward. But that does not include at the intersection where we may need turning lanes, so that the intersection is not so degraded in terms of performance, because you have to keep in mind that the roads also have local bus transit operations on it. And so the intersections, when we modify them, we're putting in protected intersections as well. So the intersections will be a little bit wider in terms of the overall footprint, but definitely 2 through lanes and whatever turning lanes we need to maximize our the asset that we have there, which is a road. It's a connection. So we don't want to widen roads, but we could make improvements where the conflict usually happens, or where the congestion usually happens, and that's at the intersections.
And does that mean sort of similarly, we will also consider shortening turning lanes as we can, or, because some extend for a very, very long time. And I just wonder, with this new number of lanes that you're trying to work towards, will we also imagine the potential for shortening those lanes for safety?
We would, the lanes and the length of the turning lanes, all of that would be dependent on the volume that we're trying to design for, to take advantage of what we have, the existing infrastructure. And of course, safety would have to be looked at in this area as well. So, if we're going towards not widening to 6 lanes, then we would need to do something at the intersections. And we would not want to build design for long lengths of turning lanes, because that's just a waste of capital funds, and it's also a waste of operating dollars to maintain as well. So it's based on need.
Okay, well, that sounds like a good thing. I'll look forward to seeing more of it. And with respect to my first question, just with road widenings and saying, is it at the point where, okay, I'm going to be done, promise. Is that going to be where all other options have been exhausted, or are we still widening roads without that exhaustion?
So to answer your question, it's the giving the priority to the transit and active modes first, and seeing, what can be done to meet future travel demand through transit, through active modes, transit for long trips, active modes for shorter trips. And then it's only after we've looked at those transit and active mode trips, what's the residual demand? And then at that point, looking at the need for road widening. So that would be the approach.
Okay, thanks. I think that order of events is important for residents to understand. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Trosser.
Thank you so much, Chair. And yes, I really do want to thank city staff. I'm a former communications person, so I love when a document is easy to read using really clear language. And I think this document achieves that. And it also did a really good job of summarizing concerns that were heard from residents. I just have a few questions. When a project is marked as a feasibility study, does that mean that it'll just be studied within the next 25 years? Or does that mean that after it's studied within the scope of the TMP, it'll get done if the study says it's justified?
Through the chair, firstly, in many cases, we'd like to bring the feasibility studies forward so we get some answers. And in the case of, for example, major structures, depending on the outcome of the initial priorities, for example, I mentioned with the MTO, then we would look at the results of the feasibility studies, and with the funding remaining, we would pick the best projects for implementation. There's also the possibility that more funding can be provided over the years through other mechanisms, even external funding. So that's how we would propose to address the feasibility studies.
Okay, I ask because Gladstone Bike Lane has a feasibility study beside it, and with the Corso Italia station going on, and the fact that it's just an ongoing safety issue and cycling nightmare. I hope and again, it comes back down to funding, just as Councillor Gower said. So my next question is, so also I was really impressed by the equity angle that you took in this report. And again, it introduced me to terms that I'd never heard before, like transit poverty. When it comes, so I did find it really interesting that the master plan says that, we're going to use an equity lens, for example, to continue a bus route that may not have high ridership, it serves a traditionally underrepresented neighborhood, or to prioritize pedestrian projects in underserved neighborhoods. My question is, how is that equity mechanism triggered, right? And again, I know, and possibly Councillor Galler, you could also answer this as chair of Transit Commission. How do we ensure that the values that are represented in this master plan make it into the granular decision making? Because, certainly when it comes to transit, we're hearing a lot about empty buses or routes that are not as popular, but those routes might really be essential for essential workers, for example, to get to work, who might not otherwise have access to a car. So I'm just wondering how these principles make it into the actual planning piece when it comes to either routes or pedestrian infrastructure.
I can just start off by saying that we did work closely with our colleagues on OC Transpo on these equity kind of overarching ideas about equity and considering them through a variety of different existing programs. We've tried to not be too prescriptive about exactly how each program or service area should bring this forward. And it is something that OC Transpo will be looking at and considering through their own projects. And I see Pat may have something to add.
Thanks. No, I don't have anything to add, just to say that's right. And all of the equity and inclusion lessons, all of the policy decisions that are made by council in the TMP are always reflected in any of the operational procedures and policies that we bring to Transit Commission for approval.
That's great. Thank you. Another equity related question. I'm just wondering if you could speak to what kind of consultation was done with people with disabilities for this master plan, and also what consultation you envision happening specifically with safety around and accessibility around autonomous vehicles in the future. What role will specific consultation with people with disabilities play?
On the first questions, we did reach out to the Accessibility Advisory Committee and present to them at 2 phases during the project. And we also, through many of our city kind of design projects, we've done very close engagement with the accessibility community. For example, the Protected Intersection Design Guide included on-site visits and real kind of looking at each possible design option, that how it might work for people with disabilities. And so the TMP kind of rolls up all of the consultation with the accessibility community that has happened in the recent years, and that a lot of those are incorporated into our accessibility design standards. We also have the Ambassadors Working Group that represents a variety of equity deserving groups, and we met with them at each stage of consultation throughout the TMP Part 1. We do have a action in the TMP policy document to do a targeted engagement on barriers in the built environment. We do have some discretionary funding that we can use to try to address the most significant barriers. And so getting kind of a map and a sense of where those are so that we can assist. And then your question about the autonomous vehicles, I think that the establishment of the working group would be the first step, and that's what's outlined in the policy document. I think there will be the need for kind of review of those types of issues at all levels, the provincial MTO, who will be kind of the regulator, as well as how that affects our city planning and design and operations.
That's great. And so my last main question, you may have heard me refer to it when I was engaging with the people who made presentations. I know that there's some reference to having to find kind of a new retrofit program for arterial roads and for other roads that are not up for sewer renewal, but desperately need transformation. And I'll flag, I said it before, Kent Street in downtown Ottawa is a huge one. It's a big wide road. The speeds are super high. There's not enough crossings. You know, there was a pedestrian hit during the campaign in the summer, which is awful. There's 2 schools on the other side of it. What options do you foresee within the confines of this plan? What options will we have to propose new projects of that nature, where there's not a sewer that needs to be ripped up?
Within policy 9-4, we do have a specific action that says that in the TMP Part 2, we will be identifying complete street modifications to existing roads. And so that type of project would be the type that could fall under that kind of new program, standalone, separate from the sewer renewals, with again the caveat that that is pending funding. We have had projects of this type in the past. We have had rural to urban upgrades as TMP road projects. So this is building on that kind of past precedent, but identifying them and evaluating them separately from other types of road projects.
That's great, thank you. So again, I want to thank staff. I'm really impressed with the values that this document expresses. And just as Councillor Johnson said, I think the challenge will be to ensure that this is mainstreamed throughout all of our other decisions that we make as council and as a city. A perfect example is I'm quite proud of the fact that we decided to delay the widening of the Airport Parkway, because if you look at this master plan document, there's already rapid transit being planned for that exact corridor. So I'm hoping we can continue along that vein. because this mode shift is super important. And just also, as Councillor Gower said, you know, I don't think any of us want to see it take 25 years to achieve these priority projects that are on this list. I mean, we all want them now. They're all desperately needed. So I think we do need to have a conversation about funding, and yes, about taxes, if we really want to see our transportation system built out in a way that's going to meet the needs of residents. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor. We're on to Committee Member Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, dear staff. Why is that funny? They are dear. I couldn't help but notice when we had a question before and Pat Scrimger answered, he had an OC Transpo train behind him. It'd be great if we had questions for Cyril Johnson, that he'd have bags of money. I'm just glad I don't have any questions for waste management. So on to my questions. So to echo Councillor Gower, and some others, I'm also very happy with what I see here in the TMP update. I think you've done a fabulous job on a very aspirational document. Obviously, the challenge is in the implementation, not just financial, but political as well. I do have a bunch of questions. I'll try to get to them quick. With regards to the concerns we heard from a delegate earlier, a few delegates who had been complaining about the consultation process, to some extent, the consultation process must have gone well, because one thing that I was really, really thrilled when I looked at the projects in my, affecting my ward, and those projects were determined before I took the job, but those projects are, word for word what I'm hearing from residents today. They're word for word for what I heard on the campaign trail. So they must be reflecting something current. So I'm very, very grateful for that. I know that can't be applied across all wards, but I'm very happy with what I see. So something must have worked well there. One thing that I was to just follow up a little bit on what Councillor Troster was talking about, the feasibility studies. Among the projects in my ward, some of the things that I am so excited about were those neighborhood to neighborhood connectivity projects where, for, I assume, more bang for your buck in terms of those studies, those projects, not just the feasibility, but the actual implementation of the project themselves. When we do get to phase 2, I'm going to be lobbying hard for those connectivity things, because my wards are literally asking, can I please get here? And they will solve so many goals. But that said, even though I'm very happy with the projects I see there, I can anticipate that there will be people in my ward or myself that might come up with other ideas for projects that aren't on this list. And so my first question, after so much preamble, is there a process for councillors or residents to advocate for other projects that aren't on this list?
Through the chair. Firstly, the projects that we're initiating in this plan, yes, they do run for 23 years, but the next plan update will likely be before 10 years. And so after hopefully a couple of years where we can just get working on these projects, we'll open up an opportunity to log projects for the future update. In addition, there are many other programs where there can be engagement by councillors and residents on things that are happening in the ward related to active transportation and connectivity.
Okay. Following up on that, so I know that one development that I hope will be happening in my ward is the addition of a new secondary plan, which would likely have a big impact on the physical geography of a certain part of my ward. If and when that secondary plan becomes manifest, is that the kind of new development between now and the next 5 years that I could come to you and say, all right, here's a new wrinkle. Can we talk about making changes based on that? Assuming that a secondary plan would lead to, significant changes in transportation requirements.
Through the chair, the secondary plans were reviewed when we update our plans. So the challenge is a question of where the funding would be for projects that are not in this plan. Mm-hmm. Now, there are some potential programs that do bring funding, like the community benefits charges. And so in addition, if there's developments or other roadworks and so on, there are opportunities to provide input to improve local problems that are impacted by those works. So I in general, the secondary plans don't bring money with them for implementation.
No. Thank you. My next question. So I know that in the projects document, we have the projects as they relate to pedestrian and cycling projects. And then in the prioritization framework, there's the two appendices, which are the rubrics for assessing transit projects and road projects. But on the list of active transportation projects, can you briefly explain, if you haven't already, forgive me, but the process whereby we are prioritizing those projects over 25 years? And is it on a ward by ward basis or?
Through the chair, the prioritization was discussed briefly on one of the slides for active transportation, where, first of all, we're looking for opportunities for coordination with other roadworks because it has such a powerful impact on costs. And then there may be funding deadlines if we get external funding, equity. But the final point I raised was that we do want to have high impact projects as early as possible in the plan. And so that speaks to a question of whether they're improving connectivity, whether they provide shortcuts. And so that would be the factors that staff will use, and we will be sharing those priorities within the next, first of all, budget cycle, but then in the second phase of the TMP, we'll list those for discussion.
Thank you. So I've got a question for policy 1-3, which is the policy to mitigate the effects of extreme heat and transportation system users. And the policy action suggests that we update design guidelines and standards to incorporate shade trees into new and reconstructed transportation infrastructure. So Tunney's station was built with a glass roof, so no implementation of shade tree structures there. Will this policy be utilized, if it's not too late already, in the design of stations for LRT Stage 2?
Oh, the stage 2 contract has already been signed, so this will not apply.
We're too late. All right. Should we get to stage 3, can I assume that this guideline would affect that policy or any kind of major transit projects that are not yet designed moving forward?
And we say, following from the official plan, shade is to be included in the design of transit stops and stations wherever possible. So it is something that we would hope to see wherever possible.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Gower taught me a term I didn't know, tactical urbanism, got me excited. And I don't know your name, I'm sorry, but you were referencing I think policy 71, 73, 74, where pilot projects could be implemented. So ironically, just yesterday, I was getting a request from a resident saying, hey, on this road in my ward, where I know nothing is being paid attention to it, this could really use cycling infrastructure. Knowing what I know, that there's no way in heck I can get that done in the next 5 years in any kind of permanent way. Can I use those policies to just guerrilla style make a move to have a pilot project where some kind of TTC measures can be implemented on a street, if only to measure how that might positively affect the safety of cycling in my ward without having to pour cement?
Councillor, I guess it depends on specifics, but staff are very open to looking at, easy projects.
Easy projects. How much time do I have? Half a minute. Quickly, on the subject of policies to disincentivize vehicle use. Whether, Councillor Luloff and I were talking earlier about all the parents that drop their kids off at school when they really could just walk little Billy to school, and that creates congestion. There's congestion everywhere. Is the punitive subject of congestion pricing policies embraced in this document? And if so, can I hear a little bit of detail about it? I know that other cities talk about congestion pricing. I know I'm going to risk my re-election just by talking about it, but it's an important thing to look at. No. Matt Luloff did not say the words congestion pricing.
This policy document does not include a reference to congestion pricing. It does include some discussion about looking at funding sources. And we do know that through the energy evolution work that was done, congestion pricing was one of the mechanisms that was proposed through that work to achieve the city's greenhouse gas reduction targets. And it also has, can both disincentivize driving, but also be a source of funding for the city. But this policy document itself does not.
And is congestion pricing, which Luloff did not advocate for, is that not referenced in this document because that's not the purview of Transportation Committee, or because it was decided that it's not a good thing to advocate for?
I think so the policy document includes a number of disincentives for driving. It includes some discussion on parking pricing, which is a type of road pricing. But I think those conversations around road pricing in general, as I mentioned, we will be putting forward a scenario in the second part of the TMP that looks at how do we achieve the city's greenhouse gas reduction targets. And as that was a measure that was identified through the energy evolution work, it may very well be part of one of those scenarios that gets put forward. And at that time, there would be a conversation around that.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're getting on to some non-committee members. Finally, poor Teresa. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Oh, I'm not so poor. I got to listen to everybody. So no problem. Thank you. I know I appreciate it. And I want to thank staff. I mean, Vivi was answering my emails on my motions at 7 in the morning on Sunday. Like, surely to God, she would be doing something else if it wasn't for that. So I want to thank her very much. And Zlatko has been working for a long time on this, and we've been working on a number of things through the ward. It's a pleasure to work with you and the whole team. There's lots going on. I have a ward that's pretty dynamic because of the construction of the stage 2 LRT. So there's lots to talk about with connectivity. And that was the theme that I put forward in these motions that I presented through Councillor Johnston, who I thank very much for doing that for me. I really appreciate it. The thing about this is that connectivity means we're connecting to each other, and we're very much connected where we didn't before. We have these obstacles such as highways that get in our way, but we can overcome it with active transportation pathways. So I appreciate all the work that's going into it. It's very, very valuable, and it will pay off. I just want to make comments on all the motions I put forward very quickly. The sidewalks, I take into consideration the fact that we need to keep sidewalks in good repair, and some good comments are made on that. Because seniors use them, accessibility, it's all important. It's about having designated routes to stations where there was none before, because some of my neighborhoods have no sidewalks. And yet they're going to have a station. So that's what that was about. And that can certainly be across the city. Carling Avenue, that is about getting to the station as well, but it's also about a 15-minute neighborhood where people this is the season of people getting their bikes out. They're riding on sidewalks because they're terrified of going on the street. And that is a sign that we need to do something. It's been going on for a long time. I've gotten a lot of complaints, and it's getting worse. We're victim of our own popularity of people taking on cycling. So that is to give people an opportunity to ride safely. Winter maintenance, we've been working with the NCC, thank staff for their work so far, but this is really important to keep those pathways open. It's not just for cycling, it's for the pedestrian as well. And this is to get to stations. So that is behind that. I just want to explain the Queensway Bridge motion. It exists. It's all about just making it so it's accessible. It's not building a bridge. It's already there. It's making sure it doesn't get torn down because it's just valuable infrastructure. Why waste it? And it's just collaborating again with NCC and MTO to keep it there and make it useful, and having one more connectivity. So thank you for that. So I just want to let my colleagues know I've been to all your wards on my bike, every single one. And so I want to go back, and I want to see those rural routes. I think they're really important. Nothing scarier than going down a road that doesn't have great infrastructure when you're out and people are zooming by you at 100K. So you've got to have that safe infrastructure everywhere. So I support my rural colleagues on that. Safety is absolute key. So my question is about budgeting. Sladko, you said about 15 million per year right now. Well, frankly, it's up to us as councillors to vote for more money and prioritize certain projects. And always tough to pick them. They've got to be from across the city, and it's about that connectivity. So it would be good to know what the costs are. And I know that question got asked, so I just want to reinforce that. What can we do to prioritize these projects so that we don't have to wait 25 years?
Chair, I think that's going to be part of the annual budgeting process. And we're going to have to take our guidance from finance and their mandate on how to fund programs for all programs across the city. So it's not something that I can respond to right now.
Is it possible to get sort of the low-hanging fruit ones costed out so that we can, and I'm talking about across the city, so that we can get working on those things that are not so expensive? I think we all have them that don't require, like a sidewalk is obviously a big one, but sometimes it's something smaller. Is there some way to categorize it so that we can see what can be done more immediately for less cost?
And through the chair, we're also looking for efficiencies in the new plan. So we'll be bundling a bunch of projects that can be done quickly, as, for example, painted bike lanes where those are appropriate. So we can try to do them quickly and in a cost-efficient manner.
Thank you. I do appreciate policy 6.5, for example, with neighborhood shortcuts. That is something that is really helping. It's not about working with entire streets. It's about getting through so that people don't have to go all the way around, like we heard earlier from the resident who lived in my old neighborhood. I can totally understand his issue and have been there, done that. So I appreciate the shortcuts in that policy. Overall,
and forgive me, Councillor Kavanagh, we're at that 5-minute wonderful mark. So feel free to go back on the board if you wish again, but I think you had a long enough wait the first time. So fill your boots if you wish.
Okay, just going to wrap up, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Just a quick wrap. Yeah, no, overall, this is a big step forward. We're emphasizing things that will actually save us money. And I hope that gets emphasized because we're getting people out of cars, not ruining our roads. If we can get more people in transit too, and on sidewalks and on bikes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci. Premièrement, j'aimerais remercier, comme tout le monde l'a mentionné auparavant, le staff pour tout le travail qu'ils ont fait pour mettre ensemble ce document. Je sais que c'est pas facile, qu'il y a beaucoup d'intervenants, qu'il y a beaucoup de priorités. I know my ward, I like to say lucky because there's a lot of pedestrianization. I love seeing, the students walking to and from school and their residences. People are always out walking, biking. It's really a wonderful ward for people to do that. I do have a couple questions though of staff. First one being, is there a reason, and I'm thinking this might actually be my fault, that the Cummings Bridge is not mentioned in the document? I'm just wondering if it should have been me that mentioned something or if there was a reason.
Through the chair, there was the long consultation period, and there were quite a few demands and ideas that were pushed through from Ward 12. I was involved, of course, in all of that, and the Cummings Bridge received a lot of attention as for purpose of an underpass,
right?
But not as much for east-west. And there are some obviously alternatives, although they do represent a bit of a detour. They exist. In some of the other locations in the city, there were no alternatives in terms of active transportation.
Okay. I also just wanted to follow up on the presentation that we had about the trucks on King Edwards. Can you please comment on the residents' concern that a bridge is going to be built with no impact study?
Chair, I think because interprovincial crossings are under the mandate of the NCC or the feds, and the NCC in this case is leading those kinds of that project, and they did so in 2013 as well. And that 2013 study ended abruptly because the province pulled the funding. But they would have to do the study that's complete, that has to look at impacts, because we do not want, the problems of one community being shifted to another.
Course.
So they need to look at that and mitigate that to the, so that, and then it's all with public consultation, and they have to come to committee to present as well. So all impacts will be looked at. Otherwise, how do they know that having a bridge at that location is going to be useful?
Right.
So the NCC have in their plans, their work plans for this year to conduct a commercial vehicle survey. So they'll know that would be one of the basis of their data, so that they can work from there and understand the origin destination of these trips, the interprovincial ones.
Yeah, in my conversations with actual truckers, not the convoy truckers, actual truckers, that is one thing they've sort of said to me over and over, is they do not understand why there isn't a direct link between, for example, the 416 and heading over to the Quebec side. Like, why do they need to sort of snake through downtown to get where they need to go? So I just wanted to sort of double down on that, because it's a good question. Third question, final one. Can staff please clarify the complex jurisdictions on this issue when they cross over, and give some examples of the varying interests of each jurisdiction?
Okay. As I mentioned, the federal government is responsible for interprovincial movements across bridges. And then with this project in particular, the intent is to connect them to highways. So the two ministries of transportation would be looking at that. And that's why the two ministries and the NCC funded the last study. And so they would, their interest is on what does that do to their highways? What modifications do they need to do for their highways and to receive the traffic and so on? And the city is at the table, of course. We don't fund these projects, but we're very much a stakeholder along with Gatineau, because it has to benefit them as well. So we're looking at community impacts, a whole bunch of things, and we will, make sure that council's voice is at the table at the staff level when we're working on these things with them on these technical studies. So the NCC, their last work that they did was completed about a year or two ago on the integrated interprovincial, long-term integrated interprovincial study. Has, they want to look at sustainability first, maximize what they can do with the bridges now that they're currently there, and then and as the the ultimate end state, if another 6 bridges needed, how will that be used? So it's they're grappling with the same issues that we are, the cost of projects, sustainability, GHG reductions, and impacts to communities. And they also want to make sure that transit is promoted, and they're quite a supporter of active transportation, as you know. Yeah.
Okay. Is it now that I would do the direction to staff, Chair?
Yes, you can do it verbally.
Okay, great. So that city staff and the Ward 12 councillor ask that the NCC looks at the truck impacts on the future crossing project as part of their interprovincial crossing project.
And I look to Vivi on that one. I believe we're actually already doing that.
Yes, we are, and we'll make sure it's emphasized.
Okay, terrific.
So we're good to go, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thanks again.
Thank you, councillor. Back to, I want to make sure I got the right people here. Oh, actually, I notice Councillor Menard's on the board, so I'll just quickly go to him, and then we'll get back into the other order again. Cheers.
Thanks very much, Chair. Appreciate that. And thank you to staff for the report. I've been listening in, but also in and out on meetings. So if I'm repetitive in any way, please just stop me and just say, look, at that one was asked, but I think hopefully I've got some newer questions. I first just wanted to thank you for the report overall. There's a lot of good in this report. I do agree more consultation is needed, and I'm hoping we're going to get that through that phase 2 piece. And obviously those councillor-led consultations, I hope there's another opportunity for those to occur into that phase 2 piece where there's more details. But I wanted to thank you for your work. A lot of thought has gone into this document, and I know your efforts have been strong. There's a lot of complex planning here, so I think generally on the right track of where we want the system to evolve to. So just wanted to start with those comments. I wanted to ask you about sidewalk design. I know in my ward and other wards, there's a lot of discussion about that design. And so creating those sidewalks with those kind of flat surfaces has been something that's come up regularly. And I understand there's an intent to re-examine sidewalk design standards. Is there information you can provide on how sidewalk design could support and align with these new TMP policies? And I know, Chair, I'll have a motion on this, just a notice of motion at the end of the meeting, but I just wanted to ask staff now about the sidewalk design and its support and alignment with current TMP policies around accessibility, and some options that would be presented to Council.
Chair, our TMP policies support the inclusion of sidewalks on the various roads that's mentioned in our document. So that's there. We don't specifically address sidewalk design because that is a very detailed aspect, and it's not part of the TMP. But my colleagues in infrastructure services have advised that they will have a look at this and review the design guidelines. I believe they've mentioned that to you as well.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Ms. Chi. That's helpful. I know that should be taking place in 2023, and nice to get a full look at those sidewalk design pieces. On the issue of a bike share, I know the draft TMP references the city's e-scooter program, as well as vehicle for hire services, which obviously have become more prominent aspects of the transportation system. Of course, the city certainly should be looking at a bike share program, I think, in the near future. I guess, can you just speak to how a bike share program could support the TMP goals, particularly with connectivity up with our new LRT and suburban and urban wards, and how that might be supported by city policy and TMP policy?
Chair, our TMP policies already mention micromobility and how that can support multimodal connections at transit as well. The TMP does not have actions identified for a bike share program because we have the policies there. This is going to be more of a operational matter, and because it'll impact the roadway and the right of way and where these docking stations will be. And I believe Parking Services had a report up about a city-funded bike share program. So I would suggest that they speak on that. I'm sorry, not here.
No, that's.
But I have mentioned this to my colleagues over in Public Works.
That's great, Chair. I think there's such an opportunity here for kind of low cost connectivity, and something that micromobility, which is already supported in the TMP. Great to just hear those comments, and I think we can work together on this in the near future. So just happy to hear that. Sort of an issue more close to home for me around the Rideau River crossing. We've got some crossings on the Rideau River for non-motorists, and some, like McKellar Bridge, they don't really connect the biking infrastructure along the river as well as we'd like, obviously. There is a big push in my community anyway to see another crossing considered near where Clegg meets the river. And there's already a connection there, obviously, at Clegg and Fifth Avenue over the canal. And so I guess on that one, can you speak to how we might align those TMP policies, that we might get that considered in upcoming infrastructure plans sooner rather than later, to really connect up that mode of transportation of the walking, biking across our river and waterway system?
Through the chair, when we looked at the needs across the city in terms of crossings, we did pick the ones where the demands or the issues and barriers are most acute. And so my assessment would be, in this particular window of funding that we have in front of us, I think that it is unlikely that that particular crossing would rank above all the others based on the severity of issues like like the degree to which the barriers are caused in the other cases. So that would be not precluding it being considered in future updates, but that's the reason it isn't in the identified projects this time.
Yeah, and I saw, thanks very much for that, Chair and Zlatko. I saw it's a more development related structure rather than an infrastructure project. But I guess just a couple key points I'll just make quickly is that the proposed bridge should be much cheaper than that Flora footbridge, as an example of the new Carleton footbridge shows. The new Carleton footbridge, very inexpensive for a nice new connection that we hope opens up as soon as possible. And also worth noting that Flora cost the city about $2 million, with the other $17 million being covered by the federal provincial government. So, you know, the EAA preliminary design for Flora was done in advance of those other funding levels being secured and was shovel ready. And I think nice to have shovel ready projects for when inevitably funding will be available for those things again. So appreciate staff's comments. I think the ultimate network with that proposed footbridge is really shown. I think people really don't want to go on that baseline Heron to go crosstown east-west. Been on baseline before. Biking, it's not fun. So I think there's ample opportunity for us to really increase connectivity there. Just a couple more questions, Chair. On Bank Street, I see that there's 2 reviews being done. So the Old Ottawa South review, the Glebe review, and of course the new Bank Street Bridge is done, and the new Riverside to Ledbury Walkley connections being done as well. But in the ultimate cycling network, Bank Street is missing in those sections. So I guess, are we sort of preempting that those reviews are not going to find some ways to make a different type of lane model work there? Or how does that work in terms of the ultimate cycling network and the reviews we're doing this year and the coming years?
Through the chair, in the new plan that's being put forward, we don't have the concept of an ultimate cycling network, unless you're referring, the reference was to the Crosstown Bikeway network, which will go on as being updated. In terms of Bank Street, as you're correct, there are studies being done all the way from the Queensway down to the Rideau River, where additional works are planned south of the Rideau River on Bank. Should those prove feasible and successful, then we would realign the Crosstown Bikeway to take advantage of that, which would be a more logical route.
Okay, that's helpful, Chair. Thanks for the clarification on that. Last question, and then I'll get off. I just want to thank you for your efforts and the committee's efforts here. The new scoring criteria for road design, either new roads or road widening, I guess a contentious issue in my community has always been the Alta Vista Transportation Corridor. The former mayor used to speak about how this can't be built over that Rideau River through that beautiful park system that exists there, where we have all walks of life using an incredible green space, hundreds of residents there. So I guess, how would the new scoring criteria score a road like the Alta Vista Transportation Corridor going over the river, very expensive, and through a park where it's used heavily by people now? What would you say to that anecdotally?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the evaluation of the Alta Vista Parkway will be part of the next phase of the TMP. So there is sort of an initial identification of projects and review of projects that were identified in the previous TMP. So that would be included in that review exercise, and then it would go through this scoring criteria. But at this point, we haven't done that work yet to know how it would score.
Okay, just to flag, obviously, I know I've made this very clear to Ms. Chi as well, that there's incredible opposition to that new 4-lane roadway through this beautiful green space area, and I think we need to change that configuration so that we're supporting people in this community, this area, and making sure that our networks are safe for everybody and usable by everybody. So thank you very much to staff, and back to you, Chair.
Great. Thank you, Councilman Menard. Back to Vice Chair Katz.
Thank you, Chair. So building off of Councillor Gower's comments about lights out engagement in Stithville, I was hoping we could get to be circulated afterwards, but a breakdown of all postal codes, if you have it, and engagement. I think I mentioned that during the counselor briefing, but I think it will be good to know as we move into part 2 to sort of identify where there might have been gaps in engagement, because the report highlights where there was strong engagement. So is that possible?
Yes, we'll go to that to you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so I have a couple of maps I'd like to put on the screen just to sort of illustrate my concern. So in document 5, page 3, and I know, Chris, that would be the first map that I sent you. It shows the Crosstown Bikeway. And in Ward 19, that highlights Innis, Brian Coburn, 10th Line, Trim, and Esprit. However, there is no link between them beyond 10th Line. So that would leave communities like Bradley Estates, Trails Edge, and Chapel Hill South with no north-south link or no ability really to travel west. So if you want to move to the next image I sent you, so that kind of zooms in on the gap there. So were roads like Paget, Navin, or Orleans Boulevard considered?
The exact details on that particular linkage, I'd have to get back and, discuss internally. In general terms, I do think that Navin in the north west direction does make for a logical connection in that area. And so perhaps we could take that away and reconsider the reasons why it isn't on the map.
Okay, thank you. Be happy to work with that, or work with you on that between now and council. And to echo some of the comments from my East End colleagues, out of 244 projects, my ward has 5, which represents 2.4% of the project allotment. And unlike Councillor Luloff and Councillor Dudas's ward, Orleans South Navin doesn't have additional projects that are in progress via stage 2 construction and those linkages. That, in those cases, there are projects that are in progress that aren't reflected on the map. But in my ward, this is really it. Yet 1/5 of the development citywide is happening in Orleans South Navin, is what planning staff tells me. And if you look at the population projections over the next 25 years, I'm in a race with Councillor Gower for the highest population in my ward. And to the previous delegate's point, I did actually look at the in-process layer on Geo Ottawa, and I wanted to put another map on the screen, my next one. It is very evident. So it's very evident that you are making great strides in the downtown and in the west. But I am concerned that there isn't as much progress happening in the east end of the city. So I didn't know if there was sort of a reason why it seems that the east is lagging.
Through the chair, broadly speaking, we are looking for some what we call breakthrough projects in the east, including Orleans Boulevard, north-south, which that area lacks any north-south support in terms of cycling in particular. And we have also some connectivity to stations. There's a feasibility study on Saint Joseph. And so in the East End generally, there have been some, not only the number of projects, but those are substantial projects that are being proposed.
Okay.
In addition, for the new subdivisions that are being built out, the policy drivers would include appropriate cycling and active transportation facilities.
Okay, thank you. Again, the projects you mentioned are unfortunately not happening in my ward. And I am working up to my point here. So lastly, I wanted to also share our rapid transit and transit priority network. I think Chris will put it up on the screen. But what you'll see, I sent it after. is obviously a stage 2 coming in to service the north end of Orleans. And there is a BRT that is in blue, but we have no path forward to realize that BRT due to funding, but also due to the stalemate that we have with the NCC on moving forward with that bus rapid transit network. And I have one more map. If you zoom in on Orleans South, I think I shared it with you as well. No, next one. It's kind of zoomed in. Yeah, there we go. So imagine that blue line wasn't there. And I've highlighted in yellow everything that is under construction or soon to be under construction. So again, I'm trying to sort of paint my concern here. And what I've tried to demonstrate by showing all these maps is that while this document is definitely aspirational, in most part of the cities, I think it's achievable, but I don't see it as being achievable in my ward, where we don't have options. And, to Councillor Lulop's point, we're applying a blanket policy, asking people to use transit, to cycle, to walk, which I want for my community too. But the options don't exist. And I was hoping that this document would reveal a plan or a path forward to change that as we grow rapidly. But I'm not seeing it. And what adds to my anxiety is that for decades, we've been using that BRT found in our TMP as the planning rationale for increased density in my ward. My ward is built very differently from older Orleans. It's higher density. And the reality of the situation is that nearly every 2 weeks of planning committee, we approve building car-dependent communities in the suburbs, probably every other week, one in my ward. And our planning principles are based on a theoretical modal shift, but the growth happening in communities that don't have these mobility options. And if the planned active transportation projects is any indication, I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon. So a large part of my concern is the impact that this will have on projects that were planned for years in Orleans South Navan, that have been used to inform our growth management strategy. In particular, it would be no surprise that I'm concerned about the future of Brian Coburn, a project that has long been identified as a priority, because I don't think that idling in congestion or spending 90 minutes to commute from the suburbs to downtown one way or having no other options are examples of healthy communities. So we have to also prioritize projects that are essential to the growth and development of our city. So to put a fine point on it, what is the potential impact of any of our strategic direction on the Brian Coburn widening and extension project?
So through you, Mr. Chair. So in the next part of the TMP, we will be looking at all of the network needs, and part of what the process will involve is taking a look at the existing growth or existing population and employment, but the projected growth for all of the different regions in the city, and then understanding what those future pressures are, but also what the pressures are today. And that's what will then lead through the identification of projects that will then be prioritized. So certainly that specific project is one that I think, there's clear demonstrated needs, and we will do the analysis, but I would say many, if not most, of the projects identified in the previous TMP, just because of the magnitude of growth that we're anticipating, there will continue to be a need for them. We will carry out the evaluation and the technical analysis, but there's nothing in the current policies that would impact the ability of that project to move ahead.
Thank you. I know my community will be very reassured to hear that. And I know I'm at time, so if you don't mind, Chair, I'll just wrap up really quickly. I know that there is little incentive for most of my colleagues around the table to share in concerns about projects or investment in my corner of the city, except this is where we are building housing, which we need. And as I said, I want us to build healthy communities that have options. I see the TMP as an opportunity to change that. And I want to support staff. I want to buy into this vision, but I also want to feel reassured that we are heading in the right direction for my community. And I'm not there. So I'll go with my gut when the vote is called and either support and hope that my trepidation will turn into confidence by the time this round rises to council, or dissent with the same wish. And I'll commit to sort of meeting with staff before then. But I do want to say too, I know that this is a tremendous amount of work and my concerns are very localized. So I don't want to be disparaging on the entirety of the document because we've heard a lot of buy-in today from colleagues. And I think on any sort of master plan, that's difficult to achieve. So thank you.
Chair, if I can add to that, Councillor. Yeah, the projects that you've mentioned are important to your ward have been noted as being important in the old plan. And that was only to 2031 with only a population of 1 million. We're going to 1.4 million all the way to 2046. And decisions have been made for all these developments because of these planned roads. So that's what Jennifer was saying, is that it's very likely these are going to stay and be rolled into the next plan.
Wonderful. Great to hear. Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Councillor Giroux, and thank you for working with staff. I believe we can pop up the motion that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and give me the opportunity for be able to draft this very quick. Whereas residents in the village, such as but not limited to Metcalfe, Greeley, and Osgood, want to have the opportunity to have connections between their villages, but there are not a lot of cycling and active transportation opportunity available. And whereas the ability for rural residents to travel between villages will reduce the impact that isolation can have on mental health, and whereas interconnectivity between villages allows for employment opportunity for those who are unable to commute by vehicle, including youth. Therefore, be it resolved that Transportation Committee recommend Council direct staff to ensure that the Metcalfe Loop and the Greeley Loop are included in the future planning regarding the Transportation Master Plan as being part of the city cycling network, and be it further resolved that through the inclusion of these loops in the cycling network, that staff evaluate other opportunities for loops and cycling networks in rural villages, and be it further resolved that staff identify opportunities to ensure connectivity between rural villages in addition to the connectivity present within rural villages. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I think it's self-explanatory, but it will help a lot in making sure we have an active transportation, trying to eliminate cars between villages, and also bring the safety for our youth and our residents in our communities.
Great. And just obviously, I always like to get a quick comment from staff. We've worked on this together, so I assume you're good with this.
Yes, we can work on.
All right, George, buy a bicycle. We're going for a ride.
I will have, but I want to also, Mr. Chair, thank staff for really working hard on this. I know Vivi and her team, and I don't want to miss Zlatko. Zlatko and I worked together from long time, even though with the topic, the snowmobiling on the trail on the snowmobile, nobody like to talk about that, but he's always have the city and the inclusively all the user on our network. So I want to appreciate all the work he's done from the many years before I even become a councillor. So thank you very much, Zlatko.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Kitt spoke too soon when she said no one would support things in her corner, because there are projects in the newer parts of Barrhaven, mostly in Councillor Hill's ward, that residents kind of bought in on, like knowing these future projects will be there, but they've not been, such as the Green Bank realignment. That's been kind of in the books for a long time. But on the topic of BRT corridors, and I guess on a slightly different note about them, when we're determining future consideration corridors, like say somebody, say a developer applies for a subdivision or something, and there's a reserved corridor that we want to include that kind of cuts right through the middle of the subdivision. I think you know which one I might be talking about. When the developer wants to work with the city to kind of modify it so that it suits the development better, both in terms of what they have at stake as well as possible considerations for future residents. How does that process work? Because the message I'm getting seems to be that even if there's no solid plan, we ask them to reserve 40 something meters, I think, of right of way for a future potential BRT that might not be built for a long time.
Chair, what the issue here is that although our plan is only to 2046, we do show future connections, beyond the plan. And if we don't protect for the corridors, we lose that opportunity. So it's quite important to protect for those things. And because there will be many more TMPs, it'll go past 2046. So, and we do work with the developer, but these things are in our official plans and there are master plans without an alignment defined. So there is some opportunity to work with them, but we need to make sure that the corridor is not restrained so much that it can't function properly as a rapid transit facility. So those are the things that we say to the developers when we're working with them on this. They may have a certain perspective, but for just their site, whereas we're looking at it for the larger city. And anyway, yeah, that's what we've been discussing on that file.
Yeah, so I guess the details of that item we can probably discuss online or offline, or I'll prod David Hill to do so. Second question, and the next few are going to be a little fragmented in terms of topics. When it comes to refurbishing for retrofitting for complete streets, could it include some of our older residential streets in Nepean which don't have streetlights? Because I know one of the things that we want to do is make it safer for all road users, and the fact that a lot of our streets in Councillor Devine's ward, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Hills, and my ward, not exactly lit.
That's right. The older municipalities had some, or former municipalities had some bylaws in some communities. Some neighborhoods had no lights at all. So these are when we get the renewal projects that come into my service area for scoping. We will look at some of those things, and we will certainly consult with the ward councillor to know what the issues are in that ward. And if lighting is one of a very important issue to be included in the scope, we'll make sure to discuss that and see how everything fits in with the budget that's provided for that renewal project.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of areas have lawn lighting to kind of make up for that, but there are also some areas that don't. And it really is quite dark there. Moving on to electric vehicles, as there are increases in uptake, people are also going to purchase charging infrastructure for their home. Is that a consideration when determining how much we really need in terms of public infrastructure?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. The city has a personal vehicle electrification strategy that they are working on now that considers that kind of expected addition of charging to private homes, and then looking at where from the initial discussions, we've heard that places with a lot of multi-unit residential where it's harder to add private EVs is where the on-street charging for residential purposes would be most likely to be required. So it is a separate project, but they are taking a comprehensive look at this question.
Okay, last question, and I told you this would be fragmented. Moving on to the active transportation projects and the budgeting for that. Does this include refurbishment of existing facilities?
Through the chair, no, that would be a separate budget altogether. So there's both the life cycle for asset management when facilities are replaced, as well as, of course, repair processes that happen at an operational level.
Okay, thanks very much. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. So my questions will just expand upon traffic. So similar to Councillor Lowe's question, where transportation planning ends and transit services begins. That's often a place where I I get caught up too. So let me know if this is going to come up in the traffic management plan, I think is what it's called, that you will refer to later. But building on Councillor Gower asking about the volume to capacity ratio of 1, I remember more measuring based on level of service, like using that indicator for road performance. Can you explain to me how volume to capacity relates to level of service, and if we'll still be talking about road performance using level of service measures?
Through the chair. So for planning purposes, we talk about a volume to capacity ratio, and there are different levels of service that are associated with each of those volume to capacity ratio levels. But I do want to distinguish, there's the work that we do at a planning level to identify where road widening or new capacity projects would be required. And then there's also analysis that's done at individual intersections when you're looking at the signal timing and optimizing the operations of those intersections. And they also use volume to capacity ratios as part of that work. And those also correspond to levels of service. So we look at the volume to capacity as a way to measure the level of service, if you will, in addition to other metrics.
Okay, heaven help us all. So I'm looking, I've done a bit of research about level of service and how it can sometimes negatively impact our GHG targets. You know, it's believed that a high level of service, a road that performs at a high level of service, actually decreases GHGs because cars aren't idling. But then of course, the better a road performs, then you have that mode choice improvement. People choose to drive more cars. And so it's not a perfect system. So I wonder, where will level of service and volume to capacity ratios factor into how we measure for our GHG goals?
So again, through the chair. So when we look at our greenhouse gas emissions, we're looking at it at a network-wide level. And when we do that analysis, we use what's called an emission factor model. And what it looks at is how much travel is there on the transportation network. So the VKT, the vehicle kilometers of travel. And then there's an approach used to say, okay, for that amount of travel, here's how much fuel is associated with that. And that takes into account the types of vehicles that are in the fleet, the percentage of electric vehicles. And then based on the amount of fuel consumed, there's again, another set of factors that get applied to convert that into greenhouse gas emissions. So at the analysis level that we are doing, the operational characteristics of the corridor are not accounted for. You can do more of a microscopic type analysis at an intersection or a sort of localized area level that does take that into account. However, we do apply different factors depending on whether it's a city driving situation where you do have more stop and go because of intersections, as opposed to like a rural highway or freeway type of situation.
Okay, that's tremendous. That does sound like a progressive way of measuring how we perform and measure our roads for GSGs. So I just wanted to understand, are we considering ever using zones, versus specific road assignments when we talk about how to design our neighborhoods? Like I see that Montreal has just decided to recategorize. It's in 13 streets and it's a urban center to be able to apply more traffic calming measures, regardless of whether it's an arterial or XYZ. Have we ever considered taking a zone approach to how we want to impact traffic?
So again, the new official plan introduced the concept of transects, which correspond to sort of different areas of the city. And it also introduced the concept of access and flow and capacity types of streets. And so those two concepts together allow us to apply to look at the specific context of the different programs that are being implemented. And as part of future project, there's work planned to further classify roads according to their access and flow of capacity type of function, which will further allow this type of work to proceed.
Okay, that's great. I think that that access and flow categorization is going to help us address some of the issues around stroads. So, for example, Robertson Road or Maryvale Road, we've got places where we've got both categories, and this might help us to understand what to do. I just wanted to ask about the traffic impact assessments. For example, at Maryvale and Clyde, we've got several different new developments, and residents are consistently concerned about the impact on traffic. When you bring all those different developments together, are they considered holistic? Because you're talking about monitoring and evaluation over time of different mode share performance. How would I be able to talk to residents about that particular intersection using this TMP?
So the TMP again includes direction to update the traffic impact assessment guidelines. But it's really through those traffic impact assessments that are done through new developments where you're really diving into the details about the impacts of particular development projects and what sort of mitigation measures might be required associated with the traffic growth from those developments. So the TMP, it provides the overarching direction that these traffic impact studies will be responding to as they are carried out. And in addition, when we set the mode share targets in the next phase of the TMP, again, for different areas of the city, that will be something that these transportation impact assessments would also be looking at and taking into account as that work is done.
So are those traffic impact assessments talking to each other when you have 100 high rises happening on one intersection?
So they would build off of each other. So typically what happens is you have the first development that goes in and a traffic impact study is done. Then the next development comes in and it will look at the results coming out of the first study and sort of build on top of that. And there's a process where they explicitly account for traffic being generated through other developments that are also planned within the area. So that they should be all consistent with each other and using similar assumptions. And when that goes through the review process, that's something that city staff would be looking at as they're reviewing those studies.
Okay, and then just my final question on budgeting for some of the road safety implementations that we're after. So example, PXOs. Do we currently have a list of PXOs that are warranted but not funded? And are those investments factored into the current plan, or will they be?
Through you, Chair, yes, we do have a list of locations that aren't warranted, that aren't funded. What we've been doing is through the Road Safety Action Plan, we've been funding some locations there. The majority of locations are the type Bs, which are the more expensive ones. They can run from anywhere from $60,000 to $120,000 to $130,000. So we do have a program of just over $500,000 to install PXOs every year. So we're trying to move that list lower, and we expect over the next few years we'll be able to accelerate that with the additional funding we plan to get on through the Road Safety Action Plan.
Okay, and similar but different with these 30 really highly dangerous intersections, do we have an understanding of what those budgetary needs might be? And is that part of any of this phase 2 implementation planning as well?
So those are the warranted traffic signals you were talking about, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, yeah.
Yeah, so similarly, what we've actually been doing over the last few years is working on designs for some of these locations so that when we do get the funding over the next few years, we won't have to wait for the design, we'll just be able to go build. So that's been the strategy from that perspective.
So to cover off those two programs, you're imagining it's going to be due to the increase of the ASC money that's coming in that will fund those investments and not through the TMP?
Yeah, the ASC would fund part of it as well as the existing programs that do provide some funding.
I am curious to know when we're casting out our scenarios that they might include under already existing warranted safety programs that are not being currently paid for anywhere. I think that would be an interesting conversation for the scenarios moving forward, what it might look like financially for us to just catch up. Because my concern is that we have traffic services going out and collecting data and giving us new information, and that we're getting farther and farther behind. So I don't really know where to put that, but I am very curious to know whether that might be something that we can include in the discussion somewhere.
So as part of the next phase of the TMP, we will be working with finance to update the long-range financial plan and all of the different elements that feed into those financial plans.
Right. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, as I mentioned before, I think my concerns about this document are just about the lack of clarity around funding and where that's going to come from, but also just about the communications of the projects, not only to councillors, but to the community as well. As I was leading up to this meeting, I had many members of my community reach out and say, well, where is this project? Where's this one? So having heard many of the answers from staff about there's different levels of these projects, they're located in different venues, I am bringing forward a direction that would provide some clarity around this. And I'd ask Chris if you have it, if you don't mind putting it up. Although I am happy to read it off the cuff. How about I read it and then Chris gets it up when he wants?
Yeah, let's just do that.
That city staff be directed as part of public consultations for TMP Part 2 to provide clear information outlining all projects that are being considered as part of the TMP. This summary should include relevant information to the project status, such as the project stage, funding status, etc. And I think for me, it's just more so about that clear communication with our residents and setting up expectations that while we all want to see a bike lane on every street, a sidewalk on every avenue, and making sure that our MUPs are connecting and all these pieces of infrastructure are being prioritized, we can only do so much, whether that's because of our limitations of funding or just, some projects do need to get done before others. Connectivity to LRT is a prime example. So I'm asking if staff can accept that direction, because I think that clarity in communications is always key to making sure that our residents know how hard our staff are working and what our council is prioritizing in terms of these projects.
I'd ask staff to just comment on the direction. Are they satisfied with that, or can we work on wording or change? I just need feedback on this. I've done that with every other one, so I feel I should do the same.
Okay, so for Part 2, definitely we will identify the full network.
Okay.
And then we will prioritize them based on the affordability envelopes that finance is going to help us with that. So then that you will see this project, maybe Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Last time in the TMP, we called it stages 1, 2, and 3, or phases 1, 2, and 3. So we'll do that as well. I'm not so sure that I can guarantee the status of each project in terms of funding, because this is a forecast, and council every year sets the budget parameters, directions, and so we won't know for sure until council approves the annual budget. But at least you'll see the path forward of what we have planned, and that's about as far as we can go.
Councillor, are you satisfied with that? If we modify some of that language?
I am comfortable with that. I think for me, and I do appreciate maybe, as you said before, you said this is in some respects a living document. And I think we get that, the community gets it, but just as much clarity and as much communication around just how living, just how flexible these are is going to be imperative as we work on these projects with our community members going forward. So I am comfortable with that, and I appreciate you taking the direction.
Excellent. You're good with that, Vivi?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about the overpasses of the 417. And thank you for that technical amendment for Moody. That was great. Appreciate that. We had the 4 others as well. And it's time sensitive because Maitland is going to get redone because they're going to do one of those bridge removal and replacements. And it'll happen, I believe, next year. So we have to make an agreement that we're going to prioritize that. What kind of commitment can I get on that we've taken this into consideration and we're going to prioritize it, because the next opportunity, as Latko said, is 75 years from now.
Through the chair. We believe that the discussions with the MTO show a path forward to being able, for example, to provide the needed width on Maitland. And from the point of view of our staff opinion, it does meet the criteria of a project that has to be brought into let's say, a coordination with an ongoing project from the MTO. So that is probably as far as we can go with prioritization until that work is done. But hopefully that is addressing in some way the question.
I appreciate that because and we already know that if it's gone, it's gone, and we won't have that opportunity again. So I appreciate, and I'm sure you'll keep staff will keep Councillor Johnson and I in the loop on this since it's I'm getting a lot of positive feedback on this possibility since it was put forward years ago and then pulled. So so it's been anticipated for a long time. Thank you. My other question is about multi-use pathways. They're sometimes I call them sidewalks that you can ride your bike on because they mix people together, and in tight areas it's problematic, and it talks about it in the plan, you know, to just use them in certain cases. But I hope that we'll look at converting places where it's high volume. And that's awkward, of course, when the NCC is part of the problem. But for example, right now between Britannia and Belltown, got construction, and boy, oh boy, we have no alternative once that's closed. And for cyclists, it just shows you how dependent we are on the NCC's pathways. But they need to look at having it so that cycling and pedestrians can be safer, and sometimes they're not a good mix. Are we putting that into consideration for the future as well? Also, like in terms of working with the NCC and also our own multi-use pathways.
Through the chair, first of all, in our discussions with the NCC does look at congestion on their pathways and has various mitigation strategies that they may choose to implement. Widening and separation, in fact, are things they consider. Speaking for the city, we had similar challenges with other pathways where we were able to implement a city high quality facility in parallel, and that did move some of the traffic over. And so as our crosstown bikeway network evolves and is completed, we hope we can reduce some of that pressure on these mixed use facilities.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. I missed this question last round, so I'm very sorry for coming on for a third time. Regarding the first motion from Councillor Kavanaugh about walking paths and stuff to LRT stations, as part of the stage 2 communications plan, this might be a question for transit staff, I'm not sure. As part of the communications plan for stage 2, and as was exercised in stage 1, I think there was a lot of signage that kind of helped guide pedestrians towards LRT stations. So if this is also the plan for stage 2, would that motion end up being a duplication of that work by transit?
Through the chair, for the question of wayfinding, we would deploy wayfinding on our pathways on a limited targeted basis, especially where it's not obvious. At this point, we'd need to follow up with whatever signage plan that would exist around the stations themselves, although I think it tends to be rather closer into the station itself.
Yeah, my own observations is it's fairly obvious, I'll say. Although some of them do exist up to 800 meters away. For example, the one outside City Hall, pointing to Rideau Station, is 800 meters from the station. regardless, yeah, that's I guess that's it.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hill.
Excuse me, Chair, can I make a clarification on that motion? Because I think it was misunderstood. Regarding the what Councillor was asking. Okay, thank you. I was just concerned because I'm talking about existing communities that are right beside stations and having sidewalks go to them. Some of them don't have sidewalks. So to have certain routes chosen to have sidewalks, because there are Wood Park is the big one. It's a community with almost no sidewalks, and yet it leads to a station. So it's about putting in infrastructure to for routes to get to the station. So just to clarify. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Hill, sorry about that.
No problem at all. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to highlight, one of the issues that I have seen over this past winter in terms of snow clearance operations deals with some of the planning considerations regarding sidewalk and MUP placement in the front yards of some of my constituents. And so specifically the issue that I just wanted to highlight, and maybe it's a question for staff to comment on in terms of how they're looking at some of the planning considerations for this going forward. And I think the best mechanism to do that, I'm just going to describe the situation. So I have a subdivision called The Ridge out in Barrhaven, and basically the setback from garage to the multi-use pathway, I want to say it's about 15 feet, which is probably adequate if you've got a smaller car, but I've got a couple people down there with some trucks, with some SUVs, with some minivans, and even with them parking with the nose right up close to the garage door, the butt end of those vehicles are sticking out into the MUP. And the problem that causes is that essentially it restricts your snow clearance operation to the point where they actually had to completely abandon the snow clearance of that MUP over the winter, which forced all of the folks that wanted to walk to go on the street, which I don't think was the intent. So I just wanted to highlight that we need to be really careful when we look at that MUP in particular establishment, because I think if it was just a sidewalk, there wouldn't have been an issue with that. But because the intent was to obviously make the active mobility component of that a little bit easier in the warmer months, I think we inadvertently may have shot ourselves in the foot from a winter operations perspective. So I just want to highlight that perhaps for staff comment if they're aware of that.
Through the chair, in that particular example, it's not one I'm familiar with. However, when we do add our facilities, generally sidewalks where there were none, we take a lot of time in considering what the impacts are for driveways that are short and how many cars could be parked. And that is a big focus of consultations as well.
That's it, Councillor? Great. I'm looking at, I know Councillor Luloff is, well, we're at the fun point of the meeting, so I'll talk for a little bit. Maybe I'll get back in time. There he is. First of all, I want to thank all our amazing staff. We've had really good discussions today, and I think we realize how important it is, this document. I also want to thank our clerk's office and our committee chair, which Chris Z is no longer going to be the committee chair. So I want to thank him for coordinating. Yeah, we'll give him a round of applause for that. And another extremely valuable asset in our city that has been fully committed to the TMP and to cycling in the city, Zlatko. Zlatko's decided to move along from the city, and a major loss for the city and a major loss for us, but good on yourself. And I want to thank you, and a round of applause for Zlatko. We're going to miss you. So I have cleared this with the clerk's office. I'm allowed to do that. The 4 motions from Teresa Kavanaugh, if no one wants any of those items held, Are those 4 motions carried?
Carried.
Say again?
Dissent on the LRT walking path one.
Okay. And Councillor DeRuse's motion, is that carried? Great. And on the main item, is that main item carried? Great. Thank you very much, everybody. And so we'll just move along to, yeah, well, that's been noted. We will go to, there's no inquiries, but in other business, we do have a notice of motion for the regular meeting. And Ariel, Councillor Troster, if you're there and available to read it in, that would be terrific.
I am. Is it up on the screen or do I need to, can it be put on the screen? If not, I will just read it. 1 second.
It might take us a moment.
Yeah, no problem.
Go ahead, we might catch up.
Okay, I'm just looking for it. I apologize. Here we go. I'm sorry, it seems to have disappeared.
Just one moment, we should have it shortly.
Yeah, I apologize. This is a motion about sidewalks. It's a notice of motion put forward. I'm putting it forward on Sean Menard's behalf, so I apologize that I don't have it in front of me. That's very strange. 1 sec.
We have it on the screen now, I believe.
Okay, thank you. All right. Whereas city staff are intending to conduct a review of the city sidewalk design guidelines, whereas the draft transportation master plan has identified a number of policies to enhance sustainable transportation and walkability, including deliver convenience, comfort, and accessibility, create a healthier and more equitable transportation system, maximize walkability, provide safe multimodal streets, and encourage sustainable travel choices. Whereas residents have expressed concerns about both the current ramp style design that is standard for the city, as well as expressing some concerns about the previous drop style design. And whereas there's general consensus that maintaining a level, flat sidewalk surface is the optimal design for the pedestrian experience. Therefore, be it resolved that city staff, in the upcoming review of sidewalk design guidelines, give consideration to the 2 current sidewalk designs, ramp and drop style, as well as giving consideration to an alternative design in which the full width of the sidewalk remains flat and level with a mountable curb serving to provide driveway access. And be it further resolved that in the interim, until the staff review is completed and design guidelines are updated or confirmed by City Council, city staff increase the consultation with the local councillor on the possibility of implementing either ramp style or drop style sidewalks for current and upcoming road reconstruction projects in their respective wards, assuming the preferred design meets current standards. So that's just a notice of motion.
Wonderful. And that's for the next regular council meeting. And apologies, my poor chairmanship today. I'm all over the map. There was an inquiry that I did miss there. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. And I was just asking if we could put it up on the screen. And you're doing a fabulous job, Tim. Don't worry about that. There's a lot of pieces to get through.
I've only had a muffin for breakfast, so I'm ready.
Oh dear. Okay. Someone get the man a sandwich. All right. So with regard to the network modification program, what is the budget for the program? What had been the budget for the program each year for the past 5 years? How many projects did the program accomplish each year over the past 5 years? Please provide a list of intersections modified under the program over the last 5 years and the cost for each. Those are similar to the same kind of question. For projects completed over the last 5 years, what modifications were made? And how are projects prioritized in order to qualify for the program? Thank you. Do I speak to it or it's just an inquiry?
It's just inquiry and they'll get back to you in writing.
Thank you very much.
In a future meeting. Okay, well, everybody, we've had a terrific meeting today, so we're moving to adjournment and look forward to seeing you at the very next regular Transportation Committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you all.